Section 18 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wallace Morgan. Dr. Hackensaw's Secret by Clement Vezandi. The Secret of the Talking Ape. Author's note. Parrots can be taught to utter a few phrases, but their intelligence is too limited to admit of their understanding much. If anything of what they say, dogs have considerable intelligence, but lack the proper vocal organs for speech. Apes, however, especially such species as the orangutan and the chimpanzee, possess vocal organs similar to those of man and have an intelligence probably superior to that of a dog. There would seem no reason, therefore, why an intelligent ape of one of these species might not be taught to understand and to speak a few simple sentences. It is an experiment that would be well worth trying, and I have outlined here the method to be followed in giving such instruction. There is a trained ape on exhibition here in Vienna. Now, who performs the exhibition tricks mentioned in the story, and in addition has 4 distinct cries, any one of which he makes at the command of his trainer. The story, therefore, has a good basis of fact. "Well, Doctor," cried Silas Rocket gaily, as he burst into Dr. Hackensaw's private office one fine spring morning, "what new marvel have you got to show me today? I suppose some day you will be learning to understand the language of animals." "Perhaps so," replied Dr. Hackensaw, smiling. "But at present I am engaged in the opposite task. I am teaching an animal to understand human language." "I thought most domestic animals did that to a certain extent already. A dog, for example, understands a great deal of what is said to him." "True, though the understanding is much less than most people are apt to imagine. When we witness the performance of trained dogs at a vaudeville show, we are too ready to believe that the dog understands the role it is playing, when, as a rule, the dog is merely repeating mechanically a series of actions that have been taught it, and yet that mean nothing to it. But today I am going to show you something that has never been attempted before. Some years ago, with the greatest misgivings, I undertook the task of teaching an ape to speak. I have succeeded beyond my wildest hopes, and today I'm going to introduce you to Chimp, my talking ape." "What do you mean?" "I mean what I say. I'm going to show you an ape that can talk and can understand when spoken to. True, its vocabulary is limited, but it compares favorably with that of some savage tribes who are said to use only about 300 words. Silas Rocket looked puzzled. "I don't understand you, Doctor," said he. "Of course, I know that most animals have a language of their own. A dog can bark, howl, yelp, whine, groan, bay, growl, snarl, etc., and another dog will understand him. I know, too, that Professor Gardner believed the chatter of monkeys to be a real language, and he even attempted to learn it. Do I understand that you succeeded where he failed, and that you are able to understand the chatter of monkeys?" "No," replied Dr. Hackensaw, laughing. "I haven't mastered the monkey language yet, and I very much doubt if it is any more extensive than that of a dog. To the best of my belief, it is our own stupid domestic barnyard chicken that has the largest vocabulary of any animal. A chicken understands about 27 distinct cries made by other chickens. These cries are really sentences. Everyone is familiar with the cock-a-doodle-doo of the rooster, the cut-cut-cut-cut-cutta of the hen, the cluck of the mother hen calling her brood, her particular clucking when she has discovered a tidbit, and the wild peep of the baby chick that has lost its mother." "Then what in the world is it that you have done?" "Silas, I have taught an ape to speak English." Oh, understand me. I mean that I have taught him to articulate and to comprehend a few simple phrases in the English language. You don't mean it. I do. My first problem was to find a proper subject for my experiment. I hesitated long whether to choose an orangutan or a chimpanzee. Both are highly intelligent and teachable. Both have been trained to perform remarkable feats. I finally decided on the chimpanzee, and I have never regretted my choice. Of course, I must begin young. In fact, I resolved to raise my own monkeys from the egg, or more properly speaking, the ovum. I chose for the parents 2 well-trained and highly intelligent chimpanzees. I secured a number of ova from the female, fertilized these with sperm cells from the male, and raised these fertilized egg cells in vitro. That is to say, in glass jars containing a suitable culture fluid. My monkeys were thus born without seeing others of their species, and I could therefore train them from the very start. My first care was to secure a professional monkey trainer. I obtained a list of the foremost men in the business, and finally selected the one who seemed to have obtained the greatest success in training his animals. I even used some of his monkeys themselves to assist me in training my pets. You used monkeys to train other monkeys? Certainly. All animal trainers find their work greatly simplified when they have a trained animal to serve as an example to the novices. The pupils learn by imitation. Monkeys, with their natural facility for imitation, profit even more than dogs by having a trained animal as a model. Then came the task of selecting the brightest of my pets. The work was too arduous to admit of our training more than one monkey. But how to make sure of picking out the best one was a problem. I don't see how you could possibly tell with such young animals. I followed the method mentioned by Darwin as being the one used by a successful animal trainer. He always chose the animals that paid closest attention to him when being taught. An animal that is attentive and imitative is sure to make a good pupil. It is by this test that I selected Chimp from among a dozen of his twin brothers, and we could thereafter give him our undivided attention. He soon learned all the tricks of his pupil teacher. He could eat properly at a table, could pour liquids from a bottle into a glass and drink from the glass, could strike a match and light a candle, could skate on roller skates, could ride a bicycle, mounting and dismounting from it, unaided, with the greatest of ease, and he could ride it in and out through a row of bottles without upsetting a single bottle. He could even undress himself and get into bed. In short, he could perform all the exhibition tricks of the best trained apes of Europe and America, for I secured the services of these as instructors. What was the use of teaching him all these tricks? Asked Silas, puzzled, as you merely wished your pet to learn to speak English and didn't intend for him for exhibition purposes. What on earth was the sense of teaching him all these useless things? Ah, Silas, there you make a common mistake. It is to the greatest advantage for a teacher to have a docile pupil, accustomed to obey. Chimp learned from these early lessons that some task was expected of him and that different signals had different meanings. It was a pleasure for him to imitate the trained apes. He enjoyed bicycle riding immensely and would often accompany me for a ride around Central Park, where we naturally attracted considerable attention. These apparently useless lessons proved of the greatest value. What? I don't understand, said Silas. And what specifically interests me is how you taught him human language. Your trained monkeys couldn't speak and could therefore be of no use to you. You are mistaken, Silas. One of my trained apes proved useful even in this respect. Monkeys, as you may have noticed, possess a number of different cries. This ape's trainer had noticed 4 distinct cries possessed by his pupil. One of these was a kind of shriek, another a guttural sound, a third was a chatter, and the fourth was a sort of vowel utterance. He had taught his pupil to utter any one of these 4 sounds at a given signal. Chimp soon learned these 4 sounds by imitating this ape's cries, and he also learned to make each at the proper signal. It was his first lesson in language. But his cries were monkey sounds and didn't mean anything. Of course not. To give them a meaning was my next task. I must associate each of these cries with some object, and the object should be one that should possess interest for a monkey. Chimp was very fond of aerobatic feats, and in his cage were a trapeze, a swinging rope, and a ladder. I accordingly decided that his shriek should mean ladder. His guttural sound should mean trapeze. His chatter should mean rope, and his vowel sound should mean peanut. Ladder, rope, and trapeze were removable for easy cleaning. I took them all out of the cage, then ordered him to make the guttural sound and brought him the trapeze. Next I had him make the vowel sound and brought him a peanut. Each time that we brought him the object, we repeated the appropriate sound so as to impress on his mind the association between the sound and the thing. The work required infinite patience, but my trainer and his assistants were capable men, and the chimp soon learned that when he made a certain sound, a certain object was brought to him. He thus learned to associate an object with a certain sound and to know that different sounds had different meanings. This was an immense step in advance. He had not only acquired a vocabulary of 4 words, but he had learned that there is such a thing as language, a means of communicating different ideas by different sounds. At the same time that we were doing this, we taught him to understand the cries when we made them, and he learned to bring us the trapeze or rope or ladder when we made the proper sound. But how could you imitate an ape's chatter? I secured the services of a professional animal imitator. He was soon able to imitate Chimp's 4 cries, and he succeeded in teaching me and the trainer to make passable imitations. Besides this, we made phonographic records of the cries, the records being made by Chimp himself, and any of our assistants was then able to make the proper cry by means of the phonograph. That was clever, but as I understand you, these 4 words were nothing but monkey chatter. I thought you said you had taught your chimpanzee to speak English. So I did. The thing seems impossible. You have accomplished many marvels, Doctor, but if you taught a monkey to speak English words, you have beaten all your other inventions to a frazzle. How could you possibly do it? The problem was not so difficult as you might imagine, Silas. Have you ever met a deaf mute? I can't say I ever had the pleasure. Well, a deaf mute is a man born deaf, not being able to hear. In former days he remained dumb all his life, but of late years it has been found possible to teach these deaf mutes to speak. The teacher slowly and distinctly articulates the sound or word he wishes his pupil to make. The pupil sees the lips, mouth, and tongue move and tries to imitate the motions. The teacher assists by touching the pupil's throat or lips to show him which of the vocal organs to move. In this way, the unfortunate deaf man is taught to speak. As he is handicapped by the fact that he never hears his teacher's voice or the sounds he makes himself, there is always something peculiar about his speech. I see. The idea struck me that an ape could be taught in the same manner. I accordingly visited several deaf-mute institutions and succeeded in finding an experienced and capable young teacher who was eager to try the experiment of teaching a monkey to speak. So the lessons began. Very simple sounds must be used at first, as a baby's first words are ma and pa. I chose these as the first to teach Chimp. I used ma for the word man. It represented for Chip any of his attendants. One of us always came to him whenever he made the word. The word pa was used for banana, as he was very fond of this fruit. Wa for water was soon added. In this way, he learned to articulate and use 3 words that, while scarcely English, were yet not monkey chatter. I won't weary you with all the details of the work. Great patience is required to teach a baby to speak. A much greater patience was required for 1 word, but we persevered, relaying each other. The first few words were the most difficult to teach. After that, as he began to realize the value of language for making his wants known, the task became easier, and 1 word after another was added to his vocabulary. The first words taught were all nouns. Then a few words were added, such as sit, stand, ride, being, etc. The process used was very much like that used in teaching a baby, with the added difficulty of manipulating the ape's vocal organs so as to get a sound approximating human speech. Even now, there is something guttural in Chimp's speech, and it is only those familiar with his accent who can readily understand what he says. But perhaps you would like to meet Chimp in person. If so, I will call him. So saying, Dr. Hackensaw took up his telephone. "Hoochie," said he, "please bring Chimp here." A moment later, an 8-year-old girl appeared, followed by a large chimpanzee. Hoochie was Dr. Hackensaw's pride and delight. Like Chimp, he had raised her from an egg, or more properly speaking, an ovum. She was a dear girl, an almost perfect specimen of what such a child should be. Chimp was dressed like a gentleman. The doctor not fancying the costumes in which trained apes usually appear on the stage, the ape bowed gravely to Silas and extended a paw, which the reporter shook. "Good morning," articulated the ape, in guttural accents and in a slow, precise fashion. "Good morning, Chimp," said Silas. "What do you want, Chimp?" asked the doctor. "Peanuts," replied the ape, who had months before learned to use the word peanuts in place of the earlier learned word pop. Dr. Hackensaw laughed and drew a handful of these from his pocket and handed them to the ape, who began eating them with great gusto. To say Silas Rocket was amazed would be to put the matter mildly. Of course, Chimp's vocabulary was strictly limited and could not compare with that of a child of 4, but he could understand and use intelligently a number of words of the English language. Dr. Hackensaw had certainly accomplished a miracle. It was about this time that Dr. Hackensaw was obliged to make a 3-month trip to Europe, and during his absence, Chimp disappeared mysteriously, and no trace of him could be found, though large rewards were offered for his return. For 4 months nothing was heard of the intelligent animal, but one morning Hoochie was awakened by a hairy paw laid upon her, and was overjoyed to find that the lost ape had returned. He was sick and in poor condition, and a broken chain fastened to a metal band around his waist showed that he had been kept a close prisoner. What had happened to him during his absence was never entirely known, but the following facts were gleaned. The leader of a gang of criminals had learned about Chimp, and realizing that such an animal would be of great use to him in his profession, had decided to steal him. But how? His business had taught him the power of the eternal feminine. He hired a female baboon, and, with her aid, he lured Chimp away and made him a prisoner. The ape was well fed and well treated, but was kept in close confinement while he was taught the trade of burglary. Evidently, he made a valuable ally. There was not a house he couldn't scale by means of the rain pipes or window moldings. He was taught to push aside the catches of a window by means of a knife, so as to gain access to the interior. He was taught how to rummage through drawers for jewels and other valuables, though it must be confessed his plunder often contained worthless articles. His ability to speak and understand made him a valuable auxiliary to this work. Sometimes he hauled up and fastened a rope ladder, so his new master could follow him. In this way, many houses were plundered, and as the thieves took away the rope ladder with them, the modus operandi of these burglaries was a great mystery. Many a time Chimp had wished to return to his first master, but every attempt to escape was frustrated. But one day, a link of his chain happened to give way, and Chimp profited by the occasion to return home. Dr. Hackensaw, back from Europe, was delighted to see him again. And then came Chimp's last exploit. Within a week after his return home, Dr. Hackensaw's house caught fire one night, when the doctor chanced to be out. It was never definitely known how the fire occurred, but it was suspected to be the work of the gang in an effort to either recapture Chimp or to kill him in order to prevent his betraying them by leading the doctor to their haunts. Whatever the cause, when the doctor returned home at midnight, he found the place in a blaze. For some reason, the fire engines had not yet arrived. Dr. Hackensaw's first agonized thought was for his 8-year-old little girl, Hoochie, fast asleep in the burning building. It was impossible to reach her without a ladder, and no ladder was in sight. At this juncture, Chimp appeared at one of the windows and clambered dexterously to the ground by means of the rain pipe. He, too, had been asleep, but the smoke had awakened him. The doctor's face lighted up at the sight of the ape. Here was his one ray of hope. "Chimp, bring baby," he cried. "Baby in bed. Bring baby." Baby being the name by which Chimp knew Hoochie. The intelligent animal understood at once what was wanted. With a bound, he was back to the leader pipe, clambering up it and across the window moldings, till he had reached Hoochie's window. Many a time had he made the ascent before to awaken his little mistress, who always slept with the window open. Now, however, the room was filled with flames and smoke, but the courageous ape plunged through the fire, and grasping Hoochie, who lay insensible on the bed, half suffocated by the smoke, he carried her to the window and carefully, holding his precious burden, began the perilous descent. Fortunately, the leader pipe was strong. It stood the double burden it had to bear. The heroic animal reached the ground in safety, but was so badly burned that it died of its injuries the following day. Dr. Hackensaw was inconsolable, and Hoochie deeply mourned the pet that had saved her life. In after years, whenever the doctor told the story of Chimp's heroic devotion, he invariably added, "I have always been deeply thankful that the idea occurred to me to teach this ape to speak and understand English. I was able thus to make Chimp understand where Hoochie was and what I wished him to do. Without his knowledge of language, I should have lost this dear girl, the most precious of all my treasures." End of Section 18.
Section 19 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Bisande. Number 19. The Secret of the Super Telescope. Author's note. Shall we ever be able to make telescopes sufficiently powerful to reveal living beings on the moon, if any such exist? Unquestionably yes, and in my opinion, the thing would not be impossible at the present day. By successive magnification, using due care to reduce distortions to a minimum, and illuminating each successive image to make up for the loss of light at each illumination. The fact that we have found neither air nor water on the moon is by no means proof that living beings of some sort do not dwell there. "Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw impressively, "I am going to reveal to you another of my secrets today, one that may have far-reaching consequences and prove of greater importance than any of my other inventions. I am going to let you have a look through my super telescope." "You have invented an improved telescope?" Yes and no to that question. In reality, I have devised a new instrument to take the place of the telescope, and far superior to the latter in its power of magnifying bodies without detracting from their clearness. I spent many years trying to improve our present telescope, but only with partial success. I began by offering fabulous sums to a celebrated firm of opticians if they would produce for me a telescope far superior to any before made. The result was almost nil, a big bill to pay and nothing to show for it. Not a single new discovery of any consequence resulted. I then decided to take matters into my own hands, break loose from tradition, and start on a new tack. A telescope is nothing but a magnifying instrument, and there seemed to me no reason why the image of a star or planet could not be received on a mirror and then magnified to any desired extent. Several problems to solve. Of course, there were several problems to solve. 1. As each magnification diminishes the light, there must be means of increasing the original light received from the star or planet itself. 2. Every refraction, and hence every magnification, produces a certain amount of distortion in the image, the distortion, of course, increasing with each increase of size. This distortion must be reduced to a minimum, or my telescope would be worthless. 3. Refraction is not the same for light of different colors. Hence, at each magnification, there is a tendency for the light to separate into all the colors of the rainbow. This is known as chromatic aberration and must be guarded against. 4. Any imperfection in the lenses themselves or any impurities in the Earth's atmosphere will be greatly magnified. These are the 4 principal troubles. Telescope image enlarged in successive stages. I accordingly used the following method. I received the first magnified image of the moon on a mirror. This mirror I illuminated by a powerful electric light, and then threw a magnified image from this on a screen, which was in reality a second mirror. The enlarged image was thus as well illuminated as the first one. In the same way, I was able to select a portion of this second image and throw it, enlarged, upon a third mirror, and so on, the illumination always remaining the same, or even being increased if I wished. That settled the light problem. In order to avoid distortion and chromatic aberration as much as possible, I made use of only the very center of each image. The center of the image is always very much less distorted than the edges. I am thus able to receive very clear images, even though highly magnified. As to troubles due to imperfection in the lenses, I have reduced these to a minimum, and to avoid those caused by impurities in the atmosphere, I have installed the telescope on the top of a high mountain. The results exceeded my wildest hopes, but the distance of the telescope from my laboratory here rendered it inconvenient of access. So I tried another tack, and improved my television apparatus. You have seen the instrument. As I explained to you, every object in the universe is radioactive. That is to say, it is continually emitting ether waves. Now, my television apparatus is so constructed that I can tune it to receive any of these waves that I wish. I can not only tune the instrument to receive waves of any given length, but I can direct it so as to receive only waves coming from an object in a certain direction and a certain distance away. By means of amplifiers, I can then increase the intensity of these waves, and by means of special audions, I can transform these radio waves back into light waves again, and so obtain an image of the subject. Up to this time, I had been content to use my television apparatus to view objects on the earth, gradually increasing the power until I could see objects across the Atlantic and even as far as China, 12,000 miles away. Now the moon is only some 240,000 miles from the earth. Many men have traveled that distance, and it occurred to me that with some improvements, my television apparatus could be used for viewing objects on the moon. If so, I could set at rest once and for all many problems that puzzle our astronomers. "It's a pity," remarked Silas, "that you couldn't make your instrument powerful enough to show us the surface of Venus and Mars, so that we could see whether human beings exist there, or only animals and plants. The moon is certainly a cold, dead body without either air or water. I have looked at it through a telescope. The surface is only a series of extinct volcanoes, and no life of any kind could exist there." Dr. Hackensaw chuckled. "Don't be too cocksure of that, Silas," said he. "In the first place, the so-called volcanoes are not extinct craters as is popularly believed. Of course, it is natural to imagine that as conditions on Venus and Mars closely approximate those on the Earth, the life there must be somewhat like our own. On the other hand, as we can perceive little or no air or water on the moon, it seems to us that no life can exist there. So, to a savage living in the tropics, it would seem impossible that men could live in the polar regions. And yet the Eskimo managed to live there. And remember, the Eskimo adaptation to his surroundings is what you might call artificial. In the moon, the adaptation may be due to a natural evolution that has lasted hundreds of thousands of years. At any rate, said Silas, even admitting that life exists on the moon, it must be a very low form because the moon is much newer than the Earth. Moon's life older than ours? I don't know how it is that people get that idea, replied Dr. Hackensaw. The converse is the case. The moon is older than the Earth, using the phrase in the popular sense, for of course both moon and Earth are of the same age, since they both originally formed part of the Sun. According to the nebular hypothesis, the Sun with its planets, including the Earth, was formerly one immense body of incandescent matter extending far beyond the present orbit of Neptune. As this fiery mass cooled and contracted, Neptune was first formed, and so is the oldest of the planets, then Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, and then came the Earth. The Earth and Moon were then combined in one mass, but as the Earth cooled, its outer portion was thrown off and formed the Moon, and the Moon, being already the coolest portion, and cooling more rapidly than the Earth, owing to its smaller size, must have been cool enough to support life hundreds of thousands of years before the Earth was in a condition to do so. Hence, we may truly say that the Moon is older than the Earth. Life has had a start there of perhaps countless thousands of years, and evolution was probably more rapid there than with us, since the Moon is already cold. If intelligent beings were born on the Moon, they have had time and opportunity to obtain knowledge and wisdom undreamt of on Earth. Doctor, asked Silas eagerly, do you believe that there are living men and women like us on the Moon? Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. No, Silas, he replied. The chances are as infinity to 1 against it. I spoke of intelligent beings, not human beings. What are your reasons for believing there are no human beings on the Moon? Asked the reporter. How plant life originated. To understand that, Silas, you must understand how life originated on the Earth. Evidently, there was no life of any kind present while the Earth was in its incandescent state. At least we have no reason for believing so. But as the surface became cold, minerals formed either crystals or amorphous masses. Chemical changes occurred, and as a result of these, the first specks of live matter must have appeared, probably in the form of one-celled plants like the amoeba or slime that is found in our kitchen sinks. These amoeba are mere specks of protoplasm, and their life consists simply of the power to feel and to contract. Touch a bit of protoplasm with a pin, it feels the touch and it contracts. That is life in its simplest form. The amoeba also possesses the power of absorbing food and of growing and splitting up into 2 or more specks of protoplasm, each with a life of its own. That is the way life must have originated on this Earth. Whether all living beings have descended from one single speck of protoplasm, or whether a number of these specks were formed at the same time, is an open question. It is even possible that the process of spontaneous generation is going on at the present day. To me, however, the probabilities seem to be that all our animals and plants have descended from one original species of plant cell. There was too much unity in animals and plants to allow of a different belief. In that case, cried Silas triumphantly, the chances are that life in the Moon must have started from the same kind of cell, and consequently must have followed the same road and culminated by evolving into man as it did on the Earth. I am willing to admit your premise, Silas, but not your conclusions. I believe, as you say, that life on the Moon probably began, if it ever began at all, by evolution from the same amoeba-like form from which it originated on the Earth. Of course, other origins of life are possible, and we may even imagine living beings unlike either animals or plants, but the probabilities are that the start of life was the same on our satellite as here. The Moon and the Earth were similar in composition, and conditions were not very much unlike. Then, cried Silas triumphantly, if the start were the same and conditions were alike, the result should be the same. You forget, Silas, retorted the doctor, that even here on the Earth, where conditions are approximately the same, the original forms have branched out into endless species of animals and plants, millions of different forms from one original plant, forms as diverse as the elephant, the oyster, and the oak tree. On the Moon, even if conditions were almost identical with those here, millions of other forms must have existed, and yet the chances are great that among the millions, except in the very earliest forms, no 2 should be alike, save superficially, as the moth resembles the hummingbird, or the bat resembles the sparrow. Hence, the chances are infinitesimal that anything that we should call a human being exists upon the moon. You must remember, too, that the lunar day consists of 14 of our days, and as there is little or no atmosphere to temper the rays of the sun, the temperature must be blistering hot. Then follows a night of 14 days. With no atmosphere to hold it, the heat is radiated off into space, and a cold we can scarcely dream of follows. Conditions so different as these must have produced an entirely different kind of life on the moon. Moon's gravitation 1/6 that of Earth's. Another thing that has probably exerted some influence is the difference in gravitation. The moon is smaller than the Earth, and its attraction therefore less. Gravity on the moon is measured by an acceleration of 2.65 feet per second instead of 16.09 feet per second as on the Earth. In other words, the attraction is 1/6 that of the Earth. A 150-pound man would weigh only 25 pounds on the moon. If animals or plants live on the moon at the present day, they must certainly be far different from ours. I am convinced that the lowest forms, like our own, have a skeleton, but that the higher forms have some kind of skeleton or framework, either a shell like the clam, or an external or internal framework somewhat like the skeleton of an animal. I think it more likely, however, that this skeleton should radiate in different directions, as in a starfish, for example, than extend in a single line. Some of these animals and plants, like ours, must be rooted to one spot. Others probably possess powers of locomotion. As to their organs, they must possess means of capturing and assimilating their food. Whether they breathe or not depends on the kind of life they possess. Our plants take carbon dioxide from the air and split it up into carbon and oxygen. Our animals take oxygen from the air and breathe it out combined with carbon as carbon dioxide. On the moon, a fourth kingdom of matter may exist which depends for its energy on a different chemical combination. How about sex on the moon? To understand that, you must first understand the evolution of sex on the Earth. The lowest forms of animals and plants are asexual, that is, they have no sex. They reproduce by growing larger and splitting up into 2 or more living cells. At the next stage, 2 living one-celled animals unite to form a single one-celled individual. At a still higher stage, 2 distinct animals each throw off one cell, and the 2 cells unite into one. There is still no such thing as sex. The 2 parents are like, and the 2 cells that join together are alike. But now sex begins to appear. The parent forms begin to differ and evolve into male and female, and the cells thrown off likewise differ and become sperm cells and egg cells, respectively. The male and female parent may be separate individuals, or both may form that part of the same individual, as in most of our flowering plants. As it is an advantage for the sperm cells and egg cells of different individuals to unite, cross-fertilization is evolved, the wind or the insects carrying the pollen from one flower to another. In animals, the same result is obtained by the evolution of the act of pairing. At first sight, it would seem impossible that the union of the 2 sexes could have resulted by slow steps. Either the egg cell must be completely fertilized, or it will not grow at all. No partial step seems possible, but the intermediate links still exist at the present day, as we can see in the fish. In certain species of fish, the female lays the eggs, and the male fertilizes them after they are laid. Gradually, the males learn to follow the females and finally attach themselves to the females and fertilize the eggs as they were laid. From this was but a step to fertilize the eggs before they were laid, and by slow stages the act of pairing as it exists in our mammals was evolved, the eggs being fertilized several months before the young are hatched. Now, how about sex on the moon? Evidently, the lowest forms of life, like ours, are asexual, but cross-fertilization is such a great advantage that some form of sex has probably been evolved. But I think it extremely probable that on the moon more than 2 sexes may have been evolved. I think it likely that 3 or more different parents may be necessary for each birth, or that the egg must pass from the body of one parent into the body of several other parents at different stages of its growth. This, however, is all mere hypothesis. Reproduction on the moon may be entirely different from anything we know of on Earth. The new generation may even be produced synthetically from chemicals for aught we know. Silas looks into the super telescope. But I am wandering off into flight of fancy. If you will just step into my laboratory here for a few minutes, you will have some facts. I want you to take a look at the moon through my instrument, and then I will tell you of a plan I have formed, a plan which, if successful, will throw all my other achievements into the shade. Silas somewhat skeptically took a seat before the television screen and waited while Dr. Hackensaw adjusted his instruments, and then the reporter gave a cry of surprise, for there appeared on the screen a picture unlike anything he had ever imagined. That, explained the doctor, is a small portion of the moon's surface. It is somewhat hazy and distorted due to the tremendous magnifying power used, but it is sufficient to give you a tolerably clear idea of conditions on the moon. Life on the moon. What funny plants, cried Silas in amazement, and how is it they are not green? They appear to be all the colors of the rainbow, and as for shape, we have no plants at all like them, unless perhaps some of our marine growths. There's a golden plant that looks a little like a bunch of coral, and there are some that look more like roots than plants. And what are those things that are moving about, and those others that are jumping so high? Are they animals? They are either animals or else plants that possess the power of locomotion. How queer they all look, and all the queerer because they are upside down. Everything looks as if it were hanging from the moon and would soon drop off. What puzzles me, said Dr. Hackensaw, is whether these creatures possess intelligence or not. Of course, it is difficult to conceive of intelligent plants, but the thing is not impossible. I am convinced that the fixed forms we see possess life. I have watched some of them grow from small seedlings into very large plants. It is not a mere crystallization such as we see in minerals, but a real growth. But on Earth, some species of medusae, or jellyfish, do the same thing. In the jellyfish stage, they swim about, but their eggs take root and grow into a fixed stock, which, at maturity, breaks up into a number of new and free jellyfish. The commonest creature up there, remarked Silas, looks just like the jackstones that children play with. Surely those things cannot have intelligence. And notice how they roll about from place to place. Instead of walking, they roll around on 4 of their 6 spokes. Silas sees strange machine on moon. Dr. Hackensaw now turned the instrument in a new direction, and the screen showed, in natural colors, as before, a large and most peculiar metal structure on the moon. It was evidently not a house, but some kind of machine, for portions of it were in motion. "Well, Silence," he cried triumphantly, "what do you think of that? If that isn't a machine of some kind, I'll eat my hat. And if the Selenites are able to construct machinery, they must surely possess intelligence, no matter how peculiar their shape. But what is the use of that machine? It doesn't look like anything we have here on Earth. I'm not even sure it's made of metal. Probably it is made of some composition we know nothing of. Remember, the Selenites' machines must be at least as far advanced as those man will possess several 100,000 years from now. He would be a rash man who would venture to prophesy what they would be. Think of the possible inventions during the next 1,000 years, and then try to imagine those of the next 100,000 years. At any rate, one thing is certain. There are intelligent living beings on the moon, and I should not be surprised if this machine were designed to store up the heat during the lunar days and give it forth at night, thus making the moon more comfortable to live on. But what its object is, I hope to find out." "How so?" "The doctor to communicate with the moon. I am going to attempt to communicate with these intelligent creatures in the moon." "By wireless?" "Possibly later. At present, however, my purpose is to send a car to the moon with a message for the Selenites." "Send a car with a message?" echoed Silas. "Do you happen to know their language, or do you expect them to understand English?" he added sarcastically. "Neither," replied the doctor tranquilly. "I shall use a more universal language. To begin with, I shall send paintings of objects in their natural colors. There is not a savage tribe on earth that cannot understand a picture, at least to a certain extent." "But these creatures on the moon don't seem to have any eyes. How can they understand a picture if they are unable to see it?" In addition to the pictures, continued the doctor imperturbably, I shall send life-size models of men, women, and children dressed in modern clothing, and also models or real specimens of our animals and plants, our houses, machines, etc. Perhaps our lunar friends will send me in return some models of things on the moon. What a triumph it would be to receive some of their machines, or to analyze some of their chemical productions. Think of the possibility of my learning in a few years what it has taken these creatures hundreds of thousands of years to discover. Why, the prospect is dazzling. All that I am afraid of is that my intelligence is too limited to enable me to understand their machines. I shall be as unable to make heads or tails out of them as Christopher Columbus would have been if he had found an electric motor with a storage battery attached. He would see that the armature revolved, but could form no idea as to what made the thing work. Similarly, if the moon people send me a machine worked by atomic force, it may teach me no more than the motor would teach Columbus. Silas Rocket sneered contemptuously. It's my opinion, said he, that you might as well send your specimens off to a school of fish. They would be just as likely to understand them as these creatures in the moon, of whom you seem to have so high an opinion. Besides, I see one slight objection to your scheme. What is it? How are you going to send your specimens to the moon? And as he uttered the words, Silas gave a delighted chuckle, for he thought he had caught the doctor napping. But Dr. Hackensaw smiled complacently. True, he said, the sending of a car or projectile to the moon is by no means an easy thing to do. But I have solved many tough problems in my life, and I think I can solve this one. In fact, I may say that I believe I have solved it already, but that's another story. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandi. A Car for the Moon. Author's note. Will man ever be able to travel to the moon or to the nearest planets? The problem is one of perennial interest, and many fiction writers have attempted to solve it. Numerous fantastic schemes have been proposed, but I have endeavored to show in the following story that the sending of a passenger to the moon is by no means an impossibility. Doctor, said Silas Rocket, did I understand you to say that you intended to send a car to the moon? You certainly did, Silas, replied Dr. Hackensaw. The moon was in a condition to support life hundreds of thousands of years before the Earth. Hence, there may be intelligent creatures on the moon with inventions far in advance of our wildest speculations. Think what it would mean to open communication with them, and learning what it would otherwise take us 100,000 years or more to learn. It would be a triumph such as no man has ever achieved before me. I understand that, said Silas, but what I don't see is how you are going to send your car of specimens to the moon. Many fiction writers have tackled the problem of communication with other worlds, but I confess that none of the methods I have read about seems to me to have any scientific basis. But tell me first, straight out, whether you really believe it is possible, at the present day, to send a car of any sort to the moon. Not only do I believe it possible, Silas, replied Dr. Hackensaw, but my conviction is so strong that for the past few years I have been secretly at work on the preparation necessary for sending a car full of specimens to the moon. What? Cried Silas in amazement. You have already started making preparations for the trip? Is it possible that you have discovered some new force, some new means of locomotion? No, Silas, the forces I shall use are all well known. But how in the world will you accomplish it? None of the schemes I have read about seems to offer the slightest possibility of being put into practice. What schemes have you read of? Silas and the doctor discussed various schemes. First of all, there was the idea of being carried to the moon by birds. If I remember correctly, it was Cyrano de Bergerac who made the journey in that way. Such a method is of course impossible. True, no bird could fly to the moon, I'll admit that. Next, Edgar Allan Poe sent Hans Pfaall to the moon in a balloon. That too was impossible. I am ready to admit that also. Understand me. I am not a believer in the ether theory of light. Consequently, I do not believe the heavens are filled with the so-called ether. Nor do I believe there is an actual vacuum in space. My idea would be rather that there is a highly rarefied atmosphere between us and the planets. But regardless of the question as to whether space is a vacuum, or is filled with ether, or with highly rarefied air or other gas, no balloon could ascend very high in it, as the density diminishes as we ascend. Hydrogen, the lightest gas known, would not carry us very far. Even if we were able to make a vacuum balloon, with concentric envelopes strong enough to resist crushing from the atmosphere, and if we dropped off one shell after another as we ascend, this balloon would have to be so large to rise even a few hundred miles that it would be impracticable to build it. Why so? A balloon with no gas inside ought to be very light. True, but at a height of 100,000 miles above the Earth, our atmosphere must be so rarefied that it would probably take thousands of cubic miles of it to weigh a pound. Consequently, the problem would be to build a balloon thousands of miles long and weighing less than 1 pound. This would be a manifest absurdity, so we may dismiss the idea of a balloon as a means of traveling to the moon or to the planets. What is your opinion about the possibility of screening a body from the effects of gravitation? H.G. Wells uses this method for sending his first men to the moon. He places them in a car that is surrounded by shutters which, when closed, are impervious to the attraction. By opening the shutter in the direction in which he wishes to go, the passenger lets in the attraction of the Earth or the moon, and the car starts off in the desired direction. When his speed becomes too great, he lets in a little counter-attraction from the opposite side, and so can regulate his speed and direction at will. What do you say to that idea? The idea is certainly ingenious, observed Dr. Hackensaw with a smile, but it is open to the objection that we have as yet found no means of shutting off gravitation, nor have we any data to lead us to believe that gravitation can be shut off. Of course, as yet, we do not know what gravitation is. Several unsatisfactory metaphysical theories have been advanced, but none of them satisfies me. As for myself, I cannot even make up my mind as to whether attraction is, as commonly believed, a pull between two bodies, or what appears to me more probable, a push exerted on the two bodies from outer space, forcing them closer together. Analogy, however, would lead me to believe that gravitation, like heat, light, sound, electricity, etc., is merely a mode of motion, as the physicists call it. In other words, a vibration. The whole subject is as yet in complete darkness, but as I observed at the beginning, I have discovered no new force and no new method of controlling the forces already known to man. I am relying entirely on old and well-known forces to carry me to the moon. Silas Rocket was puzzled. He had apparently exhausted his entire arsenal. He tried one more shot, however. Is it possible that you are thinking of using atomic force? Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. No, said he, I shall not use atomic forces. Nor radioactive force? You will not propel your car by means of wireless waves. No, indeed. Our electrical knowledge at the present day is insufficient for any such schemes. Then I give it up, said Silas. I have read somewhere that if the Earth were 24 times its present diameter, bodies at the equator would be traveling 7 miles per second, and hence would be hurled off into space. Have you found means of swelling out the Earth to 24 times its present size? Dr. Hackensaw gave vent to a hearty peal of laughter. No, said he, I shan't attempt to give the poor old Earth the fit of the dropsy. Nor shall I attempt to build a mountain or a tower at the equator of the required height. Let me see. The radius of the Earth is 4,000 miles, so my mountain would have to be 96,000 miles high. I'm afraid I couldn't find a contractor willing to undertake the work, nor would there be materials enough to complete it. But you are learning, Silas. You are getting nearer and nearer to the correct solution. It is centrifugal force that I shall use, but not the centrifugal force of the Earth itself. What then? Dr. Hackensaw explains his scheme. Well, Silas, the problem is this. I must find means of giving my car a speed of about 7 miles per second, and yet I must start the car gradually in order not to harm the passengers. Evidently, the solution is to start the car slowly and keep it going more and more rapidly until it has acquired the necessary velocity, and then launch it off into space. In this way, my passengers will suffer scarcely any inconvenience. There will be no shock at starting. I begin to see. Yes, the solution is obvious. What I need is a large revolving wheel like a Ferris wheel, with the car fastened to the end of one of the spokes. The wheel can be started very slowly, and its speed gradually increased until the required velocity is attained. And then, at the proper moment, the car can be released and shot off into space. In this way, there will not be the slightest shock for the passengers. But why am I jabbering away here? I have kept the affair secret so far, but I am soon to make it public. Come along with me and you can see the machine for yourself. It is all completed, save for a few final tests to make sure that everything is in good working order. Luna City was the name which Dr. Hackensaw had given to the secluded spot which he had chosen as a launching place for his car to the moon. For miles before arriving at the place, Silas Rocket was eagerly scanning the horizon for the gigantic wheel which he firmly expected to see. His disappointment may be imagined, therefore, when on arriving at the spot, he found that the apparatus was no larger than an ordinary Ferris wheel. Centrifugal force from spinning wheel hurls car moonward. "What?" he cried in a tone of disgust. "Is it that little toy wheel that's going to shoot your car to the moon?" "Yes, Silas, at least if my calculations are correct. Please notice the framework, which supports the wheel, has its foundations in the solid granite beneath. In fact, holes have been drilled deep into the rock, and the whole framework has been solidly tied down by means of powerful chains. This is not only to prevent wobbling, but to ensure that the wheel itself will not be carried away as well as the car." "But that wheel seems only 30 feet in diameter," said Silas. "Each revolution would be only about 100 feet. To get a speed of 7 miles per second, your wheel must revolve 350 times per second. You surely cannot obtain such a speed as that." "Certainly I can. It is just a matter of gearing. Many small wheels in machinery travel more than 350 revolutions per second. But I have a plan that will enable me to run this wheel at a much lower speed. Do you notice the wheel itself revolves over a very deep excavation?" "Yes, I was wondering what that deep hole was for." "That is to enable me to increase the diameter of the wheel without increasing it." "What?" cried Silas, puzzled. "To be plain, there are serious objections to having the wheel too large, as it would tend to fly apart at the high speed of revolution. On the other hand, it must not be too small, or the dizzy whirling motion might kill the passengers. So I have devised the following method. I have a very long and very strong chain wound on a windlass anchored to the rock itself. The free end of this chain passes through the axle of my Ferris wheel, up through a hollow spoke, and is there attached to the bottom of the car. This chain, therefore, encased in a swiveled tubing to avoid twisting, can be gradually let out as the wheel increases in speed. The centrifugal force makes the car move away from the wheel, but it is held by the chain. Gradually, as I let the chain out, the car describes larger and larger circles. In this manner, with a small wheel revolving at a moderate speed, I can obtain the same effect as with a large wheel, and without the attending disadvantages. I use electricity for my motive power, and use some ball bearings, but wherever possible, in order to reduce friction, I use a stream of compressed air for the bearings, a little invention of my own. "I suppose you have to aim your car ahead of the moon," remarked Silas. 7 factors to conjure with. "The problem is by no means so simple as that," retorted the doctor. "As a matter of fact, I don't aim anywhere near the moon. 7 factors have to be taken into consideration in aiming the car. First, there is the rotation of the Earth. The Earth revolves on its axis every day. A body at the equator, if shot off from the Earth, would have this centrifugal speed of 1,000 miles per hour in a straight line tangent to the Earth. But I see you don't understand. Here's a diagram that will help you. When a body which is revolving in a circle is suddenly allowed to fly off, it flies off at a tangent. Thus, in the diagram, a body released at either A, B, C, or D will fly off in the direction of the arrow. For the same reason, the direction my car will take will depend largely on the time of day at which it is released. If released at noon, this speed of 1,000 miles per hour will be in exactly the opposite direction to what it would be if the car were released at midnight. The second factor is similar, and depends upon the speed of the Earth in its revolution around the Sun. Here, too, a car will fly off at a tangent to the orbit, at a speed of 9 miles per second, the direction depending on the day of the year and the time of the day. The third factor, of course, depends on my revolving wheel. From this, too, the car will fly off at a tangent, its direction depending upon its position on the wheel when released. "But Doctor," asked Silas, puzzled, "how can a body travel in 3 different directions at once?" These 3 tangents are all straight lines. When a body is acted upon by 3 such forces, it takes a diagonal course, the average of the 3. That is what is known as the law of the composition of forces. The next 3 factors are the attraction exerted on the car by the Earth, by the Moon, and by the Sun. These attractions change as the car moves, hence these forces would each move the car along a curved line. When all 6 forces are combined, the path of the car will also be a curve. The 7th and last important factor to consider is the resistance of the air. The car's flight will be greatly retarded when passing through our atmosphere. Hence, this too must be allowed for in aiming the car. How long will it take your car to reach the Moon? The distance is about 240,000 miles. At 7 miles per second, the speed would be about 25,000 miles per hour. In other words, we should reach the Moon in less than 10 hours if this speed were maintained. As, however, the speed continually decreases owing to the Earth's pull backwards, until the car has reached the neutral spot between the Earth and the Moon, and there slowly increases again owing to the increasing attraction of the Moon. The calculation of the time required for the trip is rather complicated. I allow for 4 days, which ought to be more than sufficient. I am running no chances, however, but am taking enough provisions and liquid air to last me for a month. The Moon Car. "Doctor," said Silas, "I notice that your car has accommodation for 2 passengers. May I ask whom you are sending?" "I am sending no one." "You yourself are going then? But how will you get back from the Moon?" "I don't know. The probabilities are that I shall never get back. But I have a wireless apparatus on board capable of sending radio messages from the Moon. I have over a month's supply of air, water, and provisions. Even if I pay for the trip with my life, I hope to be able to send home descriptions of inventions I see there, and that will far outbalance any scientific research work I could accomplish on the Earth." "When do you start?" "I start on Thursday of next week." "Doctor," cried Silas excitedly, "I am going with you." "I thought as much," replied Dr. Hackensaw, shaking the reporter warmly by the hand. And thus these 2 men, as much for the interests of science as for the love of adventure, coolly resolved to risk their lives in one of the most novel and exciting enterprises ever undertaken by man. End of section 20. Section 21 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fizandi. Dr. Hackensaw's Trip to the Moon. Author's note. In my story last month, I called attention to a fact which seems to have been overlooked by all previous chronicles of interplanetary trips, namely, that the direction and velocity of the projectile depend more upon the rotation of the Earth on its axis, and the speed and position of the Earth in its revolution around the Sun, than it does upon the initial force of 7 miles per second with which the car is shot off into space. In the present story, I call attention to another overlooked fact, namely that the passenger in the car during the entire trip would be apparently freed from the attraction of gravitation. Beg pardon, Mr. Fizandi, as to the latter statement. See Baron Munchausen's Scientific Adventures by H. Gernsback, July 1915 issue, Electrical Experimenter. The editor. Is everything ready for the start? Yes, Doctor. The last touches have been given, and I'll take my oath that everything is in apple pie order. The wheel will start turning in 10 minutes, and the car will be released for its flight to the Moon at precisely 27 minutes, 31 and 73/100 seconds past 3 o'clock. The release will be made automatically when the chronometer reaches this point. That's good. An error of the smallest fraction of a second would mean that my car would miss the Moon and go wandering off into space. But what in the world can be delaying Silas' rocket? He was to have come with me. Ah, here he is. As Dr. Hackensaw said these words, the reporter came up breathlessly. Doctor, he said, I'm awfully sorry, but I can't go with you as I expected. My fiancée, Gloria Mundy, won't let me. She's afraid to let a handsome man like me run loose among the lunar beauties. Besides, she doesn't believe I'd ever get back, and she has no use for a sweetheart 240,000 miles away. Dr. Hackensaw's face fell, for the idea of making the trip alone was by no means a pleasant one. Never mind, Silas, he said genially. It's too bad you can't come, because if the inhabitants of the moon chance to be cannibals, I'm afraid there won't be enough of me alone to make a meal for the royal palace or palates. But never mind, I'll do the best I can without you. He spoke cheerfully, but it was with a heavy heart that he entered the car that was to bear him on his strange journey. Everything seemed in order: oxygen tanks, provisions, and an ample water supply. Each article was securely fastened, although the internal car was pivoted in an external shell, so as to always remain upright while the car was whirled around at the frightful speed necessary for the start. 2 beds, or rather 2 couches, had been prepared for the passengers. These were designed for the comfort of the travellers in starting. Dr. Hackensaw absent-mindedly opened the wrong couch, the one intended for the reporter. Imagine his amazement when out jumped a young girl of about 20, who laughingly held out a hand to him. "How do you do, Doctor?" said she. "I'm glad to meet a fellow passenger." "My dear young lady," cried the startled doctor, "who are you, and what in the world are you doing here? Quick, you must get out of this, for the car will start immediately." "My name is Pepita Perkins," replied the young girl, "but of course all my friends call me Pep. I'm a reporter for the New York Daily Growl. I heard that Silas Rocket wasn't coming with you, so I thought I'd take his place." "But I can't possibly allow you to come to the moon with me," cried the doctor, aghast. "Quick, let me open the door, or better still, I'll sound the alarm to warn my foreman not to start the car." "No, you don't," cried the young lady, throwing herself between him and the door. "I'm stronger than you are, Doc, so force would be useless. I'm here, and here I'm going to stay." "Ah, here we're starting. It's too late now. You know yourself that if there's the slightest delay now, all your work will be wasted, for your Ferris wheel would no longer be aimed in the right direction, and a new one would have to be built." It was but too true, as Dr. Hackensaw well knew. Still, he tried one more appeal. "My dear young lady," he pleaded, "don't you realize the danger? The chances are that we won't reach the moon alive, and even if we do reach it, we shall probably never come back. And think of your reputation. Think of the scandal that will be attached to your name for having come alone with me on this wild trip." "It will make a dandy sensational story for the Daily Growl," replied the young lady with a toss of her pretty head. "Gee, it'll be the scoop of the season." Dr. Hackensaw perceived that it would be useless to reason with this obstinate young girl. Pep Perkins was evidently determined to go along with him, and he must make the best of the matter. The car by this time was revolving with some speed, as the Ferris wheel to which it was attached was gaining velocity at each revolution. Both parties were obliged to hold tight to special handles arranged along the car. "Miss Pepita," began the doctor. "Call me Pep, please," interrupted the young lady. "Well, Miss Pep, you don't seem to realize that we shall soon be whirling around in a circle at a rate of 7 miles per second, and barely time to secure ourselves in the couches. It would be utterly impossible to hold on to these straps. Besides, in order to avoid the bad effects of dizziness, I'm going to take ether, and you must take some too. We shall thus be asleep when the car is rotating at its greatest speed." "Then you consent to take me along with you," cried the young girl, overjoyed, and she impulsively threw both arms around the doctor's neck and kissed him enthusiastically. Dr. Hackensaw's face softened, and he looked at her with a fatherly gaze as he muttered to himself, "Poor girl, she is only a child yet. If we ever get back from this trip—" But he didn't finish his sentence. Time was too precious. "Get into your couch, quick," he said, "and I'll turn your ether supply on for you. There is just the right amount to keep you asleep until we are shot off." The young girl obeyed. A moment later the doctor locked himself in his own couch and turned on his personal supply of ether. Then he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the speed of the wheel to which the car was fastened had been gradually increased until it had attained its maximum, and now the chain which held the car to the wheel was gradually allowed to unwind from its windlass, so that the car gradually ascended beyond the circumference of the wheel, thus revolving in ever-increasing circles. You have seen a boy whirling a weight around at the end of a string, and gradually letting out the string so that the weight turns in larger and larger circles. This was precisely the same thing, but on a greater scale. Finally, the car had attained the requisite velocity of 7 miles per second, and made 2 or 3 revolutions at this frightful speed. Then came the decisive moment for which the alarm was set. At the very instant when the chronometer indicated the 73rd hundredth of the second, for which the start was scheduled, the car was automatically released from the chain that held it to the earth, and went shooting off into space. The spectators who watched it gave an awe of astonishment and dismay as they saw the metal of the external shell become red hot, owing to the friction of the air as the car passed through the Earth's atmosphere. For the car was traveling so fast that although the start was made in the rarefied air of a high mountain, the resistance of this air was enormous during the first second of flight, and not only retarded the velocity of the car considerably, but produced an intense heat. Luckily, the doctor had provided for this by means of refrigerating agents in the walls, and by others that played on the outer shell. Otherwise, serious damage would have been done both to the car and its occupants. After the first few seconds of flight, however, the air became so rarefied as to be negligible. In a very short time, the car itself was out of sight, but astronomers followed the new meteorite with their telescopes, for even after it lost its heat, it still shone in the heavens as a planet shines by reflecting the light of the sun. The newspapers reported its progress hour by hour, and that night the New York Daily Growl issued an extra with the wireless message from the occupants of the car. The article was headed, "Lady Passenger in the Car for the Moon." It was the scoop of the season, and the circulation of the paper rose to an unprecedented height. Meanwhile, what was happening in the car? Pep was the first of the 2 passengers to awaken. She opened the top of her couch and looked out. In spite of the doctor's precautions, she felt dizzy and nauseated from the rapid spinning she had undergone. After a few moments, however, she felt a little better, and grasped a handle to pull herself to a sitting position. Luckily, she held fast to the handle, for, to her surprise, her body kept rising, and soon her feet were in the air and her head downward, while she clung frantically to the berth. It was not difficult, however, to pull herself down again. "Gee," she cried, "that's funny. I must have slept 2 or 3 days, and we're now at the spot between the Earth and the Moon where there's no gravitation. I must wake up the doctor." As she said these words, the cover of the doctor's couch slowly opened, and that worthy looked out. He, being older, had suffered even more from the dizziness than the young lady. It took him some minutes to recover from his daze. Then he attempted to rise from his couch, but he neglected to hold on to the handle, and up he shot to the top of the car, spinning around in a circle as he rose. For the life of her, Pep could not help laughing as she watched these strange antics, and saw the poor doctor strike the top of the car and then bounce down again like a rubber ball. Twice up and twice down he went before Pep was able to catch hold of him to stop his flight, and then, inadvertently relaxing her own grip on the handle, she was carried up with him on the rebound. Round and round went the pair, clinging to each other and revolving as they rose. These acrobatics would have continued for quite a while had not Pep been dexterous enough to catch hold of a handle at the 3rd trip, and thus brought them both to a stop. "Gee," said she, "that's queer. I had no idea things would act like this when they had no weight. Where are we now, Doc?" Dr. Hackensaw had finally managed to gather his wits together and replied, "I can't see the telemeter from here. This is the instrument that tells our distance from the Earth, but I think, if you move carefully, you can swim up slowly through the air and take a look at the dial. I'm too giddy to try it myself." Pep tried the experiment and found that by relying only upon the movements of her hands, without any initial push, it was easy to swim through the air in any direction, though her arms at first went like windmills, for the speed of each motion, now that her body had no weight, was about 16 times as great as it would have been under normal conditions. However, by slowing down her efforts, she avoided this, and reported that the dial indicated 5,987 miles from the Earth. "How does this instrument work?" she asked. "I had my choice of several methods," replied the doctor, "but selected this as the simplest. An automatic wireless signal is sent me from my laboratory every second. Each signal is alike in strength, but as my distance from the Earth increases, the signal is weaker and weaker when it reaches me. Hence moves the needle of the dial a lesser distance. This tells me my distance from Earth. An automatic counter subtracts the distance the preceding second from the last distance, and hence gives the speed per second, or more strictly speaking, the speed during the last second. I see. I am now going to open the shutters and take a look at the sky." As he said the words, the doctor threw open a slide, and Pep put her eye to the end of a telescope. This was by no means easy to do, for of course she could not stand, her body floating in the air as it would float in water. When she did finally manage to look through the instrument, however, she gave a cry of surprise. "Why, it's already nighttime," she exclaimed. "That gets my goat. I thought we left the earth only a few minutes ago. But it's dark as pitch outside, and the stars are out and they're turning around in the sky, as if all the hooch in New York had been set up there. And what in the world is that immense light over there like an enormous moon? Why, it must be the earth. See those dark spots? That must be North America. Gee, how quickly it's moving. The whole earth is out of sight now. What in the world is the matter?" "I think I can explain," said Dr. Hackensaw quietly. "Our diffused daylight on Earth is due to our atmosphere. Here in the car, or even on the moon, when we reach it, the sky will be black, even in the daytime. The sun will be a very brilliant circle of light, but the rest of the sky will be black. It will appear to us like perpetual night." "Here comes the Earth back again," cried Pep. "What makes it act that way?" "It is our car that is spinning around," explained the doctor. "Every time we pull one of the straps on the side of the car, we set the whole car spinning around, just as a squirrel does in the rotary cage. My internal car, as I told you, is free to revolve inside an outer shell, but the act of opening the slide to the telescope joins the two shells. So the two shells revolve together. Otherwise, we couldn't use the telescope at all. However, we can slow up the revolution of the car by pulling a strap in the opposite direction. But now, Miss Pep, don't you think we'd better attend to the Department of the Interior? Aren't you hungry?" Pep was always ready for eats, and was gratified when the doctor took from a fireless cooker a meal that would have sufficed for half a dozen persons. "What shall we do with the garbage, Doc?" she asked, after the meal was finished, holding up a paper bag containing the bones, etc., left from the feast. "Shall I throw them overboard?" Dr. Hackensaw hesitated a moment, then said, "Very well. I'll open the window for just a second, so as not to allow too much air to escape. Be ready and throw the bag out quickly." Suiting the action to the word, he opened the casement and the young girl hurled the paper package forth with all her might. Away it sped as if shot from a cannon, and, lighted up by the sun's rays, it looked for all the world like a shooting star, until a new revolution of the car hid it from sight. It reappeared again in a moment or two as the car came around, but fainter and further away. "Gee," cried the astonished girl, "I knew I was a good pitcher all right, but I didn't know I could throw anything so fast or so far. That bag must be a couple of miles away now. And it isn't falling to the earth either. I suppose it's because it hasn't any weight that I can throw it so far?" "Precisely," replied the doctor. "The same force will move a body 16 times as fast when it has no weight, as it would move it against the attraction of the earth. And the body will keep on moving forever unless stopped by some resistance. That is why all our motions in the car are so violent. One's muscles retain their accustomed power, but there is no weight to be moved, merely the force required to move the mass of matter that composes our arms and legs, for mass and weight are no longer identical here." "But how is it that objects in the car have no weight, if we're only 6,000 miles away from the earth? The attraction of the earth and the moon cannot be equal yet." "No, indeed. The earth's attraction is about 100 times that of the moon. So the halfway place, if I may call it so, is very near the moon. But the reason bodies in the car have no weight is that they are traveling at the same speed as the car. Hence their relative positions are not affected by gravitation. Shoot 2 bullets at the moon with the same speed, and the second will not catch up with the first. We ourselves are one bullet, and the car is the other. We are traveling now at the same speed, and if we hung in mid-air in the car, we should remain there during our whole trip. The condition is exactly the same as if a car with a passenger were allowed to fall from one part of the earth to the Antipodes, through a tunnel bored through the center of the earth. Objects in the car then, as in the present instance, would appear to have lost all their weight. The package of rubbish you threw from the car shows the same thing. It too was traveling at the speed of the car, and will never return to Earth again. As a matter of fact, it will reach the moon, but several hundred miles away from the point where we shall land. You will have thrown it really more than 1,000 miles. "Gee," cried Pep, delighted. "Then I've broken all records for pitching." If you had been awake when the car started, continued Dr. Hackensaw, you would have noticed another curious fact. Owing to the tremendous resistance of the air during the first few seconds of our flight, the car was considerably retarded, while we, had we been suspended in the air inside, were not so retarded. The effect would have been the same as if we had weighed thousands of pounds, instead of nothing as we do at present. At what speed did we start? Asked Pep. The centrifugal wheel gave us a speed of 7 miles per second in one direction. The revolution of the Earth around the Sun gave us a speed of 9 miles per second in another direction. And the rotation of the Earth on its axis gave us a speed of nearly 1/3 of a mile per second in a third direction. By aiming the car so as to reach the moon when the lines from the Earth to the Sun and from the Earth to the moon made a right angle at the Earth, I could have attained a speed of 9 miles per second toward the moon. By aiming my Ferris wheel in the same direction, I could get 7 miles per second extra, or a total speed of 16 miles per second at the start. By aiming the wheel in the opposite direction, my speed would be only 2 miles per second. Combining either of these speeds with that obtained from the rotation of the Earth on its axis, I could leave the Earth at any speed I desired, between about 1 2/3 miles per second to about 16 1/3 miles per second. And of course you made this an express train at the quickest speed. Not at all, there is no hurry. And too great a speed would be dangerous, not only in passing through the atmosphere, but also when we reach the moon. If aimed straight at the moon, we should hit it too hard, while if aimed to one side of the moon, too great a speed would carry us beyond the lunar attraction. By this time, the air in the car began to become rather close, so Dr. Hackensaw proceeded to open one of the oxygen tanks. As he did so, he gave a cry of dismay. "What's the matter?" asked Pep. "Miss Pep," he said solemnly, "are you a good sport? Can you stand it to learn that we are in great danger?" "Try me and see," replied the young girl bravely. "I just love to shiver." "Well, by some infernal mistake, tanks of nitrogen instead of oxygen have been put in the car. There is only one oxygen tank in the lot, besides the one on tap. And that means? That means that we have air for 1 day less than our trip will require. It means that we must live a whole day without breathing." And Dr. Hackensaw looked grim. It was nothing to him to face death, but the idea of being the innocent cause of this young lady's death unmanned him. But Pep was game. Only a more rapid coming and going of her breath showed that she was affected by the news. "Is there nothing we can do?" she asked. "I see nothing," replied the doctor, "unless—" Suddenly his face brightened. "I have it," he cried. "I think we can save ourselves yet." "How so?" "A sleeping person requires less air than one who is awake. We must sleep during the remainder of the journey. There is not a moment to lose. I shall prepare a sleeping potion at once." A few minutes later, the doctor handed the young lady a tumbler half full of rose-tinted liquid. "Drink this," said he, "and then fasten yourself in your couch. I have calculated the dose, so it will keep us asleep until a couple of hours before we land on the moon. I must be wide awake then, at all hazards." "Will the landing on the moon be dangerous?" asked Pep innocently, as she raised the glass to her lips and drained its contents, while the doctor quaffed his potion at the same time. "Dangerous?" echoed the doctor as he stepped into his couch. "My dear young lady, it is possible that you don't realize that the car is bound to strike the moon with considerable force. It is true the moon is smaller than the Earth and less dense, hence its attractive power is smaller. But on the other hand, it has no atmosphere to retard our fall. The chances are that we shall fall with such velocity that we shall reach the moon as flat as pancakes, and pretty badly hurt pancakes at that." End of section 21. Section 22 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. What Dr. Hackensaw Found on the Moon. On sped the car through space, and still Dr. Hackensaw and Pepita Perkins lay unconscious in their respective couches. It was not until the car was nearly at the end of its journey that the doctor's automatic devices awakened him from his profound sleep. Pepita too, or Pep as she insisted on being called, awakened at the same time. "In 3 hours, Miss Pep," observed the doctor, "we shall land on the moon." "Yes, and in the form of burnt pancakes. You told me that already. Why did you wake me up?" "Because we must be prepared for any emergency. There is 1 chance in 1,000 of our reaching the moon alive, and we must be prepared to grasp that chance. I have done all that was humanly possible to break the fall. Instead of shooting the car straight at the moon, I shot it so as to pass a little beyond the moon, thence to be pulled back by the lunar attraction to the side of the moon opposite to the Earth. The car has thus a much shorter distance to fall. I also arranged that the moon should be speeding away from the car, hence the rapidity of the car's fall will be still further diminished, since it will be the difference between its own speed and the speed at which the moon is departing from it. Then, too, the attraction of the moon is considerably less than that on the Earth. I have also arranged special devices for retarding the car at the proper moment. The front of the car, that is, the side turned towards the moon, is made in a series of compartments, each containing an explosive. Whenever I wish to decrease speed, I shall ignite the explosive in this front compartment. The compartment is shot off towards the moon, and its reaction shoots the car backwards a little, or, to speak more accurately, retards the car's speed. Each compartment can be exploded in turn. In fact, here goes the first. But I shall fill this room with mattresses to deaden the shock for us. Preparing to land on the moon. So saying, the doctor pressed a button. The walls of the room opened, pivoted around, and Pep and the doctor found themselves each snugly ensconced in a thick cushion of spring mattresses that filled the apartment. Then the doctor pressed a second button. A violent detonation followed. The front of the car shot off toward the moon like a cannonball, and the doctor was pleased to observe that the speedometer showed an appreciable reduction. Of course, the concussion was great, but the mattresses prevented the doctor and Pep from injury. Finally, the last explosive was fired. The speed of the car, however, was now terrific, and the doctor was expecting the final crash to be fatal, when, to his astonishment, the speed gradually diminished. Objects in the car regained their normal weight, and the car landed as softly on the moon as if it were a feather. Dr. Hackensaw was hugely astonished at this unexpected turn of affairs, and did not learn until later that he was indebted to the Selenites, or inhabitants of the moon, for checking the speed of his fall and thus saving his life and that of his companion. Moon's lack of atmosphere. The doctor, however, lost no time. Calling Miss Pep, the two soon arrayed themselves in the special suits prepared for exploring the moon. These suits were an absolute necessity. There being little or no air on the moon, a supply of compressed air had to be taken along. The absence of air also implied the absence of air pressure. If the body were left unprotected, serious injury to the internal organs would result. Also, there being no atmosphere, the heat and light of the sun were not diffused, and the glare and heat would be intolerable. Protection from both was necessary. "You see, Miss Pep," explained the doctor, "the moon's days and nights are not like ours. 1 day and 1 night make a month here. The sun shines here for 14 days at a stretch, with an unbearable heat and glare, though the sky is dark in all other directions, and the stars shine brilliantly. Then follow 14 days of night, and the cold is intense. Without our suits, we could not live an instant here, and without our goggles, we should lose our eyesight." Their first view of a lunar landscape. By this time, the pair had emerged from the car and were viewing the new world. To Pep, who had looked at the moon through a telescope, the idea of a lunar landscape was a series of dead volcanic cones. But there was, in fact, luxuriant vegetation. Although there were some green plants among the number, if they could be truly called plants, the other colors of the rainbow seemed to predominate. As to the shapes, there were the most fantastic imaginable. Animals, too, of the most peculiar sort could be seen playing about among the plants. Pep was especially interested in one curious creature that had legs radiating from its body in 6 different directions, and could roll in any direction by using 4 of these legs like the spokes of a wheel. Pep called these creatures the jacks, from their resemblance to the metal jackstones that children play with. There were also balloon-shaped creatures that floated about in the rare atmosphere, directing their course by means of paddles or fins. Another peculiar animal progressed by prodigious bounds in the air. Doc and Pep find they weigh about 20 pounds on the moon. At the very first step the pair made on the moon, Pep too found herself bounding high in the air. It was almost like the journey in the car when objects had no weight at all. There, bodies had some weight, but much less than on Earth. "You see, Miss Pep," explained the doctor, "the moon is smaller than the Earth and less dense, hence its attraction is less. On the other hand, bodies on the moon are nearer the center of attraction than bodies on the Earth. This compensates to some degree for the lesser attraction. But all told, bodies on the moon weigh only about 1/6 what they do on Earth. You, for example, weigh 120 pounds on Earth, but only 20 pounds here. Similarly, if you can lift 100 pounds on Earth, you could lift 600 pounds here with the same effort." "Gee, is that so? Let me see," cried Pep. And irreverently picking up the doctor, she threw him up into the air. Up he went, twisting around and sputtering, his dignity even more upset than his person. He fell lightly, however, and in retaliation threw Pep into the air in the same manner. At this instant, however, the doctor caught sight of one of the lunar machines, and instantly bounded towards it. Here at last the dream of his life was to be realized. He was viewing a machine such as mankind will not invent for hundreds of thousands of years to come. The machine was not of metal, nor yet of wood nor of flesh. It resembled no substance known to the doctor. The main part of the machine consisted of a series of spheres rotating about each other. They were not connected together in any way, but rotated somewhat as the planets rotate about the sun. Dr. Hackensaw was overjoyed. "It must be a gravitation machine," he cried gleefully. "The Selenites have discovered the secret of gravitation, and can work their machines without gears, connections, or bearings. Oh, if I could only discover the secret!" Close by the main machine was an auxiliary part. This bore some resemblance to a steam radiator, with balls ascending and descending in spiral lines around the pipes. Long and closely did the doctor scrutinize the two machines, without being able to understand either how they worked or what object they accomplished. Then he felt himself pulled away by some invisible force, and as he turned he found that his companion was sobbing. "Why, what's the matter, Pep?" he exclaimed. "You're surely not crying. I felt all along that your gaiety was unnatural. Tell me, what is the trouble? Is it the fear that we shall never get back to Earth again?" "No, no, no," cried the young girl in agony. "I never want to get back to Earth again, Dr. Hackensaw," she added. "I'll tell you all. You were surprised to see me in the car, but the fact is I had to get away from the Earth. In plain words, I am accused of murder, and there's a warrant out now for my arrest. But, doctor, I swear that I am innocent. I confess that many a time I've wanted to kill the man who ruined my life, but I never had the courage to do the deed. It was probably some other victim of his that did it, but she used a knife that belonged to me, and I was known to have threatened him. Luckily, I learned of my danger in time to make my escape. I knew I should not be safe on Earth, so I decided to accompany you to the moon. And here I am." Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. "You ought to have stayed at home and trusted to finding proofs of your innocence. You certainly won't find them here on the moon." A rather rash statement, however, as the sequel was to prove. In spite of the rarefied atmosphere on the moon, which rendered all sounds almost inaudible, this conversation was carried on with ease by means of a special instrument, a miniature radiophone which the doctor had provided in the suits. Otherwise talking would have been out of the question. In fact, dead silence reigned all around them. The pair walked on in silence for a while, and then Dr. Hackensaw suddenly stopped, for before him yawned a large opening in the moon's surface, an enormous well into whose depths he peered without being able to see the bottom. They boarded a mysterious elevator. "Miss Pep," said he, "this must be the entrance to the habitations of the intelligent beings on the moon. And see, here is one of their elevators with the doors open, waiting to take passengers down. It's curious that we happened just to strike this place, but I felt a kind of leading in this direction, some invisible force pulling me here. However, let's get into the car and wait. Passengers are certain to come, sooner or later." Pep followed the doctor into the car and then gave a little cry. "Look," she cried, The seats in the car are just like armchairs. There must be men here in the moon. Perhaps we're not the first people who have come to the moon." Dr. Hackensaw was puzzled. The armchairs certainly seemed to indicate the presence of man, and yet to believe that man was evolved independently on the Earth and on the moon was against all the laws of probability. If men were here, they must have come from the Earth at some previous period. Perhaps the Chinese, the Hindus, or some other early civilized race had found means in bygone ages to send men to the moon. In no other way could he account for their presence. Intelligent creatures, yes, but men, no. Intelligence, like wings, could be evolved by natural selection from different organs. Pep and the doctor seated themselves on the chairs, prepared for a long wait, but scarcely were they settled in their places when the doors closed automatically, and the car, leaving the ground, started to fly down into the well. "Hello!" cried Dr. Hackensaw in amazement. "It appears that we are the passengers expected. Our arrival has been seen and prepared for. Unquestionably, the Selenites are intelligent beings. It would have been a little more courteous of them to have sent somebody to bid us welcome. It may be a good sign, though, that they are not too anxious for our arrival. If they had meant to harm us, they would certainly have sent an escort to meet us." The car in which they found themselves was not provided with wings or visible apparatus of any sort, and yet it was descending rapidly into the bowels of the moon, as though endowed with intelligence. It touched neither wall, but descended as if in flight, straight down the center of the passage. After 15 minutes of this rapid descent, it changed its course and followed a horizontal passage. But here also it did not touch the ground, but flew a few feet above it. To the doctor's surprise, although they were now several miles below the surface of the moon, the passages were all illuminated by a diffused light, very much like the daylight on our Earth. A moment later the car stopped, the doors opened, and Dr. Hackensaw and Pep felt themselves impelled, as if by some stronger will than their own, to leave the car and enter an apartment, where they found the most peculiar set of living creatures they had ever set eyes upon. Some bore a faint resemblance to our earthly mammals or to plants, but most of them bore a greater resemblance to our invertebrates, or to the microscopic forms of life with which we are familiar. To his great surprise and joy, however, the doctor found that the entire assembly was dominated by a human being, a wonderfully beautiful white woman with a kind though majestic look on her countenance. She seemed to possess the ability to read what was going on in the minds of her two visitors. More wonderful still, she was able to answer their thoughts in such a way that they understood her perfectly, though she did not know any earthly language. The conversation, if such it might be called, translated into English, was somewhat as follows. The Lunar Queen evidently knew all about the pair. "Yes," she said, seeing their surprise, "we keep track here of all that goes on in the other planets. Consequently, we knew from the very start all about Dr. Hackensaw's plans for visiting the moon. In fact, we hesitated whether or not to let him arrive here. However, we concluded that no harm could come of your visit, so we not only allowed you to come, but even prevented your car from dashing to pieces. No, we are not afraid of mankind, though perhaps we are wrong in our confidence, for inferior organisms are often a great menace to higher ones. But the lunar beings are so superior to mankind, having had several million more years for their evolution, that we fear you no more than you would fear so many fleas. We have progressed far beyond the stage reached by you on Earth." "Tell me," interrupted Pep, not in words but in thought, "are there men as well as women here on the moon?" "No sex question on the moon." "No," replied the Queen. "As a matter of fact, we have neither men nor women here. We abolished sex completely thousands of years ago. Sex is nothing but a cause of endless trouble and worry, as you must know, for all your habits, customs, and daily thoughts. Your whole life, in fact, is shaped by marriage and the relations between the sexes. We have found it much more satisfactory to create our children synthetically from the chemical elements that compose them. We are then sure of getting what we want." "But you yourself," cried Pep, "are a woman." "No, indeed. In truth, we Selenites can scarcely be said to possess a definite shape, but we have the power of changing our appearance at will. I thought it would be pleasanter for you if I received you in the form of a woman, and I wish to be pleasant, for I have a disagreeable communication to make to you." "A disagreeable communication?" "Yes. We Selenites do not like the idea of your visiting the moon. We believe that others of your race of savages may come over, and that nothing but trouble will arise from their visits." "Race of savages!" cried the doctor. "Do you mean to say that you regard mankind as savages?" The Queen smiled contemptuously, and taking something apparently from the air, she handed it to the doctor. It was a copy of that morning's issue of a New York daily newspaper. Pep glanced at it eagerly and saw that it was full of comments on the message she had wirelessed from the car. "There," said the Queen, "look at that newspaper, one of your best dailies, yet full of accounts of murders, thefts, strikes, wars, and all such things. Could any but a nation of savages tolerate things of that sort? And not only tolerate them, but gloat over them? Do you wonder that we do not wish to run the risk of being contaminated by your presence among us? Not that we are afraid of you, but we might be forced in self-defense to exterminate your race." "Why do not some of the Selenites come to Earth to teach us better?" asked Dr. Hackensaw. "For the same reason that you do not attempt to teach your microbes civilization. The task would be hopeless. It is the work of millions of years and countless generations of slowly progressing individuals. As for colonizing the Earth, we may possibly do that someday, but it will mean the extermination of the race of man. Reassure yourselves, however, if such a thing ever happens, it will not be for thousands of years to come. But now for the point in hand. You must both of you return at once to the Earth." "But how can we return?" "I will attend to that. You will be back in less than an hour." "But how about me?" asked Pep, on the verge of tears. "I am accused of committing a murder, and although perfectly innocent, I have no means of proving my innocence." "I will attend to that too," replied the Queen. "Take this box. In it you will find proofs that will convince the most skeptical." Pep tore off the cover of the box and perceived a roll of movie film. "Lunar Movies of Earthly Happenings." "Yes," explained the Queen, "it is a moving picture of the murder as it really occurred. Look in this mirror on the wall, and you will see the whole scene depicted." Sure enough, a mirror appeared on the wall as if by magic, and in it the whole tragedy was enacted in natural colors. It was, as Pep had surmised, one of the murdered man's victims had shot him in a fit of desperation. "How did you get this film?" inquired the doctor curiously. "I had it sent from one of the nearest dead stars," replied the Queen. "As you know, light travels only 186,000 miles per second. Hence the light that left the Earth at the time of the murder had not yet reached the star when they received my message. They therefore made this moving picture of the murder as soon as the light rays reached them." Dr. Hackensaw was perplexed. "How can you send a message and receive a film faster than light can travel?" "Because light is not the fastest thing in the universe," replied the Queen. "Gravitation travels much faster than light. To you on Earth, gravitation seems to act instantaneously. As a matter of fact, it is really slow, but it travels from the Earth to Sirius in less than 1 second, a speed immensely superior to that of light. I sent a wireless message by gravitation, and received the film here almost instantaneously by the same means. Here is an older film which shows the Earth as it appeared before the advent of man." As she said the words, there appeared on the mirror a prehistoric landscape, with the Brontosaurus and other Paleolithic monsters browsing in the primeval forests, while the Ichthyosaurus and Plesiosaurus sported in the waters, and the pterodactyl flew overhead. Dr. Hackensaw gazed at the pictures with interest, and then asked, "How about the planetary machine that we saw on our way here? What is its object?" "Its function is to utilize the sun's heat," explained the Queen. "Half of the moon is always brightly illuminated by the sun. The heat thus received is stored up automatically in the body of the moon. From here, it works the planetary machine, which sends wireless waves wherever we happen to need power. The radiator-like instrument serves as the regulator. Would you allow me to have a description of the machine so I can construct one like it?" "No, indeed. Your knowledge is insufficient, and you would be sure to kill yourself in the attempt to control these forces. Besides, too much knowledge would make you miserable. The world has no use for a man who is too far ahead of his time. But enough of this. You can have dinner here, and then you must go." "What do you eat?" inquired the doctor curiously. "Lunar beings do not eat." "We Selenites do not eat at all. We breathe in the carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen that are necessary for life. We see to it that our atmosphere contains these elements in the proper proportions. "But carbon is a solid," exclaimed Pep in surprise. "You cannot breathe charcoal." "Carbon is a gas in the form of carbon dioxide, and we are able to utilize it in our bodies in this form, decomposing it into its carbon and oxygen. But here is your meal," she continued, as a table appeared loaded with all sorts of delicacies. Pep, who had been expecting a meal of carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen, gave a squeal of delight when she saw the wonderful meal that was served. There were soups, meats, vegetables, fruits, pastry, and sweets of the kind she liked the best. The pair ate heartily, but some narcotic must have been in the food, for scarcely was the last mouthful eaten when they both felt themselves overpowered by a heavy sleep. Back to Mother Earth. When they awoke, they found themselves back in the couches in the car. Dr. Hackensaw threw open the door of the vehicle and gave a cry. And well he might cry out. Here he was, back again on Earth in his own New Jersey estate. The Queen had kept her word. The return journey to the Earth had lasted less than 1 hour. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan Myers. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandi. The Secret of the Memory Obliterator. Author's Note. The fabled waters of Lethe possessed a curious power. Anyone who drank of the water at once lost all memory of his former life. Nature, too, has her waters of Lethe. As we grow old, the memories of recent events fade from our mind, only those of our earlier years remaining with any degree of clearness. Diseases of the brain, too, can blot out the memories of our past years. Someday, when our scientists understand better what memory is, we may hope to find the means of thus blotting out certain of our recollections artificially. In this story, I have endeavored to show how this power of obliterating memories might be made use of in the reformation of criminals. "Dr. Hackensaw!" cried Pepita Perkins gaily. "Why don't you invent some means of preventing people from spitting in the streetcars? Couldn't you make some contrivance that would rap the spitter on the head or blow a strong puff of wind in his face when he tries to spit?" Dr. Hackensaw laughed. "I have already invented such a device, Miss Pep," said he. "Moreover, my invention is simple, inexpensive, and I will guarantee it. It is nothing more than to hang up the following sign in the streetcars: 'Only hogs spit on the floor.' When a man disregards the sign and expectorates, his neighbor will naturally look at the sign and laugh. The most hardened spitter could not stand such ridicule. He will leave the car at the first opportunity, and, it is safe to say, the lesson will never have to be repeated. Understand me, Miss Pep, I am not, as a rule, in favor of ridicule as a means of education. In fact, I believe ridicule is used far too much already by both parents and teachers, especially in Europe, but it is a powerful weapon, and there are times when its use is justified. Is it to make people look ridiculous that you use these horrid mirrors on the wall? They make me look like a fright. They're worse than any of those at Coney Island." "Those," said Dr. Hackensaw, smiling, "are my distorting mirrors, and I am very proud of them. You must know, Miss Pep, that at present I am engaged on the problem of reforming criminals, and before reforming a man, I must know something about him. These mirrors tell me what I want to know. They enable me to read a man's soul." "What?" cried Pep, thinking the doctor must be jesting. "Sit down, please, and I will explain myself. Of course, you will understand that the words crime and criminal are very elastic and often apply to things that in reality have nothing criminal about them. However, you will understand me when I say that my efforts are directed toward nullifying the vicious tendencies in men and strengthening the good ones. But in order to accomplish anything, I must be able to read a man's character accurately. And a man's face is an index to his character." "Not always," interrupted Pep. "I've known some scoundrels that looked like honest men and some honest men that looked like villains." "True, but that is because you did not use scientific methods. Science demands instruments of precision, not mere guesswork. I don't suppose you know, Miss Pep, that Darwin made a careful study of the expression of the emotions in man and in animals, and showed that the same emotion is expressed in the same way by animals of the same species. Any man familiar with dogs knows that a dog's tail can express a variety of different emotions. Watch the meeting of two strange dogs. At sight of each other, their tails remain stationary, mute. They are on the alert. Then one dog wags his tail tentatively, and the other answers. Friendship is declared. Then along comes the master of one of the animals, and the dog slinks away with his tail between his legs. Could any language be plainer? No, but they're only dogs. Man, too, continued the doctor didactically, expresses his emotions by means of gestures, but principally by the expression of his features. I am safe in saying that every emotion a man experiences, whether fear, anger, hate, jealousy, sensuality, or joy, is expressed to a certain degree in his face. Of course, he has learned to school himself and keep his features more or less under control, but the expression is in his face, however imperceptible it may be to a casual observer. Well, the wrinkles that appear in our faces with age are the result of such expressions of emotion, often repeated. A man who continually frowns, or who is stern and cold, will have wrinkles that betray him. An experienced observer can often tell at a glance a man who is cruel, vindictive, envious, lascivious, or dangerous, merely by the expression of his face. We all of us express these passions by much the same play of features, and every such emotion leaves its trace, barely perceptible, but each repetition strengthens it. A man's character is thus indelibly stamped upon his face. The difficulty consists in reading it correctly. It is for the purpose of reading this facial expression that I use these distorting mirrors that you see here. By means of these, I can read any man's character without a mistake. Of course, in a boy or girl, the character is not so deeply impressed on the face as in an adult, but it is there all the same, and I can read a person as if he were a book. I see, you magnify the features. Not exactly. Magnifying the features helps a little, but not much. I get my best results by distorting the features, that is to say, by magnifying the one trait I am examining, whether anger, jealousy, or some other passion. In a word, these mirrors produce caricatures. One is designed to intensify a man's looks of envy, another his sensuality, etc. I sit a man in the middle of this room and look into each of these mirrors in turn, and after these observations, I know the man better than he knows himself. Gee, cried Pep, you ought to turn phrenologist, Doctor. Give a man a chart of his character and tell him what vocation he is best fitted for. Or you could examine candidates for office and accept or reject them at a glance, without need of a written examination. Yes, replied the doctor gravely, there are many uses to which these distorting mirrors may be put, but the greatest one is undoubtedly that of reforming criminals. At this moment, the pair were interrupted by the entrance of the office boy. Inspector Fox is below, Dr. Hackensaw, and wishes to see you. Come along with me, Miss Pep, said the doctor. I am going with Inspector Fox to visit Six-Fingered Pete, one of my subjects. Come along, and you will see some of the practical results I have obtained. Six-Fingered Pete, so called because he was born with 6 fingers on one hand, was, at the time, under sentence of death for murder. He was a criminal of the worst type, having been, so to speak, born to crime. His father had been a burglar, and his mother a thief and drunkard of the lowest class. Pete himself had been reared in the slums amid all that was vilest and foulest of New York, in what was at the time known as Mulberry Bend. This plague spot has fortunately been abolished, a park now occupying its place. It was the haunt of the thief and the prostitute, and stories were current that for the modest sum of $30 you could hire any one of a dozen men to rid you of a troublesome rival, or for a few more dollars have a policeman killed. Naturally enough, in this foul place, Pete soon grew to be a rogue. In fact, he rapidly outstripped his fellows. At 10, he was a clever pickpocket, and even assisted the local gangs of crooks in their burglaries, his small size rendering him valuable for entering houses through transoms and unlocking the door for the older members of the gang. As he grew older and bolder, he became himself a leader, starting a gang of his own, which was a terror to the neighborhood. He was suspected of several murders, but nothing could be proved against him. Finally, however, he was caught red-handed after murdering a member of his own gang. The fellow had turned traitor, and his testimony had sent Pete to prison for a term of years. Pete had sworn vengeance and had obtained it immediately upon his release. This was the man whom Dr. Hackensaw was about to visit. "You see, Miss Pep," explained the doctor, "it's no sinecure I've undertaken. If I can succeed in reforming Pete, it's a proof that my method is a good one. Eugene Sue, in one of his books, recommended blinding criminals to reform them. The loss of their eyesight would render them powerless to commit new crimes. My method is more humane, however, and more efficient." Six-Fingered Pete was not a pleasant personage to look at. A coarse, brutal, sensual face told its story without need of the doctor's distorting mirrors. A dangerous man, evidently, with a large muscular body that made him look strangely menacing. "There, Miss Pep," said the doctor. "That is the man whom I have undertaken to reform. He is condemned to death, but I have succeeded in obtaining a promise of his pardon if I can really succeed in reforming him. The fellow has consented to let me try my hand. It is his last hope, and besides, he imagines he will be able to hoodwink me." "Do you think you can cure him? He looks like a pretty bad case." "He is a hard case. In fact, he is a resume of the three classes of criminals: those who receive their criminal instincts through inheritance, those who acquire them through evil training in their youth, and those who, through some physical cause that affects the brain, acquire a partial insanity or have their moral faculties warped." "Gee, doctor," observed Pep, smiling, "if you cure all the criminals, you'll spoil my job as a reporter. Our newspapers would be pretty tame if everybody were good." "Not only the newspapers, Pep," replied Dr. Hackensaw, laughing, "but all our books, plays, and movies. What would a movie be without a villain? We owe more to the criminals than we are apt to imagine. The world would be somewhat monotonous without them, but I guess it will be some time before we get rid of the last of them." "How do you set to the work of reform, doctor?" "It all depends. If I can get hold of a baby, I can do a great deal to eliminate undesirable inherited instincts. Oliver Wendell Holmes declared that early training would accomplish wonders, provided you began early enough. He added, however, that you might have to begin several thousand years before the baby was born. Personally, I believe that inherited instincts are of minor importance. Physical, mental, and moral inheritance can be controlled by proper means. Education is the important thing. Place the child of respectable parents in criminal surroundings, and he will almost certainly grow up a criminal. Take, on the other hand, the baby of criminal parents, give him into the custody of proper guardians, and he will become a virtuous man. The criminal is the product of poor education and poor conditions. Of course, physical defects play their part. Vicious cravings and appetites arise from morbid conditions. Disease of the brain may also lead to crime. To cure a criminal, you must first cure his body, including, of course, his brain. Then you must counteract his early vicious training." "How can you do that?" "Well, our knowledge of the brain is as yet at a rudimentary stage. Certain indications lead us to believe that each part of the brain has some definite function. Touch a certain portion of an animal's brain, and the animal will move its right leg. Touch another portion, and it will move its right arm. The same thing seems to be true of the mental and moral faculties. Certain areas of the brain seem to be the seat of memory, others of the reasoning power, others of the willpower. Of course, I am aware that these regional controls, as they are called, are far from proved. In fact, modern experiments seem to show that if one portion of the brain is cut out, some other portion after a time is able to take up the functions of the portion removed. But normally we may assume that each area of the brain has some special function, and injury to that area will disturb the function. Taking this as my starting point, I began my experiments. If, as I believe, it is a man's early training that is the principal cause of his going wrong, then if we could blot out that early training and start afresh, We ought to be able to make a new man of him. In a word, I became convinced that all criminals could be cured if we could erase from their minds the memories they had acquired during their early life, the bad habits they had formed, and all knowledge of their vicious companions. Of course, all of us have memories we should wish to destroy, memories of things done or left undone, or of ridiculous situations in which we have been placed, or superstitions we have acquired in youth. Unfortunately, I have not yet found means of destroying separate memories. The task is far beyond my powers. I am obliged to obliterate practically everything that is in the mind and start again from the very beginning. This I accomplish by means of my memory obliterator, a device that enables me to make a fallen woman forget her old life and begin anew, and that makes a criminal forget his crimes and his associates and leaves him free to start afresh. I can even make a drunkard forget his craving for drink. How does your machine work? You must know, Miss Pep, that memory is a most peculiar thing. In fact, every part of the body seems to possess a memory of its own. What we call habit is a sort of memory of the body. Take, for example, the stenographer working the keys of her typewriter. Her fingers seem to know just what distance to go to strike a certain key. She could work blindfold. This is the result of practice. Every action, often repeated, becomes a habit, and these habits constitute a kind of memory. A very strange fact is the persistence of memory. If you learned how to skate or how to ride a bicycle 20 years ago and have never practiced since, you will be surprised to find that you have not forgotten the trick. In all probability, every particle that composes your body has changed in those 20 years, but the habit remains. To explain this, we must assume that the new particles in some way inherit the memories or habits of the old ones. The brain, as you may perhaps know, contains millions of microscopic neurons connected irregularly with each other by filaments. My theory was that these connections between the neurons must explain the association of ideas, which is the basis of memory, one idea calling up the other ideas associated with it by means of the connecting filaments. Working on this theory, I made experiments on the effect of X-rays, radium emanations, and wireless waves on these filaments. I struck the right method and found means of destroying the associations between the neurons without injuring them. In this way, I am able to destroy past memories and so leave a clean page for the formation of new ones. It is this method that I am about to apply to the reformation of Six-Fingered Pete. As the doctor finished speaking, Inspector Fox entered the room.
"Pete is all ready for the operation,"
said he. Pep and the doctor entered the operating room, where the patient was stretched motionless under the powerful electrical machine that was to destroy his memories of a life of crime and make a new man of him. An anesthetic had been administered and all was in readiness. Dr. Hackensaw rapidly divested himself of his coat and carefully adjusted the micrometer screws that regulated his memory obliterator.
"Now then, Miss Pep,"
said he,
"just turn that switch. In less than an hour, Pete's mind will be a blank. He will have completely forgotten every incident of his past life and will be ready to start afresh and become an honest man."
3 years had passed since the date on which Dr. Hackensaw had performed the marvelous operation on the brain of Six-Fingered Pete. The operation had been entirely successful. Pete had awakened none the worse physically, but his mind had become a complete blank. It was curious to watch him as he tried to rise from his bed. He was more helpless than a babe, for his muscles had lost all power of coordination. Walking was of course out of the question, for he had forgotten how to balance himself. He had forgotten how to talk, and he had even forgotten how to see. Like a newborn babe, he was unconscious of what was going on around him. Everything had to be learned over again, just as a baby has to learn. He had this advantage, however, that his brain and his muscles were fully developed, and some vague remnants of memory remained. His progress was therefore extremely rapid. What it takes a child 10 years to learn, Pete was able to master in a few months. He was naturally bright and energetic, but his training was rendered difficult by the fact that he was a strong man instead of a helpless baby, and hence not so easy to control. Dr. Hackensaw was obliged to keep him in a padded room with 6 strong attendants continually on the alert. Otherwise, he would have walked out of the window or into a fire just as a baby would have done. As new memories were formed, however, and he learned to take care of himself,
He was allowed more liberty, and finally the day came when he could go about as he pleased. His cure seemed complete, for he gave no evidence of any of the criminal traits which had formerly rendered him a menace to society. His pardon had been secured, and Dr. Hackensaw kept him at his New Jersey cottage, where he was employed on the farm. Dr. Hackensaw, on his return from his trip to the moon, had kept his promise to Miss Pep Perkins. The proofs of her innocence were so complete that the warrant for her arrest was never served. She was a frequent visitor at the doctor's summer cottage, and one hot Sunday she started out for a stroll through the woods, and unfortunately chose a shortcut through a pasture where some cattle were feeding. Pep was not aware of the fact that a vicious bull was pastured with the herd, and it happened that this bull, on that particular day, was wild from a tussle with a hornet's nest, an encounter in which the bull was not victorious. While smarting from the pain of his stings, what should the bull see but a young lady coming tripping through the pasture? It was a direct challenge. The bull lowered his head and came rushing at her with a threatening bellow. Pep was no country girl, but she was a good sprinter and turned to run. But she could not have made good her escape had not a third actor appeared on the scene. This was Six-Fingered Pete, who had come to drive the cattle to the barn. He took in the situation at a glance and rushed to head off the bull. Now, in Spanish bullfights, the toreador seems to have an easy task dodging the excited beasts. But in the arena, the bull is first tired out by the picadors, or men on horseback. Moreover, the toreador has helpers to divert the attention of the bull, and there are aisles of safety as retreats. In a country pasture, the thing is not so easy. Pete had no jacket to wave at the bull, but he did what was probably the best thing under the circumstances. He picked up a double handful of earth and threw it in the eyes of the infuriated animal, just as the latter was on the point of goring Pep. Half blinded, the bull swerved from his course, and Pep was saved. But the animal came straight for Pete, and the poor man was thrown to the ground and gored unmercifully. By the time the farmhands, armed with pitchforks, had rescued him, he was past all help. The life that Dr. Hackensaw had saved was thus sacrificed before the results of the experiments with the memory obliterator could be fully realized. But to Dr. Hackensaw, the proof was convincing that the reformation of criminals was a possibility if their minds could only be washed clean of all their criminal memories and a fresh start made. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Basande. The Secret of the Submarine City. Man has conquered the earth and the air. There still remains, however, the vast unexplored regions at the bottom of the ocean that have so far eluded his dominion. Yet they must contain untold treasures in mineral wealth, coal, and petroleum. This story of a submarine city, which seems a wild fantasy today, will be a cold fact in the not-distant future. "Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw impressively, "I'm going to initiate you today into one of my greatest secrets, one that I have so far revealed only to those whose cooperation was necessary to carry out my plans. Silas, I am a king." "What?" cried the reporter, gazing at the doctor in amazement and wondering if he had suddenly gone mad. "What did you say?" "I said I was a king, and it is true. I am the supreme ruler of a large country. In fact, I am really monarch of a domain larger than all the other kingdoms on earth put together." "What in the name of the seven wonders do you mean?" asked Silas, perplexed. "Have you discovered a new continent in the polar region?" "No," replied the doctor, "but I have found the means of conquering and bringing under my dominion immense unexplored regions in the ocean's depths. For years, it has seemed to me foolish that man, overcrowded as he is on land, should allow the enormous tracts under water to remain unused. Do you realize, Silas, that the ocean covers far more land than all our 4 continents put together? It is this land that I have sought to make use of, these submerged tracts that so far have been allowed to remain idle, and that are yet capable of producing immense wealth, and of supporting a population greater than that now in existence. I have no competitors. my secret has been well kept, and I am absolute monarch of my own dominions. I make my own laws, and I enforce them myself." Silas Rocket looked puzzled. "Please explain yourself, Doctor," said he. "I gather your idea in a vague way, but not very clearly. I suppose you have explored a portion of the ocean's depths with submarines, but how you can make any real use of this submerged land is more than I can fathom. The only thing I see that might be made useful are the fish." "The fish, of course," returned Dr. Hackensaw, "are of great importance. I have my submarine fisheries and my submarine flocks, if I may so call the immense schools of fish and marine animals that I keep penned up. The returns are highly profitable. I learn the fish's habit and their habitats. I place immense traps at the proper places, bait them carefully, and secure thousands of tons of fish with very little trouble. My canning factories run night and day. The fish are cleaned, cooked, and packed by machinery while absolutely fresh, and so have a flavor unequaled by the ordinary commercial grades." "You have flocks of fish, too?" "Submarine farms." "Yes, domestic herds. I hatch fish from the spawn and keep them penned in suitable places. Then, too, I have my submarine farms. You probably know that many submarine animal and vegetable growths have a real commercial value. Iodine and bromine exist in quantities in certain seaweeds and can be extracted with profit. Then I have whole acres planted with sponges of the finest quality. My oyster farms cover miles of surface, and I even raise the pearl oysters and can produce pearls of the largest size and most wonderful luster. You see, I have scoured the world to secure the best stock." "But who attends to these submarine farms?" "I have no lack of help. My submarine cities have a large population, not only self-supporting, but every member certain of becoming wealthy in the course of a very few years." "Submarine cities?" cried Silas, more and more perplexed. "Am I to understand that you have found means of enabling men to live and work in the ocean depths, and that you have found men willing to so live?" "Yes to both questions, Silas. Yes, I have found means of enabling men to live indefinitely under water in perfect comfort, and I have had no trouble in finding men and women willing to work for me. Unfortunately, there is still a great deal of misery in the world, and men and women gladly come to me to escape from it. Then there are enthusiastic young people in search of adventure, and they form the elite of my workers. The inducements I offer are great, for I guarantee to all my workers who remain a few years with me a comfortable pension for the rest of their lives. But if you are to understand the matter, I would better begin my story at the beginning. What first gave me my idea of a submarine city was the study of the gasoline problem." How the doctor started. "Gasoline?" echoed Silas Rocket. "Yes, with the increasing use of gasoline fuel, oil for automobiles, aeroplanes, and ships, the supply of petroleum is certainly very soon to become inadequate. The consequence will be a great rise in the price of gasoline and the need of some substitute. During the World War, a number of substitutes were tried with more or less success. Alcohol gives good results and can be made in large quantities. Hydrogen gas was tried, the automobile carrying a balloon of this gas, but the scheme was not found very practical. Liquefied hydrogen in tanks might answer better. Electricity will someday supersede gasoline, but not for some time yet. I resolved to turn my attention first to increasing the available supply of gasoline. Gasoline, as you know, is made from petroleum, and the petroleum is found deep underground. In fact, petroleum is a byproduct in the natural formation of coal. The liquid sinks from the coal beds deep into the ground, forming underground pools. These are often under pressure, and when tapped, will spout up above ground like artesian wells. Such being the case, and England possessing very rich coal mines, how was it that England had no oil wells? Petroleum must exist in Great Britain in large quantities. Why was it not made use of? I found the answer in a London museum, where I was shown samples of petroleum obtained by borings made in different parts of England. But this petroleum, probably owing to the chalky nature of the soil, was deep underground and could not be profitably utilized at present. Oil beneath the sea. I consulted several distinguished geologists, carefully studied the geological maps, and became convinced that there must exist large deposits of petroleum below the bottom of the North Sea. The question then arose as how to dig an oil well underwater. The answer was obvious. We must sink one or more caissons and work from these. There was nothing new in the method. It is used daily in building bridges. I began by sinking 2 caissons and joined these together by a tunnel, which I excavated deep under the sea bottom. This tunnel was gradually enlarged in spots to form large chambers. One of these served for the drilling operations, and the others formed storerooms and sleeping rooms. The great trouble was to keep matters secret. To achieve this, I bought an English power plant, conducted the electrical power to the work by cables. The air supply is obtained from above by means of extensible conduits. A ship of my own on watch informs me of the approach of strange vessels, and my air pipes are then pulled down below the surface, and compressed air, stored in reservoirs, is used until the stranger has passed. I obtained my water supply, as on shipboard, by distilling the seawater. I expect soon, however, to obtain an ample supply of fresh water by means of artesian wells. But what's the use of talking? You have a month's vacation. I am sailing for England tomorrow. Come along with me for a visit to my submarine city, and I promise you that you will be well repaid for your trouble." And that is how, some days later, Silas Rocket found himself with Dr. Hackensaw in England, about to embark in one of the doctor's hydro aeroplanes for a visit to the secret underwater city. The aeroplane was in good condition, and a 30-minute flight brought the two men out over the North Sea. "We are now somewhere near Submarina, as I call the city," said the doctor, "so I will wireless the radio station to notify them of our arrival." Sitting down to his machine, he sent off a brief message and received the answer. "All right," said he. "They say they will pilot us to our destination. See? The compass is turning to point the way." Silas looked at the instrument indicated. It was different from any compass he had ever seen. It was a needle suspended on a universal joint, and it was surrounded by a number of electromagnets, each designed to be rendered active only by a radio wave of a special length. The operator in Submarina could thus turn the compass needle on the aeroplane in any direction he desired. The needle had now assumed a sloping direction, and the pilot of the aeroplane turned the machine in the same direction. "We shall soon be in port now," remarked Dr. Hackensaw. "But what's the use of this guiding instrument?" asked Silas. "To Submarina." "This arrangement is absolutely necessary at present," replied the doctor, "because, as I told you, I am keeping the existence of this submarine city a complete secret. I myself could scarcely hope to find it in this waste of water without some guide." 5 minutes later, the hydroplane had alighted on the surface of the ocean. Then it came to a complete stop, and a large yawning metal mouth came up out of the depths of the water and closed over it. Then it was dragged down into the ocean by means of a cable. Again there was a halt, followed by a click. "We are now in one of the receiving compartments," explained Dr. Hackensaw. "This receiving chamber has closed over us, and we must wait until the water has been pumped out before we can emerge." The pumping out did not take long. The metal mouth that enclosed them opened, and they found themselves in a small closed chamber. A door in this chamber immediately opened and gave access into a street of Submarina. "You see, Silas," remarked Dr. Hackensaw, "we're pretty safe here. Even if an enemy discovered our hiding place, he would find it difficult to injure us. We could easily protect ourselves against attacks from submarines, and I doubt if even depth bombs could do us much damage. In fact, the whole city, like a ship, is built in airtight compartments. If one is damaged, we can take refuge in another. The central city is some distance away. In fact, we must take the electric trolley car to get there." "What?" cried the reporter, amazed. "A trolley car here, under the ocean?" "Of course. You don't suppose I am going to give my men any more work than is necessary. Every labor-saving device I can think of is installed here." The subsea city. It did not take Silas long to realize that he had come to a real city. The streets, lighted by diffused electric light, were as bright as if the sun were shining overhead. They bore names and numbers, and were kept spotlessly clean. The air was pure and sweet, a regular ocean breeze pervading. "How is it the air here is not under pressure?" asked Silas. "I understood that the air pressure on the earth is about 15 pounds to the square inch. Every 32 feet depth of water adds 15 pounds more. Hence, half a mile underwater, the pressure should be 1,252½ pounds per square inch." "You are right about the water pressure, Silas, but my air taken from the sea level has barely little more weight than normal air. Half a mile more of air in the column does not greatly increase the weight." "But how do your receiving chambers and the roof of your city stand the enormous water pressure?" "My receiving chambers and my entrance wells have thick walls of the strongest metals I can obtain. The city itself is excavated so far underground that there is little danger. You will notice that the car is going down a rather steep incline." To say that Silas was amazed would be to put the matter mildly. He could scarcely believe his eyes as he went from one surprise to another. The streets were filled, not only with laborers, but with clerks, stenographers, and other professional people, and even with children. Theaters, moving picture shows, restaurants, and ballrooms advertised their various attractions. There was a bank, and there were even stores, but as the doctor explained to Silas, all the stores and recreation centers were under his own management and were run at cost. The stores would furnish anything wanted, sending to England for it if necessary. Only two things were noticeably different from the ordinary city. Here, there were not automobiles and no horses. Both were tabooed. Silas was deeply impressed. "I wondered how it was," said he, "that you were able to get help in your submarine city. But now that I have seen it, I am not surprised. Your workmen have all the comforts of home here." "Yes, we receive all the principal books, newspapers, and magazines, and we even publish a journal of our own, the Submarine Daily Swash. We have telephones and electric lights and all modern conveniences in every house, even including radio receiving sets to receive the broadcasts from England. But here we are at the oil wells. Let's get out and visit them." The oil wells. "How do you dispose of your crude oil?" "I have a secret pipeline which carries it to an English refinery I have started. We also refine oil from Europe, though our greatest supply comes from here. I furnish gasoline to England and France cheaper than anyone else can supply it. My only doubt is whether or not I am benefiting the world by doing so." "I don't understand you." "What I mean to say is that I am a firm believer in the conservation of natural resources. It has taken nature millions of years to store up her supplies of coal and petroleum, and there is not hope of them being renewed. It seems a wanton waste to use these up for pleasure trips in automobiles. We ought to make use of alcohol or air or water power or some other such inexhaustible source of energy, instead of consuming these invaluable natural hydrocarbons. My only consolation is that chemistry is making such rapid strides at the present day that the time is bound to come when we can make the petroleum products synthetically, from carbon dioxide and water." "Have you a coal mine here?" "Yes, and a very rich one. We are working it now. As soon as I perfect my devices for burning the coal without smoke, I shall generate all my own power here, and shall then send electrical power by cable to England. Turnabout is fair play. Up to date, I have placed the coal as mined in large buoyant steel vessels, hermetically closed, allowed them to float to the surface, and then towed them to some convenient spot where the water is smooth, where the coal can be transferred to ships." "Your city ought to be useful as a submarine base in wartime," suggested Silas. "Yes, indeed, especially as its existence is not suspected." "I don't see how you can keep it secret." "All my help are under contract to remain here 5 years. Only those I know I can trust are allowed to attend getting supplies and provisions. Of course, Submarina could, in a pinch, furnish all her own food, as fish, oysters, and seaweeds of many kinds abound, but I find it easier to import meat, flour, and vegetables rather than attempt to raise them here." "How could you raise wheat here without sunlight?" "The museum. I think it could be done by means of artificial light, but until I manufacture my own electricity I shall not do any experimenting in this line. But here we are at the museum. Come in with me, and I'll show you some of the curiosities we have discovered in the ocean's depths. Here are perfect specimens of all kinds of marine plants and animals, specimens such as you will not find in any museum on earth, for my men go out in diving suits and select only the finest specimens. My workers are free to move about as they use my artificial gills to furnish them air for breathing. Then here are relics from sunken ships. These coins and jewels came from a Roman galley that sank here hundreds of years ago and was deeply embedded in the silt. We come across very curious things here." The journey was continued, and Silas was shown one new marvel after another. Nothing that might lend to comfort or recreation of the inhabitant was neglected. The pair stopped at a restaurant and had an excellent dinner, and then took rooms in the hotel, for a hotel had been found a convenience for many, especially those engaged in the transportation of supplies. But in the middle of the night, Silas Rocket was awakened by the loud ringing of an alarm. An instant later, Dr. Hackensaw in his nightshirt was at the door. "Grab your clothes, quick!" he cried, "and come with me. Submarina has sprung a leak." Silas Rocket lost no time. He made one grab for his clothing and then followed the doctor out into the street, where they found numbers of lightly clad men, women, and children splashing through a small stream of water that had suddenly made its appearance. Among the number was a woman with a baby in her arms, the first child born in Submarina. "Follow the water," cried the doctor, and Silas obeyed. He realized only too well what had happened. The enormous pressure exerted by the ocean above had caused the earth that formed the roof of the city to cave in at some spot, and it was evidently but a matter of minutes before the flying people would all be drowned like rats in a trap. "Goodbye, doctor!" cried Silas, but the doctor did not hear him. Meanwhile, the stream had rapidly risen, and the water now reached their knees. "Grab a life preserver!" cried the doctor. Silas now noticed that life preservers in large numbers were hanging within reach on the sides of the houses. Evidently, an emergency like the present one had been foreseen and prepared for, and the reporters' spirits rose. The fleeing crowd were all busily engaged in putting on their life preservers, and Silas and the doctor were not a moment too soon in adjusting theirs. Evidently, a new portion of the roof had given way, for the water came pouring in, and the stream became so rapid they were borne along at a terrific pace. To safety. "Put on your helmet," commanded the doctor. To each life preserver, a helmet containing a reservoir of compressed air was fastened. Provision had, of course, been made so that the air would be reduced to normal atmospheric pressure before being inhaled. Silas lost no time in adjusting his headpiece, and before he got it on, he realized the need of this protection, for the air in the street, compressed by the inflowing water, attained a pressure which made breathing difficult. It is a sudden change of pressure like this that in underwater caissons gives workmen attacks of the bends. At this moment, a shriek from the woman with the baby called their attention to the fact that the mother burdened with the child had been unable to provide herself with life preservers or helmets. It was only with the greatest difficulty that Silas and the doctor managed to secure helmets for the two and get the pair safely protected. By this time, the water was so high that everyone was afloat, borne rapidly forward by the swift current. Luckily, their journey was nearly finished, for they came suddenly to the end of the passage where about 1,000 persons were floating about, awaiting their turn to pass through a revolving door somewhat similar to those used in department stores. The purpose of these doors was soon evident. Dr. Hackensaw, in planning Submarina, had foreseen the possibility of a catastrophe like the present one, and had built his city in watertight compartments like our modern transatlantic liners. The ocean might burst its way into one of these compartments, but the inhabitants could take refuge in the others. Communication between the compartments was made by means of revolving doors. On each side of the door was a completely enclosed platform, hermetically tight, which held 100 persons. Revolving this platform halfway brought it safely to the next unflooded portion of the city. The small amount of water in which the persons floated was of course carried with them, but was of no consequence. While Silas and the doctor were waiting for their turn to pass through the door, the doctor showed the reporter an iron grating through which the ocean water was descending into an unused mine shaft. "You see," he explained, "I constructed my door here in order that the current of water flowing down into this shaft should carry all refugees safely to this spot, the only place where safety lies." Silas admired the ingenuity of the scheme, but he was shivering with the cold and glad to get somewhere where he could obtain dry clothing. But he had had enough of submarine cities, and when the doctor suggested returning to London, he acquiesced with alacrity. "Submarine cities are very interesting," said he, "and they offer some novel experiences, but as for me, give me the sunlight and the open air." End of section 24.
Section 25 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Corny Dweeb. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of Perpetual Youth. Author's Note. The average duration of human life has about doubled in the last 100 years. Before the next century has passed, it is quite possible that the average life of a man may be raised to 80 or 100 years. The remote future may see this increase extended to 1,000 years or more. Scientists have only begun to study the causes of old age, and much may be hoped for from systematic research along the path already opened by Metchnikoff and others. Is it possible, Dr. Hackensaw, that you have discovered the secret of perpetual life? The speaker was a somewhat decrepit old lady of 85, Mrs. Linda Young by name, who had hobbled into the doctor's office on hearing rumors that the doctor was seeking the elixir of life, that will-o'-the-wisp that had been sought for centuries by the old alchemists. Dr. Hackensaw smiled. "No, Mrs. Young," said he, "I should hardly call it perpetual life, but I have discovered what biologists would call reversible metabolism. I suppose you know what anabolism and catabolism are?" "They're some newfangled varieties of socialism, aren't they?" "No, nothing of the sort. They are terms used in physiology. Anabolism is the growth of any tissue, and catabolism is the decay and death of the tissue. Metabolism is life, and consists in the continual growth and decay of tissue." "Then what is it that you have discovered?" "I have discovered reversible metabolism. I have discovered how to make the body cells remove the old, decayed portions of the tissue, and so restore to them their freshness and youth. The reason a man grows old and dies is that the tissues of one or more of his organs grow old. That is to say, the tissues either decay or harden, or, through the accumulation of foreign matter, the organ becomes unable to perform its functions properly. The hardening of the walls of the blood vessels is, according to Metchnikoff, the chief cause of senility, that is to say, of old age. There are, of course, many other contributing causes, as I have discovered when I began my researches on the subject. Method of research. I started out with the knowledge that life is practically immortal, or, to put the phrase more correctly, every animal alive today is nothing but a continuation of the splitting up of the original speck of protoplasm from which all animals and plants have descended. Every man's ancestry must go back in an unbroken line to this primordial speck. Now, an individual whose tissues are already old and decaying can still produce sperm cells or ova capable of starting not only one new life, but a perpetual succession of new lives. In other words, a life that may last hundreds of thousands of years until all life on this earth is extinct. I spent years in my researches. I first studied old age in plants. Why does a tree die? Certain olive trees are said to be 2,000 years old. Why should they not live forever? But the study of plants did not help me much. A tree dies because the new wood forms on the outside of the old trunk, while the inner wood decays, leaving the center hollow. The conditions with human beings are totally different. Old age may be due to the improper digestion of the food, to troubles with the lungs or the other organs of respiration, or to troubles with the circulation of the blood, or the nervous system. "But doctor," interrupted Mrs. Young, yawning, "I'm afraid I'm too stupid to understand all your scientific terms, and I want to get home in time to attend the metabolism of my family, my children and grandchildren. I want the dinner to be especially nice today, because I am expecting Mr. Trimble. Mr. Trimble is a widower of 45, and, to tell you the truth, doctor, I have fallen in love with him. Now I learned that you have discovered the elixir of youth, and I came to see if you wouldn't consent to make me young again. I am a rich woman, Dr. Hackensaw. My husband was a multi-millionaire, and he left me the bulk of his property. I am 85 years old now, and I will gladly pay you $1 million if you succeed in making me young again. And if I fail? If you fail, I lose nothing. I have been suffering lately from a general debility, and the doctors tell me I have only 3 months more to live. Probably 3 months of pain and suffering. I will most willingly risk losing these 3 months on the chance of being restored to youth again." Dr. Hackensaw hesitated. "My experiments so far," said he, "have all been on animals. I can take a tough old rooster or a cow old enough to make boarding-house steak and restore them to their pristine youth. I make a business of taking old and worn-out thoroughbred horses and, after making them young again, selling them at a handsome profit. Especially am I interested in the finest pedigreed stock whose owners are willing to pay fancy prices for the rejuvenation of a full-blooded bull or stallion. But my experiments on human tissue have been comparatively few, and only on amputated arms and legs, never on an integral human being. Besides, while I have succeeded in making animals grow younger, I have not yet discovered the means of checking this process of reversible metabolism. In other words, even if I should succeed, you would continue growing younger and younger unless I have the good luck of discovering some antidote. I will take all risks and assume all the responsibility. I will have my lawyer draw up a paper absolving you from all blame. As I said before, I have nothing to lose and everything to gain." "Very well, madam," said the doctor. "Make your will, set your affairs in order, and come back next Monday morning. I shall have everything ready for you by that time." Ready for the operation. "Will the operation be very painful, doctor?" asked Mrs. Young as she took her seat on the operating chair. "No more than an ordinary vaccination," replied Dr. Hackensaw. "Had you come to me a year ago, I should have had to put you under an anesthetic while I cut one of your arteries and inserted a T-piece provided with a stopcock at the cut, so as to be able to remove old blood or inject new ingredients. In fact, in my early experiments, I made Siamese twins of my subjects. I attached a young animal to the old one I wished to rejuvenate, and would daily remove a small amount of the old blood. It was thus fresh young blood that coursed through both bodies, and the older animal profited to a great extent by the vitality of the young one. But the process was clumsy, and I found that new blood would not completely restore the hardened or decayed tissues. It would only partially soften the hardened walls of a blood vessel, and it would not remove from the bones the deposits of lime that the years leave and that change the soft cartilaginous bones of the infant into the brittle bones of the old man. It was not until I discovered my new microbe that I was able to secure real results." "Your new microbe?" "Yes, the Bacillus hackensavi. While experimenting with a new stain for staining microbes, I came upon an altogether unknown species of bacillus, possessed of the most wonderful properties. Instead of attacking healthy tissue, like the disease germs, this one seems only to attack old and decayed tissue. Such being gradually removed, the body can replace the old tissue with fresh new cells." "But can an old body produce young and fresh cells?" "Yes, indeed. All new cells, when first produced, are young and new and capable of indefinite growth. Now, if you will kindly bare your arm, I shall proceed to make the inoculation." Without a tremor, Mrs. Young drew up her sleeve, and Dr. Hackensaw deftly made a slight incision with his lancet. He then withdrew a few drops of blood, which he wished to have as a control, and he replaced them in a test tube filled with Carroll's solution. Then he injected into the arm a small amount of the pure culture of the new microbe. "There, madam," said Dr. Hackensaw. "It's all over." "Is it possible? Is that all? Well, doctor, if that little scratch is going to make me young again, you will have earned your $1 million pretty easily." "Madam," replied the doctor, "I'll guarantee that, barring accidents, you will soon begin to regain your youth. But, as I told you, I cannot promise to stop the process, as I have as yet found no way of checking the action of the microbe." "Never mind," cried the old lady gaily. "I feel younger already. You needn't be in any hurry about hunting for the antidote." A week later, Mrs. Young again repaired to the doctor's office. "I'm afraid something has gone wrong, doctor," she said. "Not only do I not feel any younger than I was, but I feel somewhat older and weaker." Dr. Hackensaw's face grew troubled, but after carefully examining the arm, his countenance cleared. "It's all right, Mrs. Young," said he. "The microbes I injected are multiplying fast, but there are not yet enough of them to do much good work. You really are a week older than when you came here last. But the bacilli I injected will keep on increasing at a geometrical ratio, and you will soon begin to feel their effects." "I hope so. But, doctor, what would the insurance and other companies do if people could buy life annuities or pensions and then go on living forever?" Dr. Hackensaw laughed. "I guess the companies would find means of stopping the payments after 100 years or so," he observed. Operation successful. The doctor was correct. A month later, the old lady was perceptibly better, and after 3 months she could hold herself erect and walked into the office with a firm tread. "Doctor," said she, with a laugh, "the charm is working. I feel ever so much younger." Dr. Hackensaw carefully felt her pulse and listened to her breathing. "Madam," said he, "allow me to congratulate you. You are really 10 years younger than you were when I performed the operation. Indeed, that makes me 75. When I get back to 40, I shall marry John Trimble. Meanwhile, here is part of the fee I promised you, and the remainder you'll have on my wedding day." A couple of months passed, when one day a lady, apparently about 40 years old, and remarkably pretty for her age, was ushered into the doctor's sanctum. "You wish to see me, madam?" asked that worthy. The lady laughed, a rich, warm laugh. "You do not recognize me, then? I am Mrs. Linda Young. Have I changed so much?" Dr. Hackensaw gazed at her in astonishment. "You? Mrs. Young?" he exclaimed, gazing at the luxuriant black hair that had replaced her white locks, and noting her firm, elastic tread and the fire of youth that burned in her eye. "Yes, doctor, your experiment has been successful beyond my wildest dreams, and I have come to invite you to my wedding with Mr. John Trimble. I shall now have 2 families, for John has a son called Jack, and Jack, who is also a widower, has a little boy named James. But my changed appearance is causing me many complications. The trouble first began at the banks. My new strong signature did not tally with my old feeble one, so I had to learn to forge my own signature, imitating my old scrawl. And when the cashier sent for me, personally, my youthful appearance made him very suspicious. I have been obliged to sell all my real estate, and I must keep changing my banks and my safe deposit vaults. All my fortune is now invested in coupon bonds, payable to bearer, so that I need not be identified when I want money. All this has cost me a pretty penny, but you can't pay too high a price for youth. Would you believe it, doctor? I am now taking dancing lessons, and can foxtrot and shimmy like a giddy young flapper. But I have been obliged to leave my own family, on the pretext of a trip abroad. Just think of it. I am now younger than my own son." And still it works. Another 3 months elapsed, and then one day Dr. Hackensaw was electrified by a vision of fairy-like loveliness that swept into his office. An exquisite young girl, looking not more than 18, and clad in the daintiest of ball dresses, entered the doctor's office one night, and astonished that gentleman by throwing her arms around his neck and kissing him affectionately. "Doctor," she cried, "how can I ever repay you for what you have done for me?" "Excuse me, miss," said the doctor, nonplussed, "but you have the advantage of me. There is something familiar about your face, but it must be years since I saw you last, for I should never have forgotten such a charming young lady." "Why, doctor, don't you recognize me? I am Linda Young. Mrs. Linda Young. Your elixir of youth is still working in my veins and seems more potent every day, for I keep growing younger and younger. You have certainly found the fabled fountain of youth that Ponce de Leon sought for in vain in Florida." "Is it possible?" cried Dr. Hackensaw, astonished. "You're not really Mrs. Young, the feeble 85-year-old woman who hobbled into my office less than a year ago?" "There's no mistake about it, doctor, and I'm on my way to a ball now with my fiancé, Jack Trimble. When I found I was still growing younger, I decided that John was too old for me, so I broke the engagement, disappeared for a while, and have now returned as a different young lady, and have won Jack's heart. But I want you to keep me at my present age, because if I keep getting younger at this rate, I don't know what I shall do. I don't want to have to go back to school again." "But, my dear madam," exclaimed the doctor in dismay, "I have not yet succeeded in finding the antidote. I am no more able to keep you from getting younger than mankind was able before my time to keep you from getting older." "Don't call me madam, please," interrupted the young girl. "It would seem so strange if anyone should hear you. Please do your very best for me. Meanwhile, I want to ask permission to come and live with you as your niece. People are very suspicious of a young girl of 18 who lives all by herself and has difficulty in furnishing references. I also want you to have free access to my safe deposit vault, for I experience more and more trouble in doing business with the banks. By the way, doctor, why don't you try some of your own elixir? You must have been a handsome man when you were young. Perhaps I might marry you instead of Jack." "Tut-tut, young lady, don't talk so. I shall be only too glad to have you as my niece, and to take charge of your affairs, but I am afraid you will prove something of a handful to the man who marries you. Besides, I haven't yet found the antidote that will check your growing younger, and I have no desire to go back to babyhood with you." Matters were accordingly arranged, and next day, Dr. Hackensaw's niece, Linda, came to live with him. But alas, she kept growing younger and younger at such a rapid rate that she was soon obliged to go away and return as her own younger sister. But even this subterfuge was not sufficient. The doctor was obliged to have 2 apartments and keep moving from one to the other as a series of new nieces, each younger than the last, came to visit him. Mrs. Linda Young was now a little girl of 8, but curiously enough she still retained the memories she had possessed before her rejuvenation. Just as in old age memories of our youth cling to us, so in her return to youth her adult memories remained, though somewhat obscured. Linda's great dread was that she would have to be sent back to school again. Fancy a woman of 85, and a married woman at that, having to go back to school as a girl of 8. Retaining, as she did, all the memories of a lifetime, think of having to sit all day at a desk surrounded by children studying their first reader. The thought was maddening. She had no desire of passing as an infant prodigy, and she begged the doctor to hasten his experiments. "Unless you make haste," she cried, "I shall be a baby again before you know it." Necessity urges. The poor doctor needed no urging. He saw the troubles ahead as plainly as she did. The microbes were, of course, multiplying now with lightning-like rapidity. The increase was in geometric progression. At the start, there had been only the few microbes injected in Mrs. Young's arm. These had grown and split into double the number. The 3rd generation had doubled again, and so the increase went on. Now the change was so rapid that the doctor was obliged to keep Linda confined in her room and attend to all her wants himself. He had no longer the resource of hiring a new servant every day, for even in one day the change was perceptible. Day and night did he work, using Linda's room as a laboratory, seeking for the much-wished-for antidote. Surely there must be some means of checking or destroying these new microbes without injuring the body tissues. But the days passed by, and the doctor found nothing. When Linda reached the age of 4, the doctor resolved on heroic measures. No longer satisfied with experimenting on animals, he determined to experiment on the child herself. He tried everything he could think of, even to the transfusion of blood from an elderly person. But in spite of these efforts, Linda became a babbling 8-month-old baby, incapable of making her wants known except by simple gestures. She could, however, answer Dr. Hackensaw's questions by affirmative or negative gestures, so by calling off the letters of the alphabet in turn, he could learn any of her wishes. She retained her liking for cigarettes and cocktails, and it was curious to see this 8-month-old baby attempting to smoke a cigarette or sucking a cocktail from her milk bottle. One day, she asked to see her children and grandchildren, wishing to be held by each in turn, and she took a malicious pleasure in striking them and scratching their faces to make up for the many times they had done the same to her when they were babies. And still, she grew younger. Dr. Hackensaw would spend hours pacing the floor, with his baby widow in his arms, reading her the newspaper or passages from Milton's Paradise Lost. Meanwhile, his powerful brain was striving hard to devise some means to check the fatal catastrophe that seemed about to terminate the experiment which had begun so favorably. The Last Measure. When the baby was only 5 days old, Dr. Hackensaw prepared a baby incubator, and by the time she was -1 day old, she was duly installed in her new dwelling. Her rate of rejuvenation had now decreased, and she went back through the prenatal ages at about the same rate as she had originally come through them 85 years previously. When the fetus was about 7 months old, Dr. Hackensaw transferred it to a glass jar full of a suitable culture fluid and watched with growing anxiety as she reverted to the tadpole stage with a well-developed tail and gill slits. It was evident that Mrs. Young would soon be nothing more than the original egg cell from which she had started. And then what would happen? Would she vanish into nothingness? Dr. Hackensaw determined on one final effort. He had carefully preserved the few drops of blood he had originally taken from the lady's arm. The fetus was now so minute it could only contain a relatively small number of the microbes of youth. The doctor resolved to risk everything in one final attempt. By the use of an anesthetic, he endeavored to stop the activities of the microbes, and then introduced into the fetus the drops of blood he had preserved. And then he waited. Anxiously he watched. To his joy, he saw that the process of growing younger had ceased. 2, 3 days passed, and then the fetus began to grow again in the normal manner. 9 months later, Mrs. Young was a normal baby again, but her rate of growth now was that of an ordinary child, and she was obliged to pass through all the phases of childhood and youth, and finally, at the age of 20, or rather when 105 years old, married James Trimble, the grandson of the man to whom she had been originally engaged. But Dr. Hackensaw gave up his search for the secret of perpetual youth. Of course, to a scientist, it would be a great advantage to remain alive and young for 1,000 years or more. On the other hand, think what a disadvantage it would be to the human race if all men had an indefinite tenure of life. Progress would be greatly checked, for old ideas and habits are difficult to eradicate. It is the new generations, freed from the prejudices of their parents, that carry the race forward. Then, too, the physical and mental powers of the race would remain stationary. It is by the survival of the fittest in the past ages that man has obtained his wonderful intellectual powers, and it is only by the survival of the fittest in coming generations that he can hope to increase them. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jen Broda. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of the Mermaid. Author's note. For many years, our surgeons have been able to perform astonishing feats in grafting one part of the body upon another, and even one animal upon another, a live rat having been grafted upon the back of a cat, the pair living in harmony together. Of recent years, still more wonderful feats have been accomplished. Dr. Alexis Carrel, of the Rockefeller Institute of Research, having succeeded in keeping detached portions of the body alive for months in suitable solutions. Dr. Carrel was also very successful in transplanting organs from one animal to another. He even received the Nobel Prize for his method of suturing the blood vessels of the parts together. It is therefore safe to say that operations, such as the one I have mentioned in this story, will at no distant date be matters of everyday routine, and will seem as commonplace as the fact that we can now converse by telephone with friends hundreds of miles away. Prologue. The circus performance was at its height. The trained seals had performed their wonderful feats of catching and balancing balls, and now it was the turn of the high diver, Miss Ola Podrida, as she was called on the bills. Her real name was Olive Bird, but Olive had been changed to Ola, and Ola Podrida, literally the Spanish for a little of everything, had struck the manager as making an attractive stage name for the young girl. Dr. Hackensaw had brought his little girl, Hoochie, to witness the performance, and the pair sat in a box in the front row close to the arena. Hoochie enjoyed the trained animals and the funny clowns, but when she saw Miss Ola Podrida climb the ladder to a great height and prepare for her much-advertised diving feat, Hoochie closed her eyes to shut out the fearful sight. And then the unexpected happened. For months, Ola had performed her act successfully, but today something was wrong. Either she was not feeling altogether well, or something was wrong with the diving platform, for her foot slipped just as she was making the plunge, and it was apparent to all that she was falling so wildly that she would inevitably fall some distance away from the tank. A gasp of horror went up from the spectators at the sight. The poor girl did not altogether lose her head. Her acrobatic training had prepared her for emergencies, so she managed to turn in the air so as to strike the ground feet foremost. But the height was too great, and her crushed and senseless body lay bruised upon the ground. Dr. Hackensaw was over the railing in a moment and was the first man to reach her. He immediately took command of things and had the girl carried on a litter to his house, which was fortunately close at hand. Here he had all the instruments necessary for a major operation. A quick examination convinced the doctor that the girl's injuries need not necessarily prove fatal. Her success in landing feet foremost had saved her from serious internal injuries. But both her legs were badly crushed and must be amputated without delay. "Fetch me the man who owns the trained seals," cried Dr. Hackensaw to his servant, "and bring with you the largest seal. The only hope of saving the girl's life lies in my having one of the seals at once. I must buy the animal from the owner at any price." Half an hour later, an operation was performed on the unconscious girl, an operation the like of which had never before been attempted in scientific annals. 1. Mr. Percy Fitzmaurice was taking a stroll in the country one fine spring afternoon, and was enjoying the odors of the flowers and the songs of the birds, when suddenly, far sweeter than the song of any bird, came the tones of a soprano voice singing divinely. Percy was enchanted. He was a lover of music, and there was something wonderfully clear and melodious in the tones. Evidently, it was the voice of some young girl whose blood had been sent coursing through her veins by the advent of spring. For the song of a young girl, like that of the birds, is nothing but a love call to some unknown mate. "If I were living in the old days," thought Percy, "I would feel sure that this was the song of a siren and was intended to lead me to my destruction." Here in New Jersey, however, in the 20th century, no such explanation is possible. I'm bound, however, to have a peep at that young lady, even if I die for it. It was not an easy matter, however, to get a peep, for the road was bordered by a long high wall that enclosed some wealthy man's estate, and the voice came from behind the wall. "This place must belong to some exclusive millionaire," was Percy's inward comment. "It must be his daughter who is singing. Well, perhaps I'll be Prince Charming and win the fair maid and half her father's kingdom." Percy glanced up and down the road and chanced to spy a painter's ladder standing against a barn not far distant. Without asking for leave, the adventurous young man grabbed the ladder, scaled the wall, and then placing the ladder on the opposite side, climbed down into the private grounds. This part of the enclosure was very wild, many trees and shrubs forming a dense wood. Into this thicket, Percy cautiously advanced in the direction of the voice, and soon came within sight of a small lake. But what was his astonishment to behold, in the middle of the lake, a beautiful young lady of about 18, swimming about gracefully in the water, but occasionally pausing with her breast and arms well out of the water, and her long hair flowing loose about her shoulders. It didn't seem possible that a human girl could remain so far out of the water, and again Percy found himself involuntarily thinking of the sirens and the mermaids of bygone days. And to add to this belief, every once in a while, he would perceive what certainly looked like a mermaid's tail thrashing up out of the water. In silent wonderment Percy gazed, and then all his doubts were set at rest. The creature swam to a rock by the side of the lake and clambered out in full sight, only 10 yards away from the spot where the young man stood. And once more from her throat thrilled forth the wonderful melody that had so entranced the young man. There was no longer any possible doubt. Percy rubbed his eyes again and again, but there could be no questioning of the fact that this was a genuine mermaid. The upper part of the creature was the finely molded body of a beautiful young woman, but instead of legs, she had an evident tail, a tail exactly resembling that of a seal. Percy stood riveted to the spot, until the song began, and then forgetting everything, he came forward to the border of the lake. But at the sight of him, the girl uttered a wild shriek and dived down into the water below. Percy rushed to the spot and looked down into the clear depths, but no sign of the creature could he see. She had vanished mysteriously, and though he waited an hour, not a trace of her could he find. As dusk was coming on, he unwillingly climbed the wall again and returned to his hotel. He said nothing of his adventure, but at table that evening he inquired of Pep Perkins, who happened to be staying at the same hotel, who the owner of the villa was. "Oh, that?" cried Pep. "Why, that's old Doc Hackensaw's place. The country people, all around here, are afraid to go anywhere near that stone wall. They tell all kinds of queer stories about the mysteries to be found on the doctor's place. But he's a good friend of mine, and I know he wouldn't harm a fly." "Do you really know him?" cried Percy eagerly. "Could you get me an introduction to him?" "Know him? Why, I should smile. The old Doc eats out of my hand. Sure, I'll introduce you. I'm invited to dinner there tomorrow, and I'll take you along as an escort. I'll be glad to have you, because the Doc has invited a rich young fellow, and I want you to keep the Doc busy and give me a chance to get the young fellow to myself." 2. "Glad to meet you, Mr. Fitzmaurice," said Dr. Hackensaw. "Any friend of Miss Pep's is a friend of mine. I am at work just now on some experiments in grafting, the grafting of animals, you understand, not of plants. The subject has always had an extreme fascination for me. The subject of grafting is closely related to that of the regeneration of lost parts. In fact, it was the study of the latter that first led me to take up grafting in real earnest." "I'm afraid I don't exactly understand what you mean by the regeneration of lost parts," said Percy diffidently. "I mean simply this, that many plants and most of the lower animals possess the power of growing a new part to replace a part that has been cut off. For example, a florist will cut off a slip from a geranium and plant it. An entire new geranium plant will grow from the slip. Sometimes it is sufficient to plant a small bit of geranium leaf. This sends forth roots and grows into a complete plant. Theoretically, a single cell of the plant ought to be enough for a start. Now, in the like manner, the lower animals also possess the power of growing new parts. When a lobster breaks off one of his claws, a new claw immediately starts to grow in its place. When a lizard is caught by a snake, it escapes by breaking off its tail. It then grows a new tail in order to be ready for the next snake. The salamander can likewise grow a new leg. And certain low forms of animal life can even grow a new eye if they lose the old one. In warm-blooded animals and in man, this power of replacing a lost organ is very limited. No bird or mammal has the power of replacing even the end joint of a toe if it's lost. Their power of regeneration is confined to the reuniting of a broken bone or the replacement of the flesh in a wound that is not too deep. Evidently, this regeneration of parts is merely a question of growth. When you cut off a lizard's tail, why does not a new leg grow on the spot instead of a new tail? And why does it grow to the same size as the old one? These are problems that are not yet solved. Scientists say that when the organ has grown to the proper size and shape, further growth is checked by inhibition. Inhibition? What's that? The body, like any other organization, has headquarters from which orders are sent out for the purpose of coordinating all the parts and making each do its proper share of the work at the proper time. When, for instance, the stomach has digested a meal, the flow of digestive juices is automatically stopped or inhibited. Now it is believed, at least by certain scientists, that in like manner, when the lizard's new tail has grown to the proper size, the growth is automatically checked in much the same way. To me, there seems absolutely no reason why a man should not be able to grow a new arm or leg when the old one is cut off. Why should he be inferior in this respect to the lobster and the salamander? The power of growth and multiplication of a cell is practically unlimited. Talk of immortality! As a matter of fact, every animal or plant alive today is but the continuous outgrowth from the primitive cell that formed the amoeba from which every living being has sprung. Every man's life has really been continuous for millions of years. Were you successful in your experiments, Doctor? Unfortunately, no. All of my attempts to cause a new limb to grow failed. I followed in the footsteps of Dr. Alexis Carrel. You have probably heard of his experiments. He succeeded in preparing a solution in which an amputated arm or leg may be kept alive for months. Other tissues, when placed in the solution, will not only live, but grow. I became convinced that here was the key I was seeking, and that if I could only hit on the correct treatment, I could place a guinea pig with an amputated leg in the solution and cause new leg tissue to grow until the damage was completely repaired. So far, I have met with no success. I find the bones, especially, a great stumbling block, for the growth of bone is not easily coordinated with the growth of tissue. Someday I hope to succeed. There is no reason why new cartilaginous bone and tissue should not be formed at the same speed as they are in the fetus or unborn animal. But my results were so unsatisfactory that I had to turn my attention to a more promising field, namely grafting. Every gardener knows how to graft one plant on another. The grafting of a part of one animal on another animal has also been successfully accomplished. In fact, the art was successfully practiced many years ago. The so-called rhinoceros rat is a rat with the end of the tail of another rat grafted on its head and growing there. In the old-time German student duels, when a man's nose happened to be sliced off, a new nose was grown by making an incision in the man's arm, placing the nose in this incision, and tying the arm in place until the nose and arm had united, when a new nose was carved out of the tissue of the arm. The modern method is to cut a flap of skin from the forehead and bend it down and graft it on the mutilated stump of the nose. Of recent years, far more wonderful results have been obtained. Dr. Alexis Carrel, for example, has succeeded in grafting the leg of one dog in place of the amputated leg of another. He even succeeded in the much more difficult task of transplanting the kidneys of one animal to another. His success was largely due to his having found the means of making an almost perfect union of the veins and arteries of the individual with those of the other. He, however, failed completely when he tried to transplant the kidneys of a dog to a cat, or those of a cat to a dog. An important fact is that the younger the animal, the more easily is the graft made. In the prenatal or embryonic stage, practically any amount of grafting can be performed. Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire once wrote a book on monstrosities. If you want the wildest kind of a nightmare, you need only look at the pictures of the human monstrosities which have resulted from the natural union of two unborn babies in the womb. Everyone has heard of the Siamese twins, which were thus united by a ligament. Calves with 2 heads and chickens with 4 legs are not uncommon. Evidently, 2 egg cells, in developing, have thus grown together to form one individual. But enough of this talk, Mr. Fitzmaurice. If you will accompany me, I will show you some of my practical results. Dr. Hackensaw led the way, and Percy obediently followed. Pen after pen of monstrosities were exhibited, freaks such as a circus would have given a fortune to possess. Among other things was an animal with the horns of a cow, the head of a horse, the body of an ostrich, and the legs and arms of a monkey, while the tail was a snake's body without the head. To enumerate the creatures would be impossible. Large and small animals were there, vertebrates and invertebrates. It was a collection such as would make a man think he was back in the old days when there was no prohibition. To see a dog's body with 3 living heads of cats grafted on it gave Percy quite a shock, and yet it was only one of the least of the curiosities exhibited. "Are you able to graft a warm-blooded animal with a cold-blooded one?" asked Percy. "Yes," replied the doctor, "but in such cases I have to use an intermediate graft. For instance, I couldn't graft a dog and a codfish together, but by grafting the dog on a marsupial, that is to say, on an opossum or a kangaroo, and the opossum on a reptile, I can then graft the reptile on the fish. Of course, each graft must be allowed to unite properly before the new one is made. I have even succeeded in grafting animals on plants by using as intermediate grafts such low forms of invertebrates as the sponges." "Doctor, asked Percy, coming at last to the point which was uppermost in his mind. Haven't you any human beings grafted in this manner? Dr. Hackensaw frowned. I don't perform my experiments with humans, he answered shortly. Only in cases of absolute necessity would I resort to such a step. I'm sorry I haven't time to show you any more today, but I must get to work. Rebuffed in this direction, Percy nevertheless did not give up hope. He determined to climb over the wall again and try to get another glimpse of the mermaid. But though he came every afternoon for a week, he neither heard her song nor did see her in the lake. His first appearance had evidently frightened her, but Percy was persistent. Perhaps I'd better try at nighttime, he thought. I may have better luck then. So, stepping into his flivver, Percy started off for the doctor's villa. Not wishing to run the risk of frightening the girl by the sound of his machine, Percy stopped the car some distance away from the spot where he had before clambered over the stone wall. And then, to his surprise, he heard a voice cry out, "I've got her, Bill! Crank up! Quick!" This was followed by a girl's piercing shriek, muffled at once by a heavy hand over her mouth. "Hurry up there, Bill! Get away from here before anyone comes!" The auto began chugging, and then came thundering toward Percy at a terrific rate. What could Percy do? He pressed his starter and had a wild impulse to place his car in the middle of the road in order to block the villains. But this might mean instant death to the girl as well as to himself. Then an inspiration came to him, and seizing his spotlight, he turned the glare full in the eyes of the approaching chauffeur. The result was instantaneous. The driver, blinded, at once slowed up speed, but, unable to see the road, had not gone 50 feet when the machine dashed out of the roadway and went crashing against the stone wall. The windshield shivered into fragments, and the chauffeur, thrown against his steering wheel, was lucky to escape with no damage except a couple of broken ribs. As for the other villain, Percy was upon him in an instant, and with one blow knocked him senseless. Then he turned to the released girl in the auto, who was screaming at the top of her lungs. The young man lost no time. He grabbed her in his arms, and then to his surprise, he realized that this was no ordinary girl. It was the mermaid whom he had seen in the pond. Wild with delight, Percy carried her to his own car, and then started off at full speed for the entrance to Dr. Hackensaw's grounds. Dr. Hackensaw was reading in his library, but at the sound of the violent honking of the auto, he came out to see what was the matter. Percy, carrying the girl in his arms, unceremoniously entered the house, and depositing his burden on a sofa, explained matters in a few words. Dr. Hackensaw thanked him warmly, and then proceeded to explain matters in his turn. "You see, Percy," he said, "when you asked me last week whether I had ever made any human grafts, I refused to answer you. That was because I did not wish the existence of this young lady known. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Ola Podrida, one of the acrobats of Mr. Lyon's circus. Some months ago, Ola, while performing a high dive at the circus, unfortunately slipped and had a bad fall, crushing both her legs. I happened to be in the audience, and I saw at once that there was no hope in saving either of her limbs. On the other hand, if I cut them off, her entire future would be ruined. Think of what life would be to a young girl with both legs cut off close to her body. Then I happened to think of the trained seals that had just been performing. Here was a chance to perform a human graft, for the seal is a warm-blooded animal. Accordingly, I was careful to amputate the girl's legs in such a fashion that it was easy to graft to them the tail of one of the seals. I was greatly pleased to find that the graft succeeded admirably. And this explains how it is that Ola is now a mermaid instead of an ordinary girl. She was always very fond of the water and enjoys nothing so much as a swim in the lake. Unfortunately, she has a beautiful voice, and she will insist on singing. I don't know who these villains can be who tried to kidnap her. I presume they heard her singing and climbed over the fence. When they saw Ola, they probably thought they could sell her to some circus for a good round sum. I shall try to have them arrested so they will not be a menace in the future. My servants are attending to that now." And is Miss Ola to remain a mermaid all her life? Asked Percy, glancing at the young girl, who had covered herself with a shawl, and who now glanced shyly back at him. No, thank heaven. I was just keeping her in that form until her 2 new legs are ready. Her 2 new legs? Echoed Percy in surprise. Yes, I am growing 2 new legs to fit her. For many years I have been working on this problem, and I knew that someday I should need something of the sort. So, from fertilized ova, I have grown a varied assortment of pairs of legs and arms of different sizes to be used when occasion requires. At the time of the accident, I had none on hand that were quite ready. There is, however, a suitable pair of legs that will be ready next week. I shall then cut off her seal's tail and graft legs in its stead. In a few months, she will be able to run about and even dance as well as ever. In fact, better, for I warrant the new legs will be an improvement on the old ones. And now, Percy, as the operation will require Miss Ola to be confined to her room for some weeks to come, and as the time will hang heavy on her hands, I hope you will call often to cheer her up. I certainly will, cried the young man, and the young lady rewarded him with a smile as she renewed her thanks to him for what he had done for her. The grafting of the new legs was a success from the very start, but it was fully 3 months before the young lady regained complete control of her limbs. When she did not return to the circus, however, for by that time Percy had persuaded her to change her name from Ola Podrida to Mrs. Percy Fitzmaurice. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Roland. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of Size. Author's note: what causes size? Why, in a normal family, will a dwarf occasionally be born, while in another normal family a giant will suddenly appear? What causes these exceptions? Every abnormal growth, every monstrosity, has its reason for being, and the function of science is to discover these causes. Once known, we may prevent these growths, or, if we so desire, we may produce giants and dwarfs at will. "Here I am again, Doctor," cried Silas Rocket, gaily entering the laboratory. "My newspaper, the New York Daily Growl, wants some particulars in regard to your giant rabbits." "What particulars do you want?" "In the first place, is it true that you have live rabbits the size of an ox?" "Yes, it's perfectly true." "Next, my editor wants to know how you produce these creatures." "Ah, Silas, it was no easy job, simple as the matter really is. But I got started on the wrong track. For years I have been seeking to discover why it is that an occasional giant or dwarf is born, but it was only after long research that I discovered the secret of size. Still, I finally solved the problems, and I have some specimens of my work at my country place in New Jersey that I am sure will interest you." "The secret of size?" echoed Silas. "What is the secret?" Dr. Hackensaw smiled. "That's a thing that has puzzled many a scientist, and all kinds of theories have been advanced to account for abnormally large or small growths. Still, in general, scientific men believe the cause of the occasional production of giants and dwarfs to lie in metabolism. They consider it the effect of anabolism and catabolism." "What?" "Metabolism. To speak more simply, they consider the question one of nutrition or food. Anabolism is the building up of tissue, and catabolism is its destruction. If an animal or plant gets a great deal of food and can assimilate it, it grows to giant size. On the other hand, if it is starved, it remains small. It is dwarfed." "Nonsense," cried Silas Rocket. "Do you mean to tell me that if I fed a baby rabbit and a baby elephant the same amount of grass, the rabbit would grow to the size of the elephant?" "A question of assimilation." "Yes, if it could properly assimilate the food. Otherwise, you would merely kill it." The theory of metabolism is the true one, but I did not find it of much assistance. True, we see examples of it every day. The weeds around a manure heap, for instance, grow taller and ranker than normal. In fact, I have seen such plants grow to 3 or 4 times the usual size. A man 3 or 4 times the normal size would be a giant 18 to 20 feet high. In the case mentioned, the amount of food seems of itself to be sufficient to produce the excess of growth. On the other hand, there are also well-authenticated cases with regard to dwarfed plants. The Japanese, for instance, achieved considerable success in producing dwarf trees. They produce dwarf apple trees about 1 foot high, perfectly formed in every respect, and bearing real apples. These miniature trees are produced, I'm told, by giving the young plant barely food and moisture enough to keep it alive. It thus grows for years and years and yet remains diminutive in size. How about alcohol? I thought animals were stunted by giving them alcohol. Yes, the case is somewhat similar. Formerly, it was a common practice to keep pet dogs small by administering suitable doses of alcohol. This seemed to check the proper assimilation of food and therefore the growth of tissue. Certain scientists have claimed that the pineal gland in the brain determined the size of the animal, but this theory may be disregarded. Very little is known about the pineal gland, so that it makes a very convenient nucleus to hang any theory on, and all sorts of powers have been attributed to it. Here Dr. Hackensaw paused for a moment, and then continued. I had not carried on my experience long before I became convinced that the question of size was one of nutrition, and yet not quite in the way ordinarily imagined. An experiment I made with dogs led me to view the matter in the proper light. You have probably seen the pet dogs the ladies are so fond of, the toy Pomeranians, small enough to be cuddled in one hand. Well, it struck me that here among dogs, where we have giants like Great Danes and St. Bernards and dwarfs like the Pomeranian, there was a fruitful field for research work. I accordingly took a fertilized ovum of a toy Pomeranian and one of a collie and introduced both of those into the womb of an ordinary-sized dog. When she gave birth to the puppies, there were, as I had anticipated, a Pomeranian and a collie. The former remained small, the latter grew to normal size. Both had received the same nourishment in the mother. Evidently, difference extended further back. It extended as far back as the fertilized egg. Here, on the very verge of success, I was nonplussed and I got off on the wrong track. If, thought I could change every one of an animal's cells to double or triple their normal size, the animal itself should be 2 or 3 times its regular size. And if, on the other hand, I could reduce the size of each cell, the animal itself would be dwarfed. The theory was very plausible, but it led me nowhere. All my experiments in this direction failed. At this juncture, I chanced to read the result of some of the experiments made by Dr. Driesch on fish eggs, and by Jacques Loeb on the eggs of the sea urchin. Dr. Driesch cut a fish's egg in 2 and succeeded in growing a complete fish from each half egg, one egg thus producing 2 fish. Jacques Loeb carried the experiment a step further. He took a sea urchin's egg, raised it until it had reached the 16-cell stage, and then cut it into 16 pieces. He raised each of these cells separately, and thus succeeded in raising 16 sea urchins from a single egg that would normally have produced only 1 animal. But, and here was the ray that threw light on my problem, the sea urchins, when mature, were smaller than the normal size. They had not had enough capital to start with, and had remained dwarfs. Size is evidently a question of nutrition, but the problem has to be referred back to the egg stage. Dwarfs also. Science has also succeeded in doing the very reverse. Experiments have taken 2 separate eggs, joined them together into one, and hatched a single individual out of this double egg. And this individual, as might have been expected, was larger than the normal. Ample capital at the start had given it an advantage in the race for life. My problem was solved. You mean to say that you can produce dwarf or giant animals and plants at will? Precisely. To produce a miniature St. Bernard dog, for instance, I take a fertilized egg cell from an ordinary female dog of the species. I grow this ovum in a test tube in a suitable culture fluid and keep separating the new cells as they form. In this manner, I can, from a single egg cell, produce 100 or more dwarf dogs. If I want a giant dog, I reverse the process. I take a number of fertilized egg cells, join them all into one single large cell, and grow this to maturity. Is it as simple as all that? Simple? It is exceedingly complex, and many curious problems are involved. For example, I can produce a dozen giant dogs from a single egg. I grow this egg to the 16-cell stage, then unite these 16 cells into one large cell and grow this to the 16-cell stage, and so continue indefinitely. This I find most useful when breeding thoroughbred stock. From a single egg from the most perfect animals, I can produce 100 young the same size as the parents, or larger or smaller if desired. I can also produce freak animals. I can join an egg cell that would ordinarily produce a male with a cell that would produce a female, and thus combine the two different cells into a single egg. Again, this method enables me to make marvelous crosses and produce hybrids impossible in nature. I can join the egg cell of an elephant with that of a mouse and get a freak animal any size I desire. I can combine a dozen different animals together in this way. In fact, I have hybrids of the whale, the rhinoceros, the dog, the cat, the ostrich, and the salmon, all joined together into a single animal. It makes the most wonderful combination. But to return to the subject in hand, I would say that I have completely mastered the question of size. I am now able to produce chickens as large as ostriches, pigs as large as rhinoceroses, and cows as large as some of the extinct antediluvian monsters. There is no danger now of our supply ever running short. A ham will last a family for a month. A hen's egg will feed a dinner party, while one cow will give enough milk to supply a dairy. How do you milk your giant cows? Asked the reporter. Some problems. Dr. Hackensaw smiled reminiscently. That, Silas, was no easy problem, said he. My hired help were all afraid to go near the huge creatures that could crush them to a pulp by inadvertently stepping on them, and whose 24-foot-long tail could swish them over like 9 pins. Just think of having to milk a brontosaurus twice a day. Ordinary methods of milking would of course be impossible. I have to use a milking machine somewhat like that used in large dairies. I had even to devise special stalls for the beasts so that men could attend to them without danger from their horns, hoofs, or tail. What about your other giant productions? My gigantic productions are especially useful for furnishing a plentiful supply of tidbits. For instance, my quail are so large that a single individual will supply quail on toast sufficient for a banquet. My frog legs weigh several pounds apiece. The liver from a single goose will make 1,728 times as much pâté de foie gras as that of an ordinary goose, and so on. 1,728? Echoed Silas. Isn't that pretty close figuring? Yes, but you see, I find it convenient, as a rule, to make my products on the scale of a foot to the inch. Consequently, an animal is 12 times the usual length, and its cubical dimensions and weight are 1,728 times the normal ones. For my insects, I increased this proportion considerably, as I wished large specimens for the purpose of study. A giant fly, a giant mosquito, and a giant spider afforded me much valuable information. Unfortunately, the spider got away one day and found its way into an old maids' meeting. They called themselves the Click-Click Society on account of the busyness of their knitting needles. But nits dubbed them the Clack-Clack Society, or even the Cluck-Cluck Society, claiming their tongues wagged faster than their needles. Well, my giant spider got in among those elderly spinsters and broke up the meeting. Reliable eyewitnesses declare that the display of hosiery and lingerie on that occasion was more wonderful than any ever before seen in town. As for my earthworms, well, my chauffeur Pat came across a bunch of these wriggly giants one day and declared he had never seen anything like it, at least not since Prohibition came into effect. Giant plants. "How about your giant plants?" asked Silas. The plants gave me considerable trouble. The seeds had the habit of getting scattered around, and as they grew into giant plants, this naturally gave the farmer considerable trouble. My most valuable results were obtained with wheat. In this instance, I exceeded my 12-to-1 limit, for my grains of wheat are about the size of muskmelons. A single grain will furnish a good-sized family bread for several days. My giant fruits, too, are remarkably handy for the kitchen. My huckleberries and currants are the size of small melons, which makes it easy to extract the pits. My cherries are as large as pumpkins. It doesn't take long to pick them, but you've got to be careful, as one of them, falling on your head, would make you see more stars than are shown by an ordinary telescope. All in all, my fruits are a wonderful success, and you must taste some of them. I meant to start canning them, but have too many demands for the natural fruit. You mustn't believe, however, that I was satisfied with merely increasing the size of our ordinary articles of food. I wanted to go further. I wanted to experiment with those animals and plants which are now too small to be of any value to man, yet which might prove valuable if increased in size. But why am I chattering away here? Just step into my airplane, and in less than half an hour we shall be at my Jersey farm, and there, in 5 minutes, you will get a better idea of my giants and dwarfs than you would from a whole volumes of talk. The menagerie was indeed an interesting place. Some 30 miles from New York City, Dr. Hackensaw had started a Brobdingnagian farm. Trees, but a few years old, were there, yet they towered higher than the gigantic California redwood trees. The grass of the pasture was the height of ordinary corn. Giant animals and plants of many varieties were present. There were numerous outlandish-looking species, which the reporter did not recognize, they being enlargements of insects and microscopic animalcules. Here, too, was an aquarium with sardines as large as salmon, and salmon as large as small whales, while, on the other hand, a diminutive sperm whale was about the size of a minnow. Microbes. "What in the world are those?" asked Silas, pointing to a row of tanks in which certain nondescript species were floating in a peculiar fluid. Dr. Hackensaw chuckled. "Those are my pets. Those are giant bacteria and bacilli. I have here the disease germs of cholera, malaria, yellow fever, and of many other illnesses. I can study them much better than I could through a microscope and learn their life history and the effects of remedial agencies. Many a fact have I learned that will be of the greatest use in medicine as well as in the arts. For you must know the microbes play a most important role in the industrial arts. In fact, life itself would not be possible without them. I am gradually accumulating giant specimens of the most important species, and I confidently expect to revolutionize many branches of science by the knowledge I thus gain. Then, too, since each part of the animal is increased in proper proportion, I am enabled to study the anatomy of the various organs, the red blood corpuscles and the phagocytes that attack the disease germs, the various tissues, the glands and their secretions, and the poisons and antitoxins and the serums. I can likewise study the changes produced by disease. In short, an entirely new world is open up to scientific investigation. How about your dwarfs? They are not so useful, and I have made comparatively few of them. That 4-year-old baby giant you see over there is looking at his own twin brother, a 4-year-old dwarf held in the palm of his nurse's hand. Yet both were grown from the same egg. Quite a contrast between the two, isn't there? The first child 15 feet high, and his twin brother about 5 inches in height. If I had made him a little smaller, I could carry him around in my pocket and pass him through a keyhole whenever I wanted to know what was in a locked room. He would be an invaluable assistant for a gang of criminals. Behind him you will see a bull moose, small enough to fit into a coffee cup. but just as savage as if he were full size. See how he comes butting at my shoe? And with the words, the doctor stooped down, picked up the frantic animal in his hand, and exhibited it, kicking and struggling before he set it down again. A dream. Last night, Silas, continued the doctor, I had a most peculiar dream. I dreamt that I had succeeded in making a human midget the size of a microbe. I had a hard job teaching him to speak, but managed it in this way. He spoke to me through a loud talker, while I answered him through a special instrument I invented to reduce sounds. Then I encased him in a microscopic submarine and ejected him into the blood of a rabbit, with instructions to observe and report to me all that he saw on his trip. Of course, in his submarine, he could pass unharmed through the circulation and visit the different organs of the body in turn. I especially wished him to study the digestion and the action of disease germs and the antibodies. I followed his course, and by means of an X-ray apparatus, and after a week's trip, I removed him from the rabbit's body and was gloating in anticipation over the wonderful account I was about to receive, when I was taken aback by the yowling of a cat on the back fence. Wouldn't that jar you? The day following the one on which the above conversation took place, the New York Daily Growl appeared with the following glaring headlines. Menagerie of giant beasts let loose. Escape of Dr. Hackensaw's gigantic animals. Cow the size of brontosaurus running wild in Harlem. The fact of the matter was that the giant cow had broken loose and had butted down the wall of the enclosure, and giant rabbits, chickens, dogs, and whatnot had made their escape and were terrifying women and children in the suburbs. Men with shotguns and pitchforks chased the intruders, and the police too took a hand. But it was not till a regiment of soldiers organized a systematic hunt for these fugitives that the last of the giant beast was slain. Dr. Hackensaw cheerfully paid all the damages, but he was inconsolable at the loss of his cherished menagerie, the result of many years of patient work. End of section 27. Read by Greg Roland.
Section number 28 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Russell Packer. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. Around the World in 80 Hours. Prologue. Yes, Mr. Sharp, I'll guarantee these new airplanes of mine to make an average speed of over 300 miles per hour, and to run more than 10 hours without need of making a stop. The speaker was Dr. Hackensaw, and the person addressed was a blasé-looking young man whose high position in the government must have been due to strong political pull, as the man was evidently utterly unfit for the position he occupied. Here was Dr. Hackensaw, offering to construct for the government a number of aircraft possessing a speed far greater than that of any machines hitherto constructed. And yet this self-satisfied young fellow was refusing to listen to the proposal. Finally, the worthy doctor lost his temper. "Don't you realize, man," said he, "that what I am offering you is an opportunity to make our country the greatest military power in the world?" "I understand your offer all right," returned the young man, laughing, "but I strongly doubt your ability to deliver the goods. In other words, I don't believe your machine will do what you claim for it, and the country has no money to throw away on experiments." "If that's all," cried Dr. Hackensaw eagerly, "I'll give you any demonstration you want, and prove to you that my new airplanes will make 300 miles an hour or more." "Yes," returned the young fellow, grinning. "Perhaps they will for a few seconds, or a few minutes, with the machine a complete wreck at the end of the experiment." "No, indeed," retorted the doctor, warmly. "But tell me plainly, what test would you require? I'll agree to any test you ask." "All right," replied the young man, his grin growing broader. "You say your machine will travel 300 miles per hour. The distance around the Earth is about 25,000 miles, Hence, your machine ought to make the trip in 80 hours. When you have made the tour of the world in 80 hours, I'll agree to order 500 of the machines for the government. The only stipulation I make is that you make the experiment within the next 100 years or so, as I am afraid I may not be on the job longer than that." And the young fellow guffawed at his own wit. "Very well, Mr. Sharp," replied Dr. Hackensaw quickly. "I will accept your conditions, and instead of asking you 100 years, I will agree to make the trip in a fortnight. I am not too old yet to vie with Jules Verne's Phineas Fogg, and to accomplish in 80 hours what took him 80 days, and what took Nellie Bly almost as long." Chapter 1. "Doctor, what's this I hear?" cried Pep Perkins, bursting into Dr. Hackensaw's sanctum unannounced, as was her wont. "Is it true that you're going to make a trip all around the world in 3 days? Author's note. When Jules Verne wrote his tour of the world in 80 days, the feat was impossible. Progress has been so rapid, however, that unless this story is published at once, the journey around the world in 80 hours may be an accomplished fact before the story appears. As regards the special phonograph mentioned in the story, it should not be more difficult to make a phonographic record than will produce sounds unlike any known on earth, than it is for an artist to draw a picture of things that never existed." "A little more than 3 days," corrected the doctor. "In 80 hours, to be more exact." "Gee, that will be dandy. Take me along with you, Doc. I'm just dying for some sort of excitement, and a trip around the world like that will bring all the shutter shooters around me, just as they follow Charlie Chaplin and Mary Pickford around." "I'm sorry, Pep, but I can't take you along," replied the doctor. But the young girl, well aware of her power over the worthy man, pretended not to hear the refusal. "How many places will we stop at on the way?" she asked. "I shall try to make only 7 stops, or 8 if you count our landing here in New York on the return. I shall try to arrange a stop every 3,000 miles or so. I expect my first stop to be in Paris, the next possibly Cairo, the third in India, the fourth in western China, the fifth in Japan, the sixth in Hawaii, the seventh in San Francisco, and the last back here in little old New York. Of course, in each place I shall only stop long enough to get a fresh machine with supplies, for there will be no time to lose. Moreover, to guard against accidents and emergencies, I shall have extra machines waiting for me every 500 miles of the course, even on the ocean, where the machines will be waiting for me on board ships whose exact location I can ascertain by wireless." Unknown sounds. "What's that funny phonograph you're working on now?" asked Pep. "Has that got anything to do with the trip?" "No, nothing whatever," replied the doctor, little dreaming the service the phonograph was destined to render him. "This is just a new invention of mine. I am making some experiments at present with artificial phonograph records." "What do you mean by artificial records?" asked Pep. "Well, you see, an ordinary phonograph reproduces real sounds. My new phonograph produces sounds that have not been made and that have never existed." "How do you manage it?" "Simply enough. An artist draws pictures of things that exist only in his own imagination. I do the same thing for sounds." "Cut out the josh, Doctor, and tell me straight. I don't understand what you mean." "All right, Pep. You know, of course, that when you speak into a phonograph in making a record, the needle, or stylus, as it is called, cuts a groove into the wax. It is the shape and size of this groove that regulates the sounds that the phonograph afterwards reproduces. Now, it struck me that it would be possible to make phonographic records by merely cutting the proper grooves without having to make the sounds." "What would be the use of that, even if you could do it?" asked the young lady, taking the chewing gum out of her mouth and fastening it beneath the seat of her chair. "It would have a great number of uses," replied the doctor. "To begin with, it would enable us to repair records." many remarkable records by famous persons are spoiled in the taking by some slight accident and are worthless. A slight repair to the injured portion would give us many wonderful records. My invention will also enable me to produce records that could not possibly be obtained otherwise. For example, the best soprano cannot sing above a certain key. I can, however, cut records that will produce clear musical notes octaves above any yet sung. But the grooves on the phonograph record are so small, objected Pip. Mechanics of it. True, there were certainly mechanical difficulties, but I have solved most of them. In order to cut accurate grooves, all that was necessary was to cut them on a large scale and then reduce them. Of course, I had first to take an ordinary record, magnify it to many times its original size, and get an expert engraver to copy the enlarged grooves on a hard rubber block. Then, by means of a reducing pantograph, these enlarged grooves were cut into a wax disc at the original size, and this engraved record made a very good copy of the original. I soon realized, however, that I must find a mechanical means for making the enlargement as well as the reduction, and I found the pantograph would serve the same purpose. To the short arm of the pantograph I attached a reproducer, and to the long arm a recorder. When the reproducer needle traveled in the grooves of the original record, the recording needle cut grooves many times the size on an immense wax disc. Before this, I had tried enlarging the grooves by using a loudspeaker, but I soon found that the depth of a groove made by a loud noise is very little more than that of one made by a low sound. The next step, of course, was to engrave a large record without any model. To obtain satisfactory results, it was necessary to analyze ordinary records in order to discover what connection existed between the grooves and the sounds produced. To do this, I hired a man with very clear articulation to make an ordinary phonograph record of every vowel and consonant sound in the language. I enlarged these records and thus found what shape of groove would produce each letter. My engraver could then produce any sentence I desired by combining the grooves in the proper order to make the sounds. I studied pitch in the same way. A record would be made of a couple of octaves either sung or played on a musical instrument, and a study of the enlarged record showed me what modifications in the shape of the groove produced pitch. Similar studies were necessary to obtain the proper quality and overtones. My first results were promising but very crude. It was only when I used chemical engraving instead of mechanical engraving that I obtained real satisfaction. Chemical engraving? Yes, what are called photoplates. For example, to reduce my large engravings to the proper size, I photographed them on a metal disc coated with sensitized film. On developing, the parts which received the highlights retain the thinnest coating, and when etched with acid produce the deepest grooves. In other words, my negative is reversed, and if played on the phonograph would give sounds utterly unlike the original. It is therefore necessary to make a positive by repeating the process from the negative. The grooves, thus reversed back again, will now produce the proper sound. I am now able to make records that will produce any imaginable or unimaginable sounds. When I want a thunderstorm or a roar of artillery, I don't have to wait for nature or man to supply me. My engraver cuts the grooves we have found will give the proper sounds, and the process is quiet and easy. But I'm wasting time. If you're bound on coming with me, I suppose you'll come, but you've only got 2 weeks to get ready in. Only 2 weeks to collect a supply of face powder sufficient for the 80-hour trip. Pep laughed and began at once to pack up. And not content with face powder, she prepared a whole trunk full of evening dresses in order to be ready for any emergency. As she remarked, "You never know what will happen when you travel with Dr. Hackensaw. He's a philosopher, and a philosopher is a man who can take care of the whole world, but can't be trusted to look after his own collar buttons." Chapter 2. "Well, Pep, are you all ready?" "Yes, I'm ready." Then jump on board and we'll start off for our tour around the world. Mr. Sharp, it is now 5 minutes to 10, and the date is August 15th. We have a fine morning for the start, so I shall leave here at the stroke of 10. If you will kindly sign your name in my book here, I will have your agents at the different stopping places sign too, so that you can know there is no fake, but that I have really traveled all around the earth. Otherwise, you might imagine I had just flown to the nearest hooch station and back again. Well, goodbye. I'll be back for the weekend. So saying, Dr. Hackensaw followed Pep into the airplane that was waiting for them, the Hoochie, as it was named, after his little girl. The Hoochie was a large and very peculiar-looking craft. It looked more like an arrow than it did like an airplane, for its wings were quite narrow for the size of the machine. And in addition to the horizontal wings, there were two vertical ones, one on top and one below, like the fins of a fish, and designed to keep the plane from wobbling in its flight. The machine had 8 propellers, 2 in the rear, 2 in the front, 1 on each side, and 2 on top that could serve as helicopters when desired, to hold the machine stationary, for they could be swung through an angle of 90 degrees from a vertical or horizontal position. 4 engines of 500 horsepower each ran the propellers and could be switched to any or all of the propellers by an ingenious gear shift worked by pressing electric buttons. The entire tonneau, including the pilot's seat, was enclosed in a glass body protected by an outer metallic casing. Any portion of the metal casing could be opened at will, thus allowing the passengers to view objects outside, no matter where these happened to be situated. An external platform made repair work handy and facilitated entering and leaving the car. This was also convenient for observations when the car was hovering over one spot. At the stroke of 10, the doctor, snugly ensconced in the car with his fair companion, gave the signal and away shot the car, hurled by its projector. Meanwhile, the engines had been chugging away, but almost noiselessly, as they were provided with silencers. Now, however, the propellers were thrown into gear, and forward darted the machine, climbing diagonally up into the sky. "What are those 2 other planes that are following us?" asked Pep, looking out through the glass window and noticing that 2 other machines, very similar in build, had followed them into the air. "Those are our escort," explained Dr. Hackensaw. "They will follow us across the Atlantic in order to be ready to help us in case of emergency. It would be too dangerous otherwise, for the slightest accident to our machine would mean death if there was no one at hand to pick us up." Relay system. "Will they follow us all around the earth?" "No, indeed. They will leave us at Paris, and there 3 extra planes are waiting for us to carry us on to Cairo, where a new relay will be in readiness. I had about 50 planes ready to sell to the government, so I sent half of these ahead on this route to wait for us, and the other half I sent in the opposite direction over the Pacific to establish relays in San Francisco, Hawaii, Japan, and China." The Hoochie and her consorts soon reached a speed of 100 miles per hour, then 200, and finally climbed up to 300. A wireless telephone had been installed on all the machines so the occupants could talk together sociably. Everything went along swimmingly, but, as Dr. Hackensaw was wont to remark, there is only one sure thing in this world, and that is trouble. In order to attain a greater speed, the doctor had risen higher and higher, and now his instruments indicated that he had reached an altitude of 10 miles, about double the height of the highest mountain. There was a great advantage in doing so, for at high speeds, the resistance of the air is considerable. As the doctor explained to Pep, the resistance of the air increases as the square of our velocity, while the power of our propellers in the rarefied air only diminishes as the density of the air. Consequently, there is a great advantage in flying high. "But," objected Pep, "you have to climb 10 miles up and 10 miles down every time you land." "True, but as we land only 8 times, this makes only 160 miles extra to go. Not even that, because we rise and descend on the diagonal. It would pay us to travel at an altitude of 25 miles, and I'm going to try it. Even this rate was too much, for scarcely had the instruments in the Hoochie registered 2,000 miles traveled from New York when an alarm signal came from one of the attendant planes, and this was followed by a message. "Something has gone wrong. We are falling." Dr. Hackensaw at once ordered the second plane to turn back and fish up the occupants in the crippled plane. Then he added, "When you have saved the men, don't bother about the plane. It will probably float. Follow straight after me, as I may need help before I reach Paris. We can send someone back from there to save or destroy the wreck." To Pep, the trip was somewhat monotonous. At a 10-mile altitude there was nothing to see, not even a cloud in the heavens. All was inky black sky and bright sunlight. An hour or so later the attendant plane caught up with them again, carrying the occupants of the number 3 car, whom they had literally fished up from their falling plane. The rescuers had hovered over the wrecked plane as it descended, and had let down a rope ladder provided for just such emergencies. The wrecked men, encased in helmets to protect them in the rarefied air, had climbed up to safety one after the other, long before the wrecked plane had fallen a single mile of the 10 miles to the ocean level. The rescuers had then put on an extra burst of speed in order to catch up with the doctor. About 8 o'clock p.m., by the doctor's watch, both machines landed at the aviation field in Paris. Here a few minutes' stop was made to take on fresh supplies of gasoline and oxygen, and to make a careful inspection of the machinery of the Hoochie. Everything seemed in such good condition that the doctor decided to keep the same machine for the next stage of the journey. He also kept the rescuing plane and the 3 new planes he found waiting for him, for experience had shown him that a single accident would deprive him of his escort. With 4 attendant planes he could continue his route even if 2 accidents occurred, a rescuing plane being left behind in each case. From Paris to Cairo, the journey was made mostly during the morning hours, as noon on the trip occurred several hours earlier than noon in New York. At the Cairo landing, the doctor, in his pajamas turned out of his berth, made a rapid inspection of the machinery, and decided that the Hoochie was good for another lap. 3 new planes were awaiting him here, and these, with the best of the other planes, made a good escort of 4. A glance at the instruments showed that the average speed made during the last lap was very nearly 400 miles per hour. If the trip continued in this fashion, the tour would really be too easy. But Dr. Hackensaw well knew by experience that the average speed made during the last hour was to be no exception to the rule. That morning the doctor and Pep had remained late on their couches. Even so, the day was long, though they tried to while away the time by playing cards and dominoes. When they reached their stopping point in India, a dilemma arose. The Hoochie, which had so far behaved beautifully, began to show signs of the strain. Either the machine must be abandoned, or a stop must be made to overhaul it. The doctor was now 2 hours ahead of his schedule, and he was so desirous of making the entire trip in the same car that he decided on the second alternative. He compromised matters as follows. 3 new planes were waiting for him here, and in one of these he sent Pep on ahead, with instructions to wait 1 hour for him at the next stop, which was in China. In case he failed to appear, she was to complete the tour alone. 2 good planes would accompany her, and 2 would remain with the doctor. Pep was delighted with the arrangement, and inwardly hoped the doctor would be delayed. What a triumph it would be to be the first person who had circumnavigated the earth in an airplane. The accident. The plan seemed a wise one, as it doubled the chances of success. Unfortunately, however, Pep was young and enterprising and not over-obedient. She had strict orders not to exceed a speed of 300 miles per hour, and for the first 2 hours she allowed the pilot to keep very close to this figure. Then she gradually increased the speed until the 400-mile limit was reached. Even that didn't satisfy her. After a couple of hours at this speed, she demanded even more power, and the pilot, a young fellow nothing loath to show off the capabilities of his machine to this pretty young girl, put the speed up to the highest notch, obtaining a record of over 450 miles per hour. But the natural result followed. Something gave way, and the machine started to fall to the earth. There was nothing for it but to volplane down and make a landing to ascertain what the trouble was. With 10 miles to descend, it was an easy matter to select a good landing place. Pep tried to telephone to the doctor, but the instrument didn't work. So she hastily scribbled a message and attached it to one of the special buoy balloons provided for such emergencies. These were balloons about 10 feet in diameter that could be distended until they would exactly float in the air outside. This was accomplished by a simple though ingenious system. A stopcock on the descending apparatus admitted the outside air, whose pressure automatically cut off the admission of gas when the balloon was properly inflated. An electric lantern in the balloon was arranged by clockwork so as to be switched on automatically at night. At 10 miles height, with no clouds or air currents of any strength, the balloon would float in the same spot for hours and could be seen miles away. There was therefore no danger of Dr. Hackensaw failing to see the buoy. And as a red balloon signified that a letter was attached, the doctor would certainly receive the message. And so he did. The repairs to the Hoochie only occupied an hour, and then putting on full speed, he set off to overtake his fair companion. Perceiving the red balloon, he slowed up, captured it with its message, and then followed the trail of smaller balloons left by Pep to indicate the direction taken. The pilot of the first plane had landed close to a pagoda, so Dr. Hackensaw ordered his own pilot to land alongside. A large crowd of excited and jabbering Chinese had gathered around the two machines, which they regarded with hostile eyes. Dr. Hackensaw vainly made pacific signs. The anger of the people only increased. Finally, they pushed one of their number forward as an interpreter. To Dr. Hackensaw's joy, this was a white man, and he spoke English. "Phonograph valuable. Gentlemen," he said, "you don't know how glad I am to see you, though I'm afraid you're going to have a hard time of it. Some of the Chinese have gone to notify the Mandarin, and he will decide what is to be done with you. It will be a couple of hours before he gets here, and meanwhile you will be kept prisoners here. My name is Christopher Lamb. I came here as a missionary. At the start, nothing was too good for me. One of the mandarins even allowed me to sleep in his own coffin, which is the highest courtesy that can be shown a man." "Sleep in his coffin?" interposed Pep. "What do you mean?" "Why, every rich Chinaman buys his coffin during his lifetime and keeps it in his parlor as an ornament. To allow a stranger to sleep in it is a mark of high honor, and I appreciated it. But, of late, things have been different, and for the past year I've been kept in prison because the authorities don't like my preaching. If you are allowed to go, I hope you'll take me with you." Even as the man spoke, the natives surrounded the two airplanes and fastened them by cords to stakes driven into the ground. In vain Dr. Hackensaw protested. All remonstrance was useless. "It's no use, sir," said the interpreter. "I know the Mandarin. He's not a man that will listen to reason. It would take a miraculous intervention from Buddha himself to set you free." "What?" cried Dr. Hackensaw, struck with a sudden idea. "If their God here told them to release us, would they do it?" "Of course they would, immediately." "All right then. Just step into the airplane with me, Mr. Lamb. For the time being, you are to act the part of Buddha. I want you to make a phonograph record in Chinese. I have here some wax blanks, and when Buddha's commands are uttered through a loudspeaker, I feel sure these poor Chinese will be convinced it is their God who is talking to them. What shall I tell them? I'll coach you." And as Dr. Hackensaw spoke the words, Mr. Lamb translated them into Chinese and enunciated them slowly and distinctly into the instrument. The rest was but child's play. Dr. Hackensaw had with him already engraved some records with artificial thunder, the roar of cannon and musketry, and all kinds of unearthly noises. For convenience in experimenting, his phonograph could take several discs at once, each with its own needle, and by shifting a lever, any one of the records could be switched on in place of the other. This was to facilitate the study of the combination of different sounds and so analyzing the engraved grooves on the record. Everything being in readiness, Dr. Hackensaw, through his interpreter, informed the natives that he was under the special protection of their god, Buddha, and that Buddha himself would confirm this. Buddha speaks. A hush of awe fell over the hundreds of spectators by this time assembled. Then Dr. Hackensaw adjusted his loud talker and set the phonograph going. The record opened with loud claps of thunder and the roar of artillery, accompanied by hideous noises of all kinds. Then came a loud, gruff voice, apparently from the heavens above. "People of China, listen to me. These strangers are men from the sky. They are special friends of mine, and anyone who harms a hair of their heads will be cursed. He will perish miserably with all his family, and their graves will be defiled. Let these men go in peace, or I will destroy this whole town with thunder and lightning. I have spoken." Then came another burst of thunder and artillery, and all was quiet again. The effect of the speech was magical. 100 eager men came forward to loosen the ropes, and as the disabled plane had by this time been put in order again, the airplanes soared aloft. Dr. Hackensaw, however, had taken Pep on board with him, so as to prevent future trouble. Needless to say, Mr. Lamb went with them. They had to make another stop in China for their supplies, and still another in Japan before starting for the long flight over the Pacific. They had reached Japan at noon by the doctor's watch, but in reality in the early morning by Japanese time, after an all-night ride. They had to put on extra speed to make up for lost time, and on 3 occasions one of the escort planes had to be left behind for repairs, with a rescuing plane to attend to it. Hawaii was reached at about 10 o'clock p.m. by the doctor's watch, and San Francisco the next morning. Fortunately, the doctor's plane, the Hoochie, his latest and best model, stood the trip well, and a brisk overhauling put it into proper condition for the final lap. Some slight delays ensued, but by running the machine at full speed, the Hoochie reached the landing place in New York a few seconds before 6 p.m., the scheduled time. They had made the trip in exactly 80 hours. By traveling eastward, they had been 4 days and 8 hours on the trip, but the days, day and night included, were only 18 hours long. Had they traveled westward instead, the trip would have lasted only 2 days and 8 hours, but the days would have been 36 hours long. 18 tedious hours of daylight followed by an 18-hour night. In either case, of course, the total time would have been 80 hours. Mr. Sharp was at the landing place waiting for them, and he held in his hand a signed government order for 50 of the new airplanes as a sample. "Well, Pep," cried Dr. Hackensaw gaily, "we've made the tour of the world in exactly 79 hours, 59 minutes, and 37 3/10 seconds. We had nearly 23 seconds to spare. It's a pity we didn't make use of this spare time to see a little more of the countries we passed through." "Yes," answered Pep disconsolately. "It was a great waste of time. Just think of it. Here I've been all around the world and have come home without having had a single proposal. Not even from a Chinese mandarin." End of section 28.
Section 29 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jen Broda. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Vizandi. The Secret of the Flying Horse. Author's Note. For centuries, man has dreamed of flying. From the days of Icarus, who flew too near the sun, and from the days of the fabled flying horse Pegasus, literature is full of such flying creatures, griffins, dragons, fairies, and whatnot. The primitive idea, of course, was naturally that of using bird-like wings for the flying. When the airplane was invented, however, the propeller was found far more practical than wings. But flying machines with flapping wings are a possibility, and while they cannot hope to compete with airplanes in most matters, they would still fill a niche of their own. As a substitute for cavalry in war, they would possess certain advantages. Barbed wire constructions and trenches would offer no obstacles to their passage. Prologue. You say you seen it, Joe? That's what I said. I saw that flying horse as plainly as I see you. What had you been drinking? Some of your own Applejack? A roar of laughter from the loungers in the country tavern greeted this sally, but Joe continued, undaunted. No, sir. I hadn't touched a drop of Jersey lightning. Are you sure it wasn't some new kind of flying machine? Flying machine your granny? Hain't I lived in the country long enough to know a horse when I see him? This was a sure enough horse, with hide and tail and teeth and everything, and wings to boot. I seen it too, fellers, chimed in a second man, familiarly known as Dave. I seen it down by the river, standing quietly in the pasture, and though it was much bigger than an ordinary horse, I thought I'd try to catch it. So I went up close to it, and when I got within 20 feet of it, it saw me and reared up on its hind legs and shouted to me, "Go back! Go back!" Must have been a guinea hen, suggested the man who had first spoken. They always say, "Go back, go back." At this, a fresh laugh went up, and Dave looked sheepish. For the horse's remark had really been, "Go back, you fool, go back." But Dave had thought it advisable to present an expurgated edition. "That's some horse," cried a fourth man. "A horse that can fly and talk is a horse worth seeing." "I didn't hear the horse talk," interrupted a new speaker, who answered to the name of Cooney. "But I heard him snort and neigh, and I saw what I never expected to see in this life. The horse, when I saw him, was flying up into the air, and he had an angel astride on his back. And while I was looking, the angel spread her wings and flew up and around the horse, and then came down again and stood on tiptoe on its back, like the girls does in the circus." At this fresh addition to the story, a shout of derision went up from the crowd, who were convinced that Cooney's addition to, and apparent corroboration of, the story were intended as a satire on the tales of his predecessors. But Cooney vehemently maintained his statement as fact. "Say, Cooney," cried a young fellow with a sandy goatee, "do you know what's the difference between you and a liar?" "No." "Well, neither do I, but I'll bet there ain't much difference. And I'll say the same of Dave and Joe. And I'll say one thing more. If the angel had wings, what the tarnation did she need a flying horse for? Why didn't she use her own wings?" Chapter 1. A Human Flying Machine. Some 3 months before the conversation above recorded, Miss Pep Perkins, while rummaging through the garret of Dr. Hackensaw's country house, came across a large wooden chest and tried to open it, but it was locked. At the first opportunity, she inquired of the doctor what the contents might be. Dr. Hackensaw laughed. "That," said he, "is one of my earlier attempts at a flying machine. That was long before the days of the Wright brothers, and, of course, my idea of a flying machine then was one with wings that would flap up and down, so I built that one." "Oh, show it to me, please," begged Pep, and the doctor obligingly opened the case and showed her the machine. Pep was delighted with it, for it was a gem, a real work of art. The wings were made of real birds' feathers, and were pure white and of the softest and finest texture. "What a beauty!" cried Pep, delighted. "It's a regular peach. Haven't you ever tried to make it fly?" "What's the use? A propeller is far more efficient motor than wings. To make a winged flying machine would be just a step backwards. But could you make a winged machine if you wanted to? Persisted Pep. Certainly, replied the doctor. There would be no difficulty about it. Man has already beaten nature in the field of aviation. A man can now fly faster than any winged creature that exists. It would be but child play to beat nature again by making a mechanical bird, depending solely on its wings for flight, yet larger than any bird that evolution has yet been able to produce. Dr. Hackensaw, begged Pep, I want you to do me a great favor. And she coaxingly put an arm around the doctor's neck. I want you to fix these lovely wings so they can be attached to my shoulders. You could arrange them so they could be worked by a light motor. I want to be able to fly like a bird. And I also want a winged horse, one that can both gallop and fly. Dr. Hackensaw shook his head, but in spite of all his inventions, the worthy man had not yet invented any means of circumventing a woman with a fixed idea in her head. So Pep finally carried the day, and the doctor constructed the two machines she desired. The winged horse presented no special difficulties. Dr. Hackensaw had already perfected a mechanical horse for the use of farmers, one that worked by gasoline and that could be harnessed to a plow or cart or carriage at will, thus taking the place of an ordinary horse. One of these he had constructed with a radium motor and made in the exact shape of the animal, covering it with the hide of a giant Percheron horse. The body was so large that a man could comfortably lie down inside. This horse could walk, trot, or gallop at will. To enable it to fly, the doctor adapted large wings to its shoulders, and the flapping of these enabled the animal to rise from the ground and soar like a bird of prey. The wings were worked by a train of revolving gear wheels, so they could vibrate if desired, with the speed of the wings of an insect. The speed could be regulated by the use of gear shifts. The head of the horse was hollow, of India rubber, inside the skin of the head of the real horse. By means of a tank of compressed air, kept filled by the engine, the animal could be given the most lifelike movements, lifting its legs, turning or shaking its head, rolling its glass eyes, and opening its mouth. A special neighing and snorting whistle had been attached, and Pep had insisted on a concealed horn opening into the animal's mouth. The horn was arranged so as to disguise her voice and change it into a deep bass. I want a horse voice, said Pep, emphasizing the pun. I want the people to think that it is really the beast that is speaking. As to the wings for her own use, these gave the doctor more trouble. In these too, he used his radium motor, the energy being furnished by the disintegration of radium into lead. By a special heating device, 1 gram of radium could be made to disintegrate rapidly enough to produce sufficient power to work the wings and enable the young lady to fly. A gasoline motor would have been too cumbersome. Gee, I'll make a peach of an angel, cried Pep delightedly as she fastened the beautiful white wings, made of real bird feathers, to her shoulders and surveyed herself complacently in the looking-glass. I'll have to have a special costume made when I really fly. It may be well to state here that the wings were fastened not directly to the young lady's arms, but to lugs that formed part of a light but strong metallic framework, a metal combination garment worn under her clothing. This garment was rather snug-fitting and encircled her thighs and bust. To put it on, she stepped into the 2 leg openings and then buckled the garment over her shoulders and around her waist. In this way, her whole weight when flying was borne by the framework, which, of course, was padded to prevent chafing her skin. Learning to control the machine was no easy task, but Pep could already drive an automobile, and she was young and determined, so she had soon mastered control of the horse. After that, it was not very difficult for her to learn to fly with her own angel wings, as she called them. Dr. Hackensaw had ordered her not to fly beyond the bounds of his large country estate and to fly only at night when she was less likely to excite comment. But as Pep mastered the control of her flying steed and gained confidence, she became somewhat reckless and flew beyond the boundary set. And that is how it happened that the 3 farmers had been able to catch sight of her. Nor did Pep try to hide from them. On the contrary, she took a malicious pleasure in mystifying them. Miss Pep, although 18 years old, was still a child. Pep was especially delighted with her angel wings. These fastened at her shoulders to lugs on the metal framework, the lugs projecting through openings at the back of her dress. The machinery was entirely concealed so that Pep, when flying, looked exactly like the conventional pictures of angels. Of course, great speed was not possible. Both she and the horse flew with what the Italians call a slow slowness. But this moderate pace had the advantage that no unsightly helmet was necessary, as on an aeroplane. You could fly with your face uncovered and enjoy the beauties of the scenes below you. There is, of course, an exhilaration in an airplane traveling at from 100 to 200 miles per hour, but it is entirely different from the satisfaction of gliding quietly along through the air at angel speed. It was like the difference between running a race and taking a stroll. Each has an interest of its own. Chapter 2: A Trip to Africa. Pep, said Dr. Hackensaw, I'm going to take a short trip to Africa. Do you want to come along with me? Do I? Well, I just guess. But what African bug is biting you? I'm going to study a big problem, whether it is possible to flood the desert of the Sahara by letting in the Mediterranean Sea. Some people claim that the thing is possible, others that it is not, that most of the desert is at a higher elevation than the sea, and hence the best that could be done would be to create a few lakes in the desert. However, even that might be worth doing, and if by irrigation I can bring fertility to large areas of this great waste of land, I will gladly undertake the work. When do we start? Asked Pep. The steamer sails Tuesday. Can you be ready in time? Sure, Mike, responded Pep gleefully. And what's more, I'll take my flying horse along. I want to see the desert of Sahara and go for a lion or an elephant hunt on my winged steed. Chapter 3: The Elephant Hunt. Now, Pep, said Dr. Hackensaw, tomorrow we are going to have a grand hunt. The guide tells me there is a troop of wild elephants within a couple of miles from here, and a troop of lions not far off. You can have all the sport you want, but do promise to be careful. On your flying horse, there is no danger, so long as the mechanism works properly, and so long as you are not reckless. I have carefully overhauled the machine. It is in perfect condition, and your own wings can help you in an emergency. But do be careful. All right, Pop, answered Pep flippantly, for it must be confessed that she was youthfully disrespectful toward the worthy doctor. Dr. Hackensaw sighed, but said nothing further. The morning dawned bright and fair, and the doctor, accompanied by a couple of Arab servants and a troop of Negro beaters, started out for the spot where the elephants had been sighted. As for Pep, she mounted her flying steed, Pegasus, and started ahead on her own account. She soon outdistanced the hunters and came in sight of the elephants. At the sight of the flying horse, the elephant leader gave a trumpet of alarm, and the troop gathered together in a bunch, wondering whether to fly or to hold their ground. Not wishing to spoil the sport of her companions, Pep gave the animals a wide berth and circled around to see if she could spy the lions. She did not see them, but she spied something else, another camp of men, of whose proximity the doctor was unaware. Curiosity prompted Pep to come nearer, at the risk of being shot at. She slowed up as she approached, but her presence was not noticed. for these men too were on a lion hunt and had just caught sight of several of the animals in a neighboring thicket and were endeavoring to surround them. And then Pep saw a sight that made her blood run cold. A large male lion was creeping unperceived behind one of the hunters who was kneeling by a tree, his eyes glued in the opposite direction. Before the startled girl could utter a single cry of warning, the lion had pounced on its prey as a cat pounces on a mouse and carried him off in its jaws. Pep almost fell from her horse at the sight, for she had seen the man was a white man, some traveler or explorer in those wild regions. Pep had a rifle slung to her saddle and 2 revolvers in her belt, but she dared not shoot, her aim from the flying horse being too uncertain. Reckless of all danger, Pep directed her course straight for the lion, and as she passed, clubbed him over the head with her rifle. The animal scarcely felt the blow, but he was startled and dropped his prey while he turned around to see what foe had assailed him. The sight of the flying horse, however, was not to his liking, so the beast turned and, picking up the senseless man again, made for a thick jungle. But Pep was now desperate. She knew that if the beast once got into the tangled underbrush, she could do nothing. She must head him off at all costs. Pulling out her revolver, she shot the lion in his hindquarters, and then, flying over his head, landed between him and the jungle, ready for a second shot. Snarling with pain and rage, the lion once more dropped his senseless burden and came at her with a roar of anger. Poor Pep was half frightened to death, but she was a girl of spirit, and seeing she now had a good chance for a shot, she placed 2 bullets in the animal's head just as the infuriated animal made a leap for her horse. Down came horse, lion, and rider in one heap, but luckily one of the shots had hit a vital spot. The beast gave one convulsive roll on the ground and died, while Pep fainted away. Pep's shots had been heard, and when the rescuers arrived on the scene, Pep was quickly revived and found to be unhurt except for a few bruises and scratches. As to the man whose life she had so miraculously saved, he had sustained no vital injuries, though his left arm was broken. He begged to be allowed to go with Dr. Hackensaw's party, and Pep played the role of untrained nurse to the wounded man, who in return delighted her with the present of a lively young lion cub. Poor Pegasus, the flying horse, had been put out of commission, so Pep had to ride a camel and was dreadfully seasick from the motion of the beast. She understood that the term ship of the desert applied to the camel is no mere metaphor. But when Dr. Hackensaw playfully joked her about having gone out for a lion hunt and captured a man, she replied seriously, "No, Doctor, I don't want to marry yet. I don't mind flirting a little. You used to scold me every day on the ship for flirting with the officers. But a husband isn't much fun. All I've captured on this trip is a lion's skin that will make a handsome rug." Dr. Hackensaw himself was not fortunate. He returned to New York, his problem unsolved. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandier. The Secret of the Dream Machine. This is one of the best stories from the pen of Clement Fezandier that we have ever published. It holds a big moral for all of us. We are all so much engrossed in our everyday work that we cannot look ahead even 25 years. When you look through the pages of this magazine, you no doubt scoff at our advanced ideas and our so-called dreams of the future. In fairness to yourself, it will do you good to read this story. It will no doubt open your eyes. The Editor. Author's note. Many people imagine that our dreams are warnings or the foreshadowing of future events. They are nothing of the kind. They're mere jumbles of ideas we've received during our waking hours, modified to a certain extent by physical sensations felt during sleep. There is, therefore, no reason why we should not order our dreams as we order our dinners. Perhaps within the next 100 years or so, dream machines like the one mentioned in this story may be available for all of us, and nightmares be forever banished from the earth. Chapter 1. Doctor, what causes dreams? Asked Silas Rocket one day as he briskly entered the doctor's sanctum. Dr. Hackensaw looked up from his work with a smile. Dreams, said he, are but chance associations of ideas which already exist in our minds. Any event which has strongly impressed us during the day is apt to influence our dreams. But do not dreams sometimes come true? Certainly, very often, but in all such cases they're mere coincidences. A number of my own dreams have come true occasionally in a most remarkable manner. During the World War, many a mother must have dreamt her boy was killed in battle, and alas, the prophecy must have been fulfilled in a number of cases. Such cases, of course, are mathematically certain to occur. As to other most unlikely coincidences, you must remember that, as some great philosopher, I think it was Aristotle, once said, it's one of the probabilities that many improbable things will happen. But whence comes your special interest in dreams? Because last night I had a most extraordinary dream. I dreamt I was the man who had first invented kissing, and that I had taken out a patent on my invention and charged a royalty of 1 cent for every kiss. Well, the money came pouring in hand over fist, coins, bills, checks, etc., until our richest multimillionaires were beggars compared to me. And then the trouble began. A whole army of women, sweethearts and mothers with babies in their arms, came at me brandishing all kinds of weapons, calling me all kinds of hard names, claiming that I had beggared them. What they would have done to me I don't know. Luckily I awoke just then. Now, Doctor, can you tell me what caused that nightmare? I think so. If I were Sherlock Holmes, I should deduce that you must have called on your fiancée, Miss Gloria Mundy, last night. Yes, I did. But how in the world did you guess that? A deduction. Dr. Hackensaw chuckled. Isn't it wonderful, said he, that merely calling on your sweetheart should make you think of unlimited kisses? Some associations of ideas are so recondite that you wonder what could ever have started them, and the doctor fairly cackled at his own wit. Pshaw! Exclaimed Silas, blushing. Can't a man kiss his own lady love without being laughed at for it? Certainly, Silas, returned the doctor. I was merely interpreting your dream for you. But talking of dreams, you may perhaps be interested in my latest invention, a dream machine. A dream machine? What's that? It's a machine that causes dreams, and enables you to order any kind of dream you want, just as you would order your dinner. Why, how in the world does it do that? Because, Silas, as I told you, our dreams have 2 causes. First, they're a jumble of ideas already existing in our mind. Secondly, they're the result of the physical sensations which reach us during sleep. For years I made it a practice to note down my dreams immediately on awakening, and I was surprised to find how often I could trace the origin of the dream to something I'd seen or read the day before, and also often to some picture I'd seen. I found the same thing true for physical sensations. If you dream of freezing, you're likely to awake and find that a breeze is blowing into the room or that your blankets have fallen off. If you dream that you're flying in the air, you may confidently attribute this to a too copious dinner, for it is a curious fact that a full stomach will produce during sleep a feeling of lightness. Sometimes the most absurd dreams have rational interpretation when you analyze them. For example, I one night dreamed that I emptied out a large lake by peeling off the water in layers, lifting off one layer of water after the other. On awakening, however, I remembered that the day before I had counted several hundred sheets of tissue paper, and the lifting of one sheet of tissue paper after the other had in my dream been changed to lifting off one layer of water after another. I might prolong the list indefinitely, but what's the use? My dream machine is in the next room, and I will give you a practical demonstration that will be worth more than any amount of talk. The dream machine was indeed a most peculiar-looking contraption. Imagine a bed surrounded by all kinds of tubes, rods, stopcocks, and electric wires, and with dials of various sizes to serve as meters. A small phonograph also stood by the head of the bed. The entire apparatus was enclosed in a large, airtight globe, thus enabling the operator to condense or rarefy the air, increase its humidity, or modify it in other ways. You see, explained the doctor, as our dreams are based on ideas and on sensations, my machine must have two parts, one to produce ideas and the other to produce sensations. The first part is just an ordinary phonograph, as I found it best to instill the desired ideas before the subject drops off to sleep. The phonograph, provided with the proper record, is set going before the subject loses consciousness. I have prepared a number of dream records to suit all tastes. The young girl, of course, wants to dream of her wedding and honeymoon. The lad of spirit wants to dream of adventures, of trips into the jungle, of flying machines and war, of rescuing beautiful maidens from the hands of black-bearded villains. In fact, every man can have his dreams made to order, for special phonograph records can be made at very slight expense. The phonograph records, as a rule, consist merely of a few words repeated at intervals to turn the mind in the desired direction. For example, the 3 words love, sweetheart, kiss, repeated several times to the ear of the maiden as she falls asleep, will usually be sufficient to produce the desired dream. Sensation. I don't see why you need any second part to the machine, said Silas. Words alone ought to be able to suggest any idea desired. True, but the other part is sometimes useful. Here's a stopcock, for example, that lets in perfumes of different sorts at will. Another blows breezes on the patient. Effects of heat and cold are produced by still others. If I wish the subject to dream of a feast, I have merely to press this key, which injects a drop of aromatic liquid into his mouth. Rubber fingers are arranged, which can be set to touch the sleeping man's hands or feet in different manners, according as you wish him to run, walk, climb, grasp an object, shoot a gun, etc. In order to time the different portions of the dream properly, I use a sort of piano player. The piano player records have holes punched in them which cause the proper keys to be pressed in the order desired, and so automatically cause the sequence of ideas which you wish the dream to follow. But isn't your machine expensive? Objected Silas. Yes. There is the cost of the phonograph and the piano player, and the bed with its various attachments, but every person who has a phonograph can buy dream records to use at home for ordinary dreams. If he wants something special, he must go to one of my dream hotels, where the beds are provided with my machines. But now, Silas, as you've seen my machine, I want you to try it for yourself. What would you like to dream of? Doctor, replied Silas, you once sent me 100 years into the future, to the year 2025. I wish now that you would send me into the past, back to the year 1776. I think I could show our staid old ancestors a thing or two. George Washington and Benjamin Franklin would have to bow down to my superior knowledge. And as to patent royalties, why, I should be master of all the marvelous inventions made during the past 140-odd years, from the steam engine to the airplane. Why, I should be a multimillionaire in no time, and the biggest bug in the bunch. Dr. Hackensaw laughed heartily. All right, Silas, said he, I'll send you back to the year 1776. But I know, by hard personal experience, that the life of an inventor who tries to market his inventions is by no means all rose-color. In fact, I'll bet you $1,000 against $1 that you won't succeed in having a single one of our modern improvements adopted. I'll take you up, Doctor, cried the reporter gaily, and he extended himself on the couch and tried to compose himself to sleep, while Dr. Hackensaw prepared a suitable phonograph record. Then the record was placed in the machine, and as Silas dropped off to sleep, he was conscious of these words, buzzing slowly into his ear. 1776. Benjamin Franklin. Steam engine. Railroad. Telephone. Electric light. Automobile. Airplane. Chapter 2. How is thee feeling now, friend? Silas started up in a daze and found that he'd been lying on the ground while a pretty Quaker girl in the conventional costume was bathing his temples from a nearby spring. Where am I? He cried, sitting up and gazing in astonishment at the rural landscape about him. Thee is here, in the town of Philadelphia, answered the girl soothingly. "Philadelphia?" echoed Silas in surprise. "Where are the houses? There's not a single building in sight." Then his brain cleared, and he asked, "What year are we, pray?" "We are in the year of our Lord, 1776. The Continental Congress has just met and signed the Declaration of Independence." "Ah!" cried Silas, springing to his feet. "I haven't any time to lose. I must go to Washington at once and speak to the congressman." And he began fumbling in his pockets, but his face fell. "Not a cent!" he cried. "I don't know what I'm going to do." He forgot that his money would have been worthless even if he had had any. The current coin consisted of pounds, shillings, and pence, when it did not consist of tobacco or some other commodity. "Congress is in session here," replied the maiden, "but General Washington is not in Philadelphia at present. Yet if thee will follow me, I'm sure my father will be glad to have thee as a guest." Silas followed the young girl rather sheepishly. Here was he, planning to revolutionize the world of 1776, and yet with all his knowledge unable to secure a meal, but dependent on others to provide it for him. Still, he could make ample compensation soon. What should he turn his hand to first? That was the question. Should it be the automobile? No. That was too complicated and required material not easy to obtain in this ancient civilization. And when he looked at the mud and ruts in the road and reflected that this was Philadelphia, he realized at once that even if he had an automobile with him, it would be absolutely useless. You can't run an auto in mud a foot deep. An airplane was evidently preferable. It was easier to build and required no roads. The great problem was to find petroleum to run it, but he knew there was plenty of oil in Pennsylvania waiting to be tapped. But to get the oil, he would need capital. His first problem, then, was to make money. Surely, with his head full of the countless inventions made during the 19th century, he should have no trouble in becoming rich. Many simple inventions had made fortunes for the promoters. But as he questioned Ruth and her father, he found that his task was by no means easy. The main industries seemed to be the fur trade, lumber trade, that is to say, the shipping of masts and other lumber abroad. This trade, of course, now prevented by the war. And the growing of tobacco. How could his boasted knowledge help him with these? And his wealth, even when acquired, would consist mainly in bales of tobacco and packs of furs, not a very handy capital with which to start a 20th century factory. Only two practical ideas occurred to Silas. The first was a percussion cap, breech-loading magazine rifle, to replace the old flintlock muzzle loaders that missed fire half the time and that left the owner helpless after each shot until a new charge could be rammed home. The second idea was the manufacture of matches, and these he determined to make at once, as they seemed the easiest thing to manufacture with his limited resources. The first invention. Accordingly, after a dinner of venison and cornbread at the house of his Quakeress, whose name, by the way, he learned was Ruth Friend, Silas hunted all through the town to find a chemist's shop. With great difficulty he was able to secure a small amount of sulfur and phosphorus, and such other chemicals as he judged would be most useful, leaving his watch as a deposit. Then he started in to manufacture some matches. His success was not very great, but he finally produced a dozen large, clumsy matches which would answer as samples. These he triumphantly exhibited to Ruth's father. "There, Mr. Friend, what do you think of those?" he asked, when, after repeated efforts, he had succeeded in lighting one of his matches and starting a fire. "Friend Silas," answered the Quaker, "that thing looks and smells like an invention of the devil. Moreover, of what use is it?" "Of what use?" echoed Silas. "Why, it will take the place of your old flint and steel." "Indeed? Well, friend, I would not trade my trusty flint and steel for many thousand of such matches, as they calls them. I can light a fire more quickly with my flint and steel than thee can with thy matches. And it costs me nothing and requires no work, while to make matches such as thine requires chemicals and labor. They are worse than useless." And so it was with all the other inventions with which Silas sought to amaze the good people of Philadelphia. He had a large circle of listeners evenings, for his stories appealed to them like fairy tales, but when he insisted on being taken seriously, his listeners shook their heads and thought his mind was a trifle deranged. It was when they talked among themselves about his wild tales that they gave free vent to their minds. "Just imagine," said one, "he said he would one day show us how he could catch a man's image on a piece of glass, and the image would not only remain there permanently, but could be printed off on paper many times. He called it photography. He spoke to me of something even more extraordinary than that, chimed in another. He said that he would someday take a sheet of wax and let us talk and sing to it, and that the wax would remember every word, and would repeat the songs and speeches without a mistake over and over again, and even weeks later if we wished. And he said this phonograph, that's what he called it, would even imitate the very tones of each man's voice. Surely the fellow must be a fool. And to me, said a third, he said that he knew how to make a machine that would enable him to look right into a man's body. He said it would be possible to see a bullet, even though hidden in a man's chest. That's nothing, interrupted a fourth. He told me he was going to try to get capital enough to make some stagecoaches and some boats that would run by steam. He said that with steam he could run a dozen heavily loaded wagons at a speed of 60 miles an hour or more. How's that for a wild dream? Not content with that, he said he knew how to build flying machines that would go 200 miles an hour. No bird can fly that fast, and it stands to reason that even if a flying machine is ever made, it'll be so heavy and clumsy that it cannot fly even as fast as the slowest bird. Talk about electricity. Then, too, you ought to hear him talk about electricity. Ben Franklin knows a lot about electricity, but you ought to hear this fellow talk. He says you can make electricity out of running water, and it'll do all our work for us. He must have forgotten that he had just said that steam would do it. He said electricity would run our stagecoaches, work our machinery, plough our fields, sweep the floors of our houses, and even furnish us a better light than a good wax candle would give. What do you think of that? He told me something else, spoke up a chemist who happened to be present, obviously the best educated person among them. He wanted me to trust him for some chemicals, and he told me he knew how to build a machine that would enable him to talk from here in Philadelphia to a man in England. But I tripped him up neatly. I happen to know that sound only travels 1,080 feet per second, and as the distance to England is some 3,000 miles, it would take the words spoken here over 3 hours to reach England, and 3 hours to come back. 6 hours to get an answer to a question. He's such an ignoramus, he thought you could get an answer right away. Note: it may be well to state, for the benefit of some of my younger readers, that in the telephone it is not the sound that travels, but the electric current. The speech is therefore transmitted thousands of miles in the fractional part of a second. See Fezantier. End of note. And so the conversation continued. Some thought that Silas might have sold himself to the devil, but the more advanced leaned to the belief that the reporter was crazy. A visit to Franklin. All Silas's efforts to secure financial help for his schemes failed, and he saw that he must earn his first capital by making and marketing some simple invention. He thought of a toy, the handball with an elastic, which is said to have made its inventor a millionaire. But he had no rubber, and the children of 1776 had no money for toys. Then he thought of the safety pin and the crimped hairpin. With great difficulty, he managed to obtain some stiff wire and made a few pins of each kind, but the wire was too soft and the ladies were too unprogressive to use these devices even when given to them free. His one hope now lay in seeing Benjamin Franklin. That great philosopher and statesman was a scientist and a man of advanced ideas. Franklin was in Philadelphia at the time and received the reporter genially. Silas, with some copper sulfate, zinc, and acid, had managed to make a simple gravity cell, and as this was 24 years before Volta invented his famous voltaic cell, Franklin was delighted at thus finding that an electric current was a possibility. So far, all electricity was of the static kind, produced by an electrical machine. By the use of his cell and a bit of wire, Silas soon demonstrated to the great philosopher the possibility of a simple telegraph with dots and dashes. Franklin acknowledged the practicability of the invention, but looked upon it as a mere scientific toy. The device, said he, is highly ingenious, but it would be of no real value. What need is there of this telegraph, as you call it? If the news is good, it will keep, and if bad, we shall hear it soon enough. Silas tried to explain the advantage it would afford the colonials by giving them advance information in regard to the movements of the British troops. But, objected Franklin, what would prevent the enemy from cutting the wires? Besides, think of the cost, and the British would soon learn to make the device themselves. Then Silas tried to explain about a wireless, but here Franklin could not follow him. So Silas tried another tack and explained the principle of the dynamo. He insulated his wires by dipping them in beeswax and by coiling them to form simple electromagnets. He showed how it was possible to change mechanical force into electricity. Here, too, Franklin was delighted with the idea, though he failed to see that the invention had any practical value. "Just think what a waste of power there would be with such a machine," said he. "Here you are using a one-man power to produce a very small current. You say that we could use our water wheels to produce the electricity, but this would be most wasteful. Why not have the water wheels do the work directly, themselves, as they do now in our mills, grinding our flour and sawing our lumber?" "Yes," admitted Silas, "but with electricity you could transport your power anywhere you wanted it, even into your houses, and make it spin your flax, weave your cloth, or sweep your floors." Franklin's face grew stern. "As for the housework," said he, "we want nothing that will tend to make our women lazy and shiftless. Work is good for everyone, and spinning and weaving is the women's share." The philosopher is skeptical. Then Silas tried to explain the advantages of the electric light. He explained how, by joining a number of voltaic cells together, he could heat a wire red hot and so produce a substitute for candles. But the great 18th century philosopher showed no enthusiasm. "Of course, electricity will produce light," said he. "We all know that, because lightning is nothing but electricity. I will say nothing of the danger of using a flash of lightning instead of a candle to light up our homes. I will suppose it could be made perfectly safe and that the light would be brighter and cheaper than candles. Even so, I would oppose the innovation. Daylight is better than any artificial light, and the man who rises at dawn and does a good day's work is ready for bed at dusk. The people who want artificial light are the gadabouts who lie in bed until noon and then turn night into day with their chandeliers that hold scores of candles." Silas returned home completely discouraged, but his visit brought fruit. Franklin introduced him to several prominent people, and Silas at last found means of earning money by giving dancing lessons to some of the ladies and gentlemen of the well-to-do families. Poor Silas! After all his dreams of reigning as a king, to be obliged to teach the minuet. He was now dressed in colonial costume, for Franklin had advanced him sufficient credit to obtain the necessary wigs, etc. "If I only had a good live newspaper," thought Silas, "I could make things hum. I could teach the people here something about advertising and wake them up." Silas had dabbled a little in prestidigitation when young, and resolved to give a few exhibitions to increase his income. Accordingly, with the first money he earned as a dancing teacher, he prepared a few simple conjuring tricks and secured a confederate to help him in giving Robert Houdini's second sight trick. He hired a hall and advertised the performance by printed notices posted up at the principal crossroads of what was then Philadelphia. The hall was well filled, and though the receipts were not wonderful, they were satisfactory. The performance, though very mediocre, had a remarkable success, too great, in fact. His audience were convinced that he had sold himself to the devil. Otherwise, how could he perform such black magic, read what was written in sealed envelopes, or make luminous hands appear in the dark? At the third performance, the hall was filled to overflowing, and there was a hooting crowd outside. In the very middle of the performance, at a given signal, the crowd forced its way to the stage, seized him, and carried him off to the nearest horse-pond, where he was repeatedly ducked. In vain he shrieked for help and tried to break away from his captors. He was gasping for breath, and thought his last moment had come when his eyes opened, and he awoke to find Dr. Hackensaw bending anxiously over him. "You seem to be having a nightmare, Silas," observed the doctor, "so I thought it better to awaken you. I suppose you were having trouble. It must have made many people envious to see you as leading man in the colonies." Silas Rocket bit his lip. "I have learned a thing or two, doctor," said he. "I have especially learned that an inventor has no easy time of it, and his troubles only begin after his invention is made and perfected. There was I, master of thousands of valuable inventions such as no man had ever had at command before, and yet I was unable to have a single one adopted, not even the most trifling. and he proceeded to relate his experiences. "I sympathize with you, Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw, "but don't imagine that an inventor finds it much easier nowadays to market a valuable improvement. If he lets another man exploit his invention, he gets practically nothing for it, while he rarely has capital enough to put it on the market himself, and if he does, his lack of business training is apt to result in his losing what little cash he had. Then another man comes in and profits by his failure." "Well, Doctor, you've won the bet," said Silas, "and I owe you $1. "On the contrary, Silas, it is you who have won, and here are your $1,000. Didn't you tell me that you taught some of the ladies the foxtrot, and that you got them to humming some of our latest jazz music? If you had remained a little longer, you might have had the staid old colonial dames doing the barefoot oriental or dancing the shimmy." End of section 30. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2023.
Section 31 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matthew Francis. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clément Faisandy. The Secret of the Gravitation Screen. Author's note: man is able to reflect sound, heat, and light. All analogy leads us to believe that gravitation is a form of energy closely allied to sound, heat, light, and electricity. Hence it should be possible to find some means of screening it off, so as to preserve bodies from the attraction of gravitation. Such a screen or reflector could be made of use in many ways. Chapter 1.
"Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw, "I've got something to show you today that in certain respects beats anything I have yet accomplished. In fact, it opens up entirely new fields for investigation, and there is no telling to what it may lead us. Silas, I have found the means of reflecting gravitation."
Silas Rocket's face fell. "Oh, is that all?" he exclaimed in a tone of contempt.
"Ah, Silas," returned the doctor, "I see you don't realize the transcendental value of the discovery, but its practical bearings are simply immense. To take but a single example, all our methods of transportation would be revolutionized, since we can deprive objects of their weight at will, and blow them around to their destination by suitable air currents. Just think, every man can carry around his own airplane in the form of an umbrella made of radilumium. That, by the way, is the name of my new metal. When the umbrella is opened, you will rise in the air, and a propeller worked by bicycle pedals will carry you wherever you wish to go. Why, man, the air will be crowded with these aerial bicycles, and the traffic policemen will have their hands full attending to them. You mustn't believe that my investigation was an easy one. I attacked the problem from many different points before I finally met with success. You are perhaps aware of the scientist Majorana, from the result of certain pendulum experiments, concluded that a mass of lead surrounded by mercury exerted less gravitational force than when not so surrounded. This seemed a clue, but after hundreds of experiments with lead and mercury, I was no nearer my goal than before. Next, I tried interference. As you probably know, two sounds by interference may be made to destroy each other and produce silence. Two lights may likewise extinguish each other and produce darkness. It seemed logical to believe that two attractions could likewise be made to interfere and neutralize each other. Unfortunately, I had no attractive force at hand with which to neutralize that of the Earth. Then I thought of magnetism. Magnetism and gravitation must be fundamentally alike. If I could find the means of reflecting magnetism, the same substance would probably screen off gravitation.
Metal lighter than air.
Now, as you know, I've discovered hundreds of new chemical combinations, alloys, allotropic forms of matter, and even new elements. Among these was a new metal, lighter than air, which I had called radilumium, because radium and aluminum entered into its composition. I had made only about 1 gram of this metal, but had been astonished at its lightness, for it floated above the air in the retort, and when released, flew up to the ceiling in the laboratory. So I turned my attention to manufacturing this radilumium on a large scale. Luckily, my first experiments were cautiously made, else I shouldn't be here to tell the tale. For a ball of the new metal, as it rose, broke the glass retort, and shooting like a bullet, passed through the ceiling and up into the sky. That made me more cautious. I saw I must produce this metal in small particles, and afterwards fuse these particles together with proper precautions. I won't bore you with the details of my experiments. Suffice it to say, I discovered that I must cast my gravitation screen in thin sheets, in the form of wheels with plenty of vacant space between the metal spokes, as in the diagram shown. By placing a heavy weight on these sheets, they could be kept from flying up into the sky. By using several of these sheets, one on top of the other, and revolving them so as to shut off more or less the Earth's gravitation, I could regulate at will the weight of the substance above the screen. When all gravitation was screened off, the whole apparatus would rise up into the air, if properly ballasted below, so as to remain horizontal in the ascent.
Well, that stuff would make a dandy car for traveling off to the planets, suggested Silas. Shut off the Earth's attraction and let in that of the sun or any other heavenly body you wish to visit, and away you'd go.
Indeed, said Dr. Hackensaw, smiling. You seem to forget that attraction varies inversely as the square of the distance. To us here, the moon's attraction is greater than that of any other heavenly body, but even that would be almost imperceptible. Gravity on the surface of the moon is 2.65. That is to say, a body falling near the surface of the moon would have its velocity increase 2.65 feet each second. As the moon is only some 2,000 miles in diameter, such a body would be only 1,000 miles away from the center of attraction, while the Earth is 240,000 miles away. In other words, the greatest pull we could obtain for a car from any heavenly body would be s squared over r squared equals 2.65 over x, in which s is the distance of the moon from the Earth, r the radius of the moon, and x the required attraction of the moon on the car. Work it out, and you will find that the pull of the moon on the car would be such a small fraction of an inch the first second that the slightest resistance would prevent the car from ever starting at all. And if it did start, it would take hours to go the first few miles.
But you could give the car a push to start it, suggested Silas.
True, but that would not be necessary, as you will see for yourself when you try on my anti-gravitation shoes.
Chapter 2. The Anti-Gravitation Shoes. Dr. Hackensaw led Silas into the center of a large open field. There stood a table firmly tied down to the solid rock beneath by heavy chains. Clamped to the top of the table were a pair of clumsy-looking shoes resting on their sides.
There, Silas, said Dr. Hackensaw. Those are my anti-gravitation shoes. Just lie down on the table and I'll fasten them to your feet.
Why can't I stand up to put them on? Asked Silas.
Because the time for you to fly up to the heaven as an angel hasn't arrived yet. Be a good boy and do as you're told.
With a groan, the reporter lay down on the table, and Dr. Hackensaw fastened around Silas's body a metal framework held by a strong chain wound on a windlass. Then the doctor securely buckled the shoes on Silas's feet, and after placing himself in a cage anchored to the ground, he called out,
Are you all ready?
Yes, replied the reporter, somewhat dubiously. With a chuckle, Dr. Hackensaw pressed the lever, and the table tilted so as to bring Silas standing on his feet. At the same moment, the clamps that held the shoes to the table were released. Then came a terrific blast of wind, and Silas found himself jerked off his feet and carried high up into the air, suspended head downwards in his flight. The chain on the windlass unwound until about 30 feet were out, and stopped.
Hi! Pull me down! Quick! Cried Silas. I can't stand this! All the blood's rushing to my head!
All right, replied the doctor, and a pull on a second lever started the windlass at winding up the chain, pulling Silas to the ground and clamping the shoes down to the table again.
Whew!
Cried Silas as he wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow and smoothed his ruffled clothing and still more ruffled temper as he thought of the ridiculous position in which he had been placed.
Why didn't you warn me of what was coming? It's a blameful invention anyway. There's no money in it. All you could do with it would be to use it in some Coney Island amusement resort. That's about the only place where you can find people willing to pay out good money for an experience like mine. Don't take it to heart, Silas, said Dr. Hackensaw soothingly. It was even worse for me the first time I tried it. Luckily, I had taken all my precautions. But what in the world started me off so? Demanded Silas. You said the moon wouldn't pull me up. It wasn't the moon, explained the doctor. It was the wind. The wind? What do you mean? gravity runs railroad. Why, our atmosphere weighs 15 pounds to the square inch. In the sole of each of these shoes is a very thin sheet of radiolinium. So long as this metal was vertical, it created almost no disturbance in the atmosphere. But as soon as the soles of the shoes were horizontal, they cut off the Earth's attraction from the entire column of air above them. The pressure of the surrounding air forced this column up, and the new air, losing weight in its turn, a strong wind arose, which would have carried you up into the sky if you had not been securely held down by the chain. Silas, this invention of mine is going to revolutionize transportation. I'll show you how simply people and cars can climb over mountains at practically no expense. So saying, the doctor drew his notebook from his pocket and made a rough sketch. There, he said, is a track going up one side of a mountain and down on the other side. P is a passenger or a car held to the track by a rod, C. A double wheel, W, at the lower end of the chain is free to roll along the track, the whole being grooved so as to run on the rail. The passenger has on his shoulders a knapsack containing the anti-gravitation metal. A knob outside the knapsack enables him to shut off as much of the Earth's attraction as he desires. When he turns the knob, he becomes lighter, and up he soars, following the track to the top of the mountain. There he reverses the knob, letting in more of the attraction, and as he becomes heavier, he slides down to the other side. Not a cent to pay for fuel or power of any kind. Gravitation does all the work. Merchandise can be transported for practically nothing, for, of course, a car can be carried as easily as a passenger. No more shall we be obliged to make our roads level. A road with ups and downs will be far preferable. Silas, you've no idea what marvels this new invention of mine will lead to. It will absolutely revolutionize commerce and industry. Long before I discovered my gravitation screen, I experimented with such a railroad, using a balloon as a motive power, letting out ballast on the downhill slope. I even used kites, a special device enabling me to increase or decrease the surface exposed by the kite according as to whether I was ascending or descending the hill. My acquired velocity, of course, carried me over the neutral point at the top of the hill. How easy to raise a sunken ship with all its cargo by letting sheets of this anti-gravitation metal down into the water edgewise and then sliding them beneath the sunken vessel. And what need of steamers anyway? Load up your ship with a full cargo, screen off enough gravitation so the ship will rise a mile above the ocean and pull it to its destination by means of one or more airplanes harnessed to it. If you wish greater power, you can have the aerial ship drawn by a steam tug. The tug has the resistance of the water to serve as an abutment, but the ship in the air has only the resistance of the air to drive against. Then, too, think of the advantage of my gravitation screen on architects and others. You can carry a house from one city to another through the air. The house trust can manufacture houses by the thousands in one spot, using efficiency methods and quantity production. Then it will deliver the finished house on a man's own lot, and houses will not be solidly fixed to the earth. When you want to go off for a summer vacation with your family, you will take your whole house with you. One of the greatest obstructions to the progress of a city is the out-of-date dwellings it contains. How easy would it be to improve a city if we could cart away to the country all the rickety old houses of the slums and lay out the city with wide streets of up-to-date buildings? As to the use of my invention for war purposes, they are practically unlimited. Think of the advantage of being able to fly over the mountains with heavy artillery or with regiments of soldiers and ammunition and provisions of all sorts. Think of what you could do with a flying fort. You could land your fort right in the middle of your enemy's chief city, or on his line of railroad, and cut off his supplies. You could very easily cause whole armies to surrender without the loss of a man. But now, Silas, I'm going to show you the jewel of my collection. I'm going to show you my Air Express, capable of carrying merchandise from one part of the earth to another at the rate of 1,000 miles per hour. Chapter 3. Dr. Hackensaw's Air Express. I think I have solved the problem of cheap and rapid transportation, Silas, continued the doctor, as he led him into a large hangar in the center of which was a large cylindrical car, from the bottom of which projected a smaller cylinder. Here, my boy, is my Air Express, observed Dr. Hackensaw impressively. Here is a car that can defy the laws of gravitation and travel 1,000 miles per hour without the need of a propeller or motor of any kind. Gravitation and anti-gravitation do the whole work. The only power required can be supplied by a 15-year-old boy, yet this car can reach a place 12,000 miles away in 12 hours. What do you think of that? I confess, I don't understand it, replied Silas. Does it work the same way as your mountain climbing car? No, indeed. The principle is entirely different. This car takes advantage of the rotary speed of the Earth on its axis, for, as you know, the Earth turns 1,000 miles every hour. When you were a boy, Silas, you must have wondered why people who took a 12-hour balloon ride did not find themselves at the antipodes when they landed. The reason is, of course, that our atmosphere spins around with the Earth, the lag being very slight. If, however, we could get a car up above the air and screened from the attraction of the Earth, it could wait there while the Earth spun around, and when the car came down 12 hours later, it would find Australia waiting for it at the spot where it had left New York. In a word, the car would not have traveled to Australia, but Australia would have traveled to the car. That is the principle on which my Air Express works. This cylinder that you see here is my car. It is loaded with merchandise for Australia, and I intend to send it off this week. But, objected Silas, didn't you once tell me that if a car left the Earth, it would shoot off in a straight line at 1,000 miles an hour in the same direction in which the Earth was turning? I did, Silas. I see I shall need another diagram. This circle is the Earth, and the arrow shows the direction of rotation. Y1 is the position of New York at the time the car is shot off, and A1 is the position of Australia at the same time. C1 is the position of the car when it starts off on the straight tangent, and C2, C3, and C4 are its position at intervals of 6 hours, since the car receives an impulse of 1,000 miles per hour from the rotation of the Earth. At the end of 6 hours, the car has traveled 6,000 miles and will be at C2, while New York will be at Y2, and the end of 12 hours the car would be at C3, and New York would be at A1, while Australia would be at Y1. The point being from which the car was shot. Of course, long before this time, the passenger would let in the Earth's attraction so as to be pulled back to some new point X, where the car would meet Australia. In fact, I should never let the car get more than about 1,000 miles from the Earth, as I believe the atmosphere there would be sufficiently rarefied. But you told me the car would also fly off at a tangent to the Earth's orbit around the Sun. True, but the tangent of the orbit itself would differ so slightly that I could easily make up for the difference by letting in a trifle more attraction from the Earth. What is the object of that cylinder below the car? Well, that holds ballast to keep the car upright during the trip, for it is important that the screen should always be parallel to the Earth's surface. Have you found anyone to send as a passenger? Yes, I'm going to send my 15-year-old office boy, Miggs, or I suppose I should say, Tintageli Smith. Chapter 4. Tintageli Smith. Tintageli Smith was Dr. Hackensaw's 15-year-old office boy. His father, plain John Smith, decided that his son should have a distinctive name. He succeeded, for there's probably no other Tintageli Smith in existence. Tintageles was born a scientist. At the age of 12, he learned that yellow and blue combined to make green, so he took 2 small boys, chalked the nose of one with blue crayon and the other with yellow crayon, then compelled the boys to rub noses together until a beautiful green resulted. At 13, Tintageles found a position, and with the first money he saved, he bought a revolver and started for the Wild West to fight the Indians. His father caught him, however, before he had gone 15 miles, and after a spiritual séance in the woodshed, Tintageles found standing more comfortable than sitting for a couple of days afterwards. Finally, at 15, Dr. Hackensaw, hearing this story, decided that a lad with sufficient ambition and enterprise to emulate Buffalo Bill would make a valuable assistant, and accordingly took him to his employ. He knew he had chosen wisely when he learned later that Tintageles had paid a public stenographer to write him some love letters addressed to the office, which letters the boy would apparently by accident display to his fellow clerks, so that the words, "My own precious darling," or "Loads of kisses from your own little tootsie-wootsy Madel," would drive them wild with envy. Now, it was a sign of culture to be able to pronounce the name Tintageles correctly. It rhymes with sneeze, and the accent is on the second syllable, and the G is soft. As the office boys were not over-anxious to show off their culture, they nicknamed him Miggs, a most inappropriate name, for he looked as if his name was Tintageles. Miggs had begged hard to be allowed to accompany the doctor on his trip to the moon. Dr. Hackensaw, on refusing, had promised to take him next time, and so it happened that Miggs was chosen to pilot the negative gravity car on its trip to Australia. On the day appointed for the start, Miggs appeared sharp on time, all ready for the trip,
as was evidenced by a copy of the Nickel Library and a pamphlet, How to Become a Detective, peeping from his pocket. "Aren't you afraid to go alone on such a trip as this, my boy?" asked Silas Rockett patronizingly. "Nope," responded the lad monosyllabically with a curl of the lip. Without another word, he entered the car through a door in the top, closing the opening behind him. In order to avoid all chance of accidents, the machine was timed by clockwork to start and return automatically. The boy, however, having been taught how to modify his speed in case of necessity by opening or closing the anti-gravitation screens. At the appointed time, the screens began automatically closing, and as they did so, the air above becoming lighter, the car was gradually sucked up until it was high in the air, the speed of the vehicle gradually increasing as more and more of the Earth's attraction was shut off. "I hope no harm comes to the boy," said Silas with some emotion as he clambered down from the platform, followed by the doctor. Dr. Hackensaw heartily echoed the wish. Chapter 5. The Flight. Miggs was delighted as the car arose in the air, and he felt the peculiar sensation of lightness due to the cutting off of some of the Earth's attraction. Although cautioned by the doctor not to fool with the instruments, his first care, when about 25 miles from the ground, was to close off the screen completely, cutting off all attraction from the Earth. This was delightful. Away he shot at a speed of about 1,000 miles per hour, but to his surprise, he was pushed against the western side of the car, for the atmosphere, though extremely rarefied at this height, offered an appreciable resistance to the car's progress, while there was no resistance to his own. However, he soon got beyond the limits where the air had any appreciable effect on the car's flight. Then the last vestige of his weight left him, and he found he could swim about in the air or somersault around in the car in a way that would have made a circus acrobat green with envy. To his surprise, the sun and the stars stood still. There would no longer be any morning, noon, or evening for him, for the rotation of the Earth no longer affected him. He, like the sun and stars, was now a heavenly body, and viewed from the Earth would seem to be revolving around it once every 24 hours, rising in the east and setting in the west. For 1 hour, Miggs allowed the car to rush through the heavens and then gradually checked its speed by letting in more and more of the Earth's attraction, until after a journey of about 1,000 miles, he brought the car to a complete stop and then allowed it to fall towards the Earth, its velocity increasing about 32 feet each second of the fall. When the speedometer indicated a speed of 100 miles per hour towards the Earth, Miggs regretfully shut off the gravitation again, allowing the car to continue downward by its acquired velocity. When he reached within a few miles of the Earth's surface, the atmosphere became dense enough to retard the car considerably, and he was obliged to let in a little more attraction in order to get up speed again. Unfortunately, his interference with Dr. Hackensaw's nicely regulated adjustments resulted in upsetting the doctor's calculations, for the car landed in India instead of Australia, and Dr. Hackensaw, anxiously waiting for news of the car and its cargo, received the following characteristics dispatched by wireless. "Mistake somewhere. Landing here in India instead of Australia. Car lost. Some fresh kids fooling with it. Closed the screens and the car went up like a flash. It must be near the moon now. One of the Hindu kids went up with it. Please send good wad of money by cable. Mail a bunch of detective stories to San Francisco so I can have something to read on my way home. Miggs." End of section 31. Section number 32 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matthew Francis. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clément Faisondi. The Secret of the Microscopic World. Author's note. This somewhat fantastic story of a microscopic world of men and women is written for the purpose of giving, in palatable form, some interesting and not commonly known facts in regards to bees, especially in regard to the manner in which the bees contrive to hatch out males or females at will. My facts are taken from some of the best authorities, and hence may be relied upon. As to my speculations concerning the formation of a class of human neuters in the not-distant future, this is less a matter of theory than a matter of fact. Even at the present day, families are very small and are continually growing smaller, while the number of bachelors and maids is increasing yearly, forming what is really a class of neuters in the human race. "You've come just in time, Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw,
I've got something to show you today that is, in its way, more wonderful than anything you have yet seen. I myself would not believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Truly, Shakespeare was right when he said, "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in thy philosophy." Well, don't keep me on pins and needles, Doctor. Tell me at once what this new wonder is that you're going to show me, said the reporter with a smile. Silas, continued the doctor impressively, it's a common failing of mankind to believe that all the greatest discoveries have already been made. In the last 100 years, we have seen all the marvels accomplished by steam, electricity, and radioactivity. Yet still we doubt that the future has similar great surprises in store for us. Of course, we are ready to admit if some of the planets, like Mars or Venus, may have new wonders to show us. But as to the Earth itself, we think we know it pretty well. As a matter of fact, we know very little about it, especially the microscopic world. Well, Silas, I once showed you my super microscope. Evidently discoveries of the greatest importance await us in the world of the infinitely small, and I spared neither time nor money in perfecting my instrument. I have made many discoveries in regard to the constitution of matter, the life histories of disease germs and other bacteria, and have solved a number of the problems relating to life itself. But recently I had the good fortune of stumbling upon a microscopic world such as I had never dreamt of. Silas, if I were to tell you that I had found on the speck of earth no larger than the size of a pinpoint, a world of microscopic men and women with their cities and farms, their commerce and industries, you would laugh at me and think I had lost my reason. But the fact remains that I have found just such a world. How I ever came to hit on it is a mystery, for there seems only one such world. I have searched the surrounding particles in vain for anything like it, though even if another existed, the chances are great I could never find it. The search would be far more difficult than the traditional one of looking for a needle in a haystack, but the microscopic world seems unique. Silas Roquette's incredulity showed on his face, but he was too polite to say what he thought. I see you don't believe me, Silas, and I don't blame you. I, myself, couldn't believe my own eyes when I found this microcosm, this small world, in the field of my microscope. The thing, however, is not so impossible as it seems at first sight. You understand the laws of evolution, or the survival of the fittest, as Herbert Spencer called it. As a rule, the large animals have an advantage over the small ones, and hence evolution is usually from the one-celled animal or plant to the larger mammals. But size is not always an advantage. The large animal requires more food and is more readily found by his enemies. Natural selection has produced the microbe as well as the elephant and the whale. In fact, above a certain limit, size seems a decided disadvantage, for all the large antediluvian monsters have perished from the face of the earth. Such giants as the Brontosaurus, the 80-foot-long Diplodocus, and the 100-foot-long Gigantosaurus have all vanished. They were too large and could not compete with the smaller species. They succumbed in the battle of life because their enemies found them an easy prey. Now, size is a very variable quality in animals, as we see in the dog and the horse. The former ranges in size from the toy dog you can hold in your hand to the gigantic mastiffs. The horse varies from the small Shetland pony to the immense Percheron, and in ancient times horses existed that were no larger than small dogs. Similarly with plants. The scrub oak and the scrub pine are low forms closely related to the giant oaks and pines of our forests. Well, that's true, assented Silas. Size is a mere matter of relativity, Einstein to the doctor. Nature can produce a minute insect as easily as an antediluvian monster. And as the small animal can more rapidly escape extinction, it is the most natural thing in the world that a race of men and women should have gradually become smaller and smaller, until finally they attained microscopic size. In Africa, there are tribes of dwarves less than 3 feet high. Among the monkeys, there are some very small species. Under certain conditions, we can easily conceive how the microscopic world evolved. However, be the reason what it may, such a race of diminutive men and women exists, and I'm going to show it to you right now. You will be the first person, besides myself, who has seen it. Come with me to my microscope rooms. Microscope rooms? Echoed Silas. Have you more than one microscope? Yes, indeed. My supermicroscope is in fact nothing but a combination of several microscopes, each one enlarging the image it receives and passing it on to the next. Here is microscope number 1, continued the doctor, opening the door that led to a peculiarly constructed room containing an immense instrument. The lenses were several feet in diameter, and the instrument itself was some 20 feet high. All the adjustments had to be made by machinery. There appeared to be nothing on the object glass, but in reality there was an almost invisible speck of earth,
illuminated by most powerful electric lights, whose beams, however, first passed through suitable solutions that filtered out the heat rays that would otherwise have destroyed the microscopic world in an instant. "That's a fine instrument," said Silas, "but it must have cost a pretty penny." "It did, but it's worth every cent of it. And this is only one of the microscopes. Come now, to the second room."
The second room contained microscope number 2.
"You see," explained Dr. Hackensaw, "the great problem in obtaining successive enlargements is to find some means of illuminating each enlargement you obtain. Otherwise, the light soon becomes insufficient. To achieve this result, the images in my first microscope are photographed by a moving picture camera, which takes about 100 snapshots per second, developing the plate at the same time. I study this film carefully, and a special device enables me to pass the film through the second microscope in such a way that the particular spot I have chosen will be the one magnified as the film passes through. Of course, as you understand, there is not the slightest difficulty in illuminating the film or negative as highly as I wish. As the records being permanent, I can go back at will and magnify other portions of the original film. As a rule, however, I magnify the central portion of the picture, and there is, of course, less distortion of the image by doing so. Each succeeding microscope merely repeats the process. It takes some one central spot on each of the image of the previous films and enlarges this again. Finally, for convenience, the last negatives, which like the others are taken in natural colors by the process of my own, are projected on an ordinary movie screen and give me a slow-up of the scene actually occurring in the microscopic world. By means of audions and a loudspeaker, I can at the same time hear the sounds made by the creatures, as you will perceive for yourself." So saying, Dr. Hackensaw pressed a button, and the room was in total darkness. Instead of a sheet, the screen was a mirror, and as the projector began to automatically throw the images on the screen, Silas beheld a vision that filled him with delight. It was a real city which was depicted here, with houses of magnificent architecture, but altogether different from our modern ugly buildings. They were more in the Oriental style of the Hindus. The costumes, too, were different from ours, simple but very attractive, both men and women having bare arms and legs. They were very much like humans, too, but more refined in features, and the figures spoke to each other, though Silas was unable to understand a word that they said.
"Why, they have a language all their own," he cried.
"Yes," answered Dr. Hackensaw triumphantly. "They speak the language from which our Sanskrit must have originally evolved, for it possesses many Sanskrit roots. Believe me, it was some job to understand their speech, but by catching the conversations on phonographic records and giving them to some of our best Sanskrit scholars to decipher, I have been enabled to understand what they say, and the fact that these men speak a Sanskrit language bears out my theory that these people are descended from normal-sized men and women."
"Then they are really men and women like us?" queried the reporter.
"Not exactly. Wait until you have seen the Queen."
And Dr. Hackensaw adjusted a few thumbscrews, bringing a different roll of film on the machine. And now there appeared on the screen a wonderful picture of a beautiful woman, reclining in a sort of hammock, bare-legged and bare-armed like the others, but considerably larger than her sisters.
"Isn't she a beauty?" cried Dr. Hackensaw enthusiastically. "I call her Ionia, because an ion is the smallest thing known. She is a dear girl, and I confess I have fallen in love with her."
"But how is it that she is so much larger than the others?"
"I will tell you my explanation, Silas, and I think it is the true one. I believe Ionia is a queen, in the same sense as the queen bee in a hive. In a word, that she is the mother of all her subjects."
"Good gracious!"
"To the large extent of people, Silas, the relation between sexes is looked upon as something halfway between a sin and a joke. They do not realize that the evolution of sex is one of the most marvelous achievements of nature, that it is sex which has produced the higher animals and raised man to his present supreme position. It is sex that laid the base for social life and made civilization possible. The primitive animals and plants that possess no sex have been left far behind in the race, and yet, strange to say, there now seems to be a reaction. Among the highly socialized community of animals, such as the ants and the bees, there has been evolved a sexless form, neuters, or workers as they are called. The ants show a transition stage. There are a number of males and females in the anthill, but the majority are neuters, either workers or soldiers. In the bees, there is only one real female in the hive, the queen, and workers are undeveloped females. The drones, or males, are kept on tolerance and killed off at the approach of winter."
Only one drone is really necessary, but it is desirable to keep a number, so that when the queen leaves the hive seeking a lover, she shall not have to travel far before she finds him. Only one drone out of thousands in the hive is made happy, and he pays for the privilege with his life, for he dies in the act of mating. Now, I am convinced that this microscopic world we have before us, the conditions are very much the same as with bees. I am convinced these smaller, undeveloped women are really neuters, and that the queen is the only true female. In fact, if I am not mistaken, she lays eggs like a bee, instead of bringing forth her young alive. It must be so, for as you will see, her house contains cells of 2 sizes exactly, as is the case with bees. Do bees make cells of 2 different sizes? Yes, the drone cells and the worker cells. In fact, they make a 3rd and still larger size when they want a new queen. The bees are ahead of us in one way. They have the power of determining which of their young shall be males and which shall be females. Is it possible? The fact is undeniable, and for years the true explanation eluded our entomologists. But at last the solution has been found. What is the explanation? It was a pretty problem, continued the doctor. Of course, it has long been known that the workers constructed 2 sizes of cells, and that the eggs laid in the large cells always hatched out as drones, while the eggs in the small cells hatched out as workers. But there seemed 3 possible explanations. First, the queen bee might possess the power of laying a male or female egg at will, and was always careful to lay a male egg in the drone cell and a female egg in the worker cell. Second, the queen might know in some way whether her next egg was to be male or female, and so be able to lay it in the right cell. Third, the eggs might all be alike, but the sex be determined by the food furnished by the workers to the growing larvae. As a matter of fact, none of these 3 theories was the correct one, though the true explanation was only discovered comparatively recently by careful observations under the microscope. And what is the secret? Simply this. The queen bee has in her abdomen what is known as a sperm sac. During her wedding flight, the sac is filled full of sperm by the drone, who then dies. The queen bee then returns to the hive with this small sac full of sperm, and this must serve her afterwards to fertilize her eggs during the remainder of her life, that is to say, for several years. But that doesn't explain the sex of the young. Yes, it does. When the queen lays an egg in a small cell, that is to say, a worker cell, the tip of her abdomen is compressed, and a drop of sperm is forced out of the sperm sac and fertilizes the egg. When, on the other hand, the queen lays an egg in a large cell, a drone cell, her abdomen is not compressed, and the egg laid is unfertilized. The fertilized eggs produce females. The unfertilized eggs always produce males. This explains, too, how it is that when, as occasionally happens, a worker bee develops sufficiently to lay eggs, these produce drones, since the eggs have not been fertilized. But doctor, do you mean to tell me that you consider it an advantage for ants and bees to have a sex of neuters? Not only is it advantageous for ants and bees, Silas, but it seems to be advantageous for mankind as well. We too live in large social communities, and we too are rapidly evolving a race of neuters. You will hear a great deal of bosh about race suicide. As a matter of fact, evolution as a rule is inevitably accompanied by a diminution in the birth rate. Animals or plants low in the scale produce eggs or seeds in countless numbers. A cherry tree will produce about 1 million cherries during its lifetime, each capable of growing into a new tree. A salmon, likewise, will lay 1 million eggs, each of which could produce a salmon. Competition kills off all but one of the offspring on an average, so that the total number of cherry trees or salmon remains about the same. Among the higher animals, there are fewer births, but also fewer deaths. In other words, there is less waste. You have heard of the law of Malthus, the law that led Darwin to his theory of natural selection. According to Malthus, population in a new country doubles every 16 years. Hence, unless there were some natural check, there would soon be no room for the new men and women. But as population increases, the birth rate diminishes until, as in France, a point is reached where the birth rate and death rate become equal and population remains stationary. Many men and women marry late or never marry at all, and the couples produce few children, or are even completely sterile. In a word, man too has already evolved a 3rd sex, a sex of neuters. But all this is beside the point. Here are these microscopic men and women with their neuters distinct in appearance from either males or females. Here too are the cells in which the young grow from the egg. Watch. Here are some nurses attending to a baby that has just emerged from his cell. We're in luck, because the number of births is very few, these people seeming to have a life as long as our own. Hence, only a small annual birth rate is required to keep up the population. You say these beings have a spoken language? Yes, and in that too they differ from bees. How do you know that bees haven't a spoken language? Pierre Hubert proved that by a clever and conclusive experiment. You are perhaps aware that bees have only one queen in a hive. If anything happens to her, however, they at once set to work hatching a new one from the worker egg. The way they do this is to make one large cell so as to give the larva plenty of space in which to develop completely. Hubert took advantage of this fact. He opened a hive of bees and placed a fine meshed wire netting down the center, thus confining half the bees on one side of the hive and half on the other. Instantly, the whole hive was in commotion, but after a few minutes everything returned to its normal conditions. The bees on the side where there was no queen had evidently learned in some way from their friends that the queen was safe. Then Pierre Hubert opened the hive again and placed a second netting alongside the first, parallel to it, but an inch away. If the bees communicated with each other by sounds, a distance of an inch should be no obstacle. If, however, they communicated by touching each other, the partition would prevent them from giving their friends news that the queen was safe. The experiment proved the correctness of the theory. The same commotion as before started in the hive, but on the side where the queen was, the disturbance soon subsided as the bees learned that the queen was safe. On the other side of the hive, however, the news was not received, for these bees at once set about rearing a new queen. Hence it was evident that the language of bees is one of touch and not of sound. You say you can understand the speech of your microscopic men and women. What do they speak about? They seem to be very primitive. Their language is simple, like that of a savage, and their sentences are short, consisting of only a few words. They seem to have no art, literature, or science, and their industries are undeveloped. Their houses are transparent, being made of a sort of wax-like substance. They make their own clothing, but it consists of the skins of animals, and is little more than a breechcloth. They feed on flesh and on vegetables, and also prepare a kind of honey which they store up. They make a cordage of vegetable fibers, as you will see if you carefully examine the hammock in which Ionia is lying. They even have horses, or shall I call them unicorns? See, there is a neuter riding one now. Notice how the horn of the unicorn is gracefully twisted. Evidently this animal evolved from dwarf horses of ancient times. Have these creatures no weapons? Yes, they have bows, arrows, and lances. Wait till I turn the film and you can see a mammoth hunt. There. See how these tiny creatures with their primitive weapons bravely attack this monster, which, though microscopic to us, is gigantic to them. See how the unicorns help in the attack. It is really a wonderful sight. Do these creatures use fire? Not to my knowledge. They seem to have stood still at their primitive age while we were making progress. I can only explain it on the theory that their small size gave them immunity from their enemies and made it easier for them to procure food. It is the struggle for existence that produces progress and evolution. Where there are no competitors to fight against, the life of ease renders people indolent, and retrogression sets in. These people in their microscopic world seem to have few enemies, and yet... Dr. Hackensaw paused. And yet? Repeated Silas interrogatively, seeing that the doctor was holding something back. And yet there is part of their country which they seem to shun, and with good reason, for it seems to contain monsters in the most frightful kind. Microscopic to us, of course, but gigantic to these little people. You will understand better, however, if I change the film. Silas waited impatiently while the doctor, consulting a memorandum he had made, carefully turned several micrometer screens on his instruments. Even then, he was obliged to use a finder, similar to the finders used with large telescopes, before he could find the exact spot he was seeking. There, Silas, he said. Now look. The reporter gazed in surprise. There, among a luxuriant tropical vegetation of palm-like cycads, tree ferns, and tropical cone-bearing trees, there was an enormous brontosaurus quietly grazing, as if we may use the word grazing where no grass or flowering plant grew. You see, Silas, explained Dr. Hackensaw, we have before us the Mesozoic landscape with its Mesozoic animals and plants. Grasses and flowers were unknown at that period of the world's history, and the reptiles were the highest animals evolved. In some way, the creatures have survived in this reduced form, but have not progressed. But look, quick, see that ugly carnivorous dinosaur? That's a Tyrannosaurus, I'll bet. What a frightful monster. See him pounce on the Brontosaurus, though the latter is many times his size. Now he's sucking his lifeblood. Ooh! I can't stand this. I must turn the instrument in some other direction. I want another look at Ionia. Again the doctor shifted the thumbscrew, and it soon brought the beautiful queen again upon the screen. but now she was out for a gallop on her unicorn through the shady woods. But horror of horror! Another flesh-eating dinosaur, asleep in the forest, was awakened by the tramp of the unicorn's hoofs, and with one pounce had knocked over the horse and seized the fair rider in its reptilian jaws. "Quick, Doctor! Quick! For mercy's sake, save her!" cried Silas. "But what can I do? I'm perfectly helpless!" cried the doctor. "I could no more interfere than I could if this were taking place on the moon!" And then an idea came to him. By an ingenious arrangement, the last microscope and the first one were in the same room, side by side. This was for the purpose of enabling the doctor to shift the object glass at will. There happened to be a small bottle of sulfuric acid on the table. Seizing this, the doctor quickly poured some of the powerful acid into the object glasses. Instantly, the whole picture vanished. Woods, city reptiles, and Ionia with them. To the people on the microscopic world, it was as if some cataclysm had suddenly blotted them out of existence. "I'm sorry. I had to do it, Silas," remarked Dr. Hackensaw, almost sobbing. "But I couldn't stand by and see Ionia torn to pieces by that cruel monster. It's a pity to have had to destroy this whole world of interesting creatures, but curiously enough, I had no power to change anything in their world without destroying it completely. It is much the same in our human world. One man has very little power in improving it, but his powers of destruction are practically unlimited." End of section 32. Section 33 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matthew Francis. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clément Fezambi. The Secret of Perpetual Motion. Author's note: is perpetual motion possible? The encyclopedias and the physicists answer no. They claim that a machine accomplishes work and hence uses up energy, and that since new energy must be supplied to replace the amount consumed, a perpetual motion machine is an impossibility. To the author, however, it seems rash to make any such assertion until we know more about gravitation and molecular and atomic forces. 50 years ago, both encyclopedias and scientists declared the Philosopher's Stone an impossibility. But the discovery of radium changed matters entirely, and the transmutation of the metals may now be regarded as an assured fact. "Doctor," asked Pep Perkins, bouncing into the room where Dr. Hackensaw was examining with interest what appeared to be a child's Ferris wheel, "is perpetual motion possible?" Dr. Hackensaw smiled. "Not only is perpetual motion possible, Miss Pep," he said, "but no other kind of motion is possible. All motion is perpetual. As a matter of fact, the universe is based on two fundamental laws known as, first, the law of the conservation of matter, and second, the law of the conservation of energy." "Well, I don't understand." "In simple words, all matter is perpetual, and all motion is perpetual. Man cannot create or destroy a single particle of matter, nor can he create or destroy any energy. His power is limited to transforming one kind of matter or energy into another. Here, for example, is a book weighing 1 pound. No matter what I do to the book, I can make it weigh no more and no less than 1 pound. Suppose I cut the book into 1,000 pieces, the pieces would still weigh a pound." "Yes, but if you burn the book, it would weigh less," cried Pep, delighted at having caught the doctor napping. "Not a bit of it," retorted the latter. "If I burned the book and carefully weighed the ashes and the gases and smoke that arose, I should find that they weighed much more than 1 pound, because when the book burned, its carbon would have combined with some of the oxygen in the air to form carbon dioxide. Deducting the oxygen thus added, I would find that the ashes and the product together would weigh exactly 1 pound. Not the smallest fraction of an ounce would be destroyed. This universal law is what is known as the law of conservation of matter. Not a particle of matter can be either created or destroyed." "It doesn't seem possible," objected Pep, but Dr. Hackensaw quietly continued. "Similarly, with motion, if I slam my fist down on the table, the motion is not stopped. It is merely transformed into wind and heat, and wind and heat are merely motions of another kind. The total amount of energy produced would be exactly equivalent to the energy consumed. Yes, cried Pep triumphantly. But you yourself created the energy that moved your arm. Nothing of the kind, returned the doctor. The energy that moved my arm was derived from my food. It was stored up in the meat or vegetables I had eaten. Plants stored up the energy of the sun in the form of carbon. Animals eat the plants and can then use this energy that has been stored up in the form of starch, sugar, or other carbon compound. Every time you move, Miss Pep, every time you think, every time you feel an emotion, the power that moves your muscles, that works your brain, or that quickens your pulse is nothing but stored up sunlight, bottled up in the green tissues of plants. It is the sunlight of bygone ages stored up in the coal or petroleum that runs our trains, our steamers, and our automobiles, and that heats and lights our houses today. Even the power from our waterfalls and windmills is nothing but the sun's energy in another form. Is that what you mean by saying that all motion is perpetual? Yes, everything in this universe is constantly in motion. The stars and the skies are all moving. The Earth, with everything on it, has a threefold rotation. It revolves daily around its axis, yearly around the sun, and with the sun it journeys through the unknown portions of the heavens. Nor is this all. Chemistry teaches us that the atoms and molecules of every grain of sand are also in rapid movement. In a word, motion is perpetual, everywhere. Nothing is ever at rest. Then why is it, questioned Pep, that people say that perpetual motion is impossible? They refer to what are known as perpetual motion machines. That is to say, machines that once given a start would keep on running forever. In a machine there is always friction, and friction changes a portion of the energy into heat, which, although not lost, is dissipated into space and hence lost to the machine. We may by new inventions greatly reduce the losses by friction, but we can never entirely eliminate them. Besides this loss by friction, there is also another loss. Every useful machine does work, and in performing this work, a portion of the energy is also transformed into heat or sound or other useless vibrations. For example, in sawing a log, there is not only the loss by friction in the working parts of the machine itself, but there is the added loss caused by the friction of the saw as it makes its way through the timber. Then, if I understand you, perpetual motion is possible, but a perpetual motion machine is impossible. I didn't say that. The statement must be qualified. Of course, I am not speaking now to the host of perpetual motion cranks, who believe that by a suitable arrangement of magnets or floats on a wheel, the wheel may be made to revolve forever. These geniuses seem to forget that the power required to move the float or the magnet is greater than the power obtained, and hence there is always loss of energy. We see this in the dynamo, which is nothing but a series of shifting magnets on a wheel. But the dynamo, in spite of its high efficiency, consumes more energy than it gives out. When I was a boy of 10, I invented the perpetual motion machine that every bright boy invents. I had 2 basins of water, and I proposed, by means of one siphon, to siphon the water from one basin to the other, and by means of a second siphon, to make the water flow back into the first vessel again. If I had succeeded, I should have had a real perpetual motion machine, with the water constantly flowing. Wouldn't the thing work? No, for the simple reason that you can only siphon off water from the higher level to the lower one, and both basins cannot be lower at the same time. Yes, but you keep raising the full basin. Precisely, and in doing so, you use more energy than the water can give in descending again. That's where the flaw lies. Here's a very similar scheme a man proposed to me this morning. So saying, Dr. Hackensaw drew from among his papers a diagram. The water in the upper closed chamber falls through the pipe B on the wheel W, causing the wheel to revolve, and the water then flows back into the lower reservoir. As the water empties from B, a vacuum is formed in the upper reservoir, and atmospheric pressure on the water in the lower reservoir is supposed to force it up into the vacuum, and so the stream will keep on flowing and turning the wheel forever. Simple, isn't it? All the work you want done at no expense. It looks as if it would work, said Pep. Where's the flaw? Simply in the fact that the water wouldn't run out of B. It would run back through the long leg A instead. The scheme is ingenious, but so are many of those proposed. In fact, a number of perpetual motion machines slip into the patent office undetected, in spite of the efforts made to keep them out. But a water wheel or windmill will keep on forever. Yes, but the force here is constantly renewed. It is the sun that furnishes the energy of the wind or the falling water, but the sun only does so at the expense of its own heat. The supply of energy must be constantly renewed and will result in the sun's ultimately becoming a cold, dead mass. The same objection lies to self-winding clocks. There are clocks made which wind themselves daily through the change of temperature between the daytime and the nighttime. Here, too, it is the sun's heat that supplies the loss of energy. I might class in the same category the following attractive perpetual motion scheme, which some genius sent to the White House during President Cleveland's administration. The idea was to establish a business for utilizing the fur of cats. The cats were to be fed on rats, and the rats were to be fed on the dead bodies of the cats after the hides had been removed. In order to compensate for the matter removed in the skins, and for other losses, the rats were to be kept in a large enclosure in the open air, and the weeds that would grow spontaneously would supply the rodents with more than enough food to make up for any deficiency. The business could run itself almost automatically at practically no expense. There seemed millions in it, but to the best of my belief, the president declined the tempting offer. The joke of the matter is, however, that there is absolutely nothing impossible in the scheme. It would be merely doing on a small scale what nature does on a large scale. For all animals feed on plants or on other animals, while the plants feed on the waste of animals. It is one perpetual round, the same as in the case of the water wheel or the windmill, and all losses are, in this case also, compensated for by energy derived from the sun's heat, the energy, in this case, being stored up in the growing plant. "Gee, Doctor," cried Pep, "that's a dandy scheme, all right, but it seems to me that all you say shows that a perpetual motion machine is impossible." "Not at all, but our inventors are seeking it in the wrong direction. No wheel or magnets or floats will ever bring them what they are hunting for. The gist of the matter is this: a machine that does work transforms energy into heat. In order to secure perpetual motion, we must prevent the heat from escaping and change it back into energy again. There is the problem in a nutshell." "And have you succeeded in doing it?" "Only to a very limited extent. But while making my experiments, the idea occurred to me that we might find perpetual motion in atomic or molecular forces, of which heat is, of course, one manifestation. Here, too, however, my efforts have so far proved vain, although, of course, until we know something more about the atoms and molecules, we cannot predict what surprises there may be in store for us. And then, all at once, my thoughts turned to gravitation. Here was a source of energy which seemed inexhaustible, for we have no reason whatever for believing that the Earth, in attracting another body, uses up any of its energy. Its attractive power seems just as great afterwards as before. Here, if anywhere, was the place to seek perpetual motion. But I won't tire you with an account of my experiments. For some months past, I have had an experimental machine under construction up in the Adirondacks. I have just received word from my foreman that the machine is now finished, ready for the start. I'm going to fly there this afternoon in my airplane, and if you want to come along, you can yourself press the button that will start the machine going.
Chapter 2. It was rather late at night when Dr. Hackensaw and Pep reached the mountain where the perpetual motion machine had been erected. Pep was disappointed. She had expected to see some huge contrivance, but all she saw was a closed metallic cylinder, about 20 feet in diameter and 10 feet high, arranged so it could slide up and down in a tall, strong framework.
"There!" exclaimed Dr. Hackensaw triumphantly. "That's the machine. Once the button is pressed, that cylinder, or car as I call it, will begin to rise and fall in these guides, and its reciprocating motion will, by suitable gears, turn this dynamo, you see."
"But how does the thing work?" asked Pep.
"It works by means of a gravitation screen at the bottom of the car. I told you some months ago that there was no more reason why we shouldn't find means to shut off gravitation than to shut off heat or light or sound. I found the means of constructing a gravitation screen and sent Miggs off on a trip to India. Well, curiously enough, I didn't realize at the time that I had discovered perpetual motion, but the idea struck me all at once, and the result is this machine that you see here."
Dr. Hackensaw paused here for a moment, and then continued impressively.
At the bottom of this heavy cylinder that you see here is a gravitation screen that may be opened or closed at will. When closed, the attractive force of the Earth is partially or wholly shut off. The air above the car loses its weight, and atmospheric pressure from below will force the car upward with a pressure that can reach as high as 15 pounds to the square inch. On a surface 20 feet in diameter, you can readily understand that the machine will lift tons upon tons of weight. When the car reaches a certain height, the gravitation screen automatically opens and the car descends by its own weight. By means of these gears, work is done both during the ascent and the descent. As the car descends, the screen automatically closes and the car rises again. And so the machine will keep on working forever. We have here real perpetual motion, for we perform work without the expenditure of any energy.
Yes, assented Pep. The same as a windmill or water wheel.
No, indeed, returned the doctor. In a windmill or water wheel, we obtain energy from the heat of the sun. The sun has lost that energy. But in the case of my machine, no energy has been lost. Gravitation has done the work, and we have no reason for believing that the Earth has lost any of its power of attraction. I could build thousands of these machines, manufactured heat, light, and power enough for all the needs of the Earth, and yet the power of attraction of the Earth would not be reduced one particle. In the case of heat emanating from the sun, the heat is not replaced. The sun must grow cold someday. But this power I obtain from gravitation is power I obtain for nothing. In a word, it is true perpetual motion. This machine, Pep, will revolutionize all industry and all transportation. I have solved the problem of getting something for nothing.
But, objected Pep, it must take some power to open and close the gravitation screens.
Almost nothing. A few pounds pressure suffices, and I have tons of power at my disposal. This invention is bound to be the most profitable of the many profitable inventions I have made. It will bring me in not millions of dollars, but billions of dollars. There will be no more use for coal or petroleum, because I can obtain unlimited electrical power at a trifling expense.
Well, Doctor, shall I press the button and set the machine going?
Not tonight. It is too late. Better wait until morning.
Chapter 3. In the middle of the night, Pep was suddenly awakened by a rough hand placed over her mouth, while a hoarse voice whispered in her ear.
If you make the least noise, kid, I'll slash your throat, as I did Dr. Hackensaw's.
And to Pep's inexpressible terror, as the man turned on his flashlight, she saw that the villain was masked, and that both his hands were covered with blood. As a rule, she did not lack courage, as she had shown on more than one occasion, but now she was so terrified that she offered no resistance as the man gagged her and tied her hands behind her back.
Now, kiddo, said the burglar, lead me to the place where Dr. Hackensaw left his bag. I know he brought a bag full of greenbacks with him to pay off his men here, and I happen to need the money more than he does.
As the fellow said the words, Pep remembered that the doctor had deposited his satchel inside the anti-gravitation car, and she accordingly obediently led the way thither, followed by the burglar.
Oh, it's in there, is it?
Said the man as he came to the perpetual motion machine and threw open the door.
Yes, I see it.
And he climbed into the car. Then Pep recovered her wonted energy. With one kick of her bare feet, she slammed the door closed, and then, with the skill of a ballet dancer, she pressed down the starting switch with her toe, although the switch was at a higher level than her head. Instantly, the machinery began to work, and Pep felt a strong current of air as the car, slowly losing its gravity, began slowly to ascend in the guides until it reached a certain point, and then descended again, this up and down motion continuing, while Pep vainly struggled to free her hands or get the gag out of her mouth. Failing in both these objects, she started to run back to the house to alarm someone, when suddenly she heard a large crash and saw the car ascend to the very top of the guides, where something gave way and the car shot up into space. The villain, in his desperate efforts to escape, had evidently completely closed the gravitation screen, and then the screen must have automatically opened again, for a few seconds later the car fell to earth with a crash and broke open, revealing the crushed and lifeless body of the villain.
No, indeed, Pep, said Dr. Hackensaw genially. The fellow didn't even try to harm me. I see he searched through my room, and not finding my satchel there, He thought he could frighten you by showing you a pair of bloody hands and telling you that he had cut my throat. You can see that it was imitation blood he used. Not a bad idea, because it impresses a woman and keeps her from screaming. I would rather have lost a few $1,000s, though, than to have him ruin my machine. It will take me months to build another one. But you were a brave girl, Pep, and I'm glad you outwitted him, because he might have taken it into his head to kill you, in order to make sure of getting off safely with the cash. As for Pep, once she was assured of the doctor's safety, she was jubilant, and she was never tired of recounting to her friends her adventure with the burglar. Poor Dr. Hackensaw got very tired after a while of listening to these endless repetitions, and he even went off so far as to remark one day to Silas Roquette, "Do you know, Silas, I verily believe the nearest approach to perpetual motion in this world is a woman's tongue." End of section 33.
Section 34 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of the Extinct Microbe. Author's Note. History has preserved for us some account of the horrible plagues that in former times occasionally overspread the earth. Even in recent times, epidemics of cholera, infantile paralysis, etc. have visited us, and there is no telling when a more violent attack than any yet known may make its appearance. The one enemy that exists, the most dangerous to mankind, is the microbe, and unless we mobilize properly for the combat, these microscopic creatures may sweep mankind from the planet. Luckily, scientists recognize the danger. The Lister Institute of London has now some 1,500 species of microbes under cultivation, and adds a new species to its list almost every day. They make a study not only of the disease germs, but also of the microbes beneficial to humanity, those without whose aid human life would be impossible on the earth. For microbes are at one and the same time our worst enemies and our best friends. Chapter 1. "Pep," said Dr. Hackensaw, "do you really want to come for another short trip to Africa with me?" "Sure I do, Pop," replied Pep Perkins with alacrity, for she was always ready for a trip anywhere at any time. "But what's up now? Are you going on a hunt?" "Yes, Pep, a hunt for animals more dangerous than lions and tigers. I'm going on a microbe hunt." "Jerusalem!" cried Pep, surprised. "Can't you find any microbes here in New York? I read somewhere that every dollar bill was covered with billions of them. Can't you get a dollar bill without going to Africa for it?" Dr. Hackensaw laughed. "To tell you the truth, Pep," said he, "I'm jealous. I have, as you know, a fine collection of microbes in my bacteriological laboratory. More than 1,000 species. But there's a society in England that's got more species than I have. Now I am sure that the Orient must contain thousands of unknown species, and I mean to bag some of them. Moreover, I have been offered a bargain in some very ancient Egyptian mummies. Hence, I have decided to start tomorrow for the pyramids in my aeroplane, the Hoochie. If you are ready in time, you can go with me." "Doctor," said Pep, "I saw in the paper last week that a fly in the dining room was more dangerous than a Bengal tiger." "Well?" "Well, I bet that if the man that wrote it was given his choice of 2 dining rooms, one with a live tiger in it and the other one with 10,000 or more flies, I know which room he'd choose, and he wouldn't hesitate much either." Dr. Hackensaw laughed again. "You're right in one way, Pep," said he, "and yet a dangerous microbe is capable of doing far more damage than any tiger. This English society that I've been speaking of sends specimen microbes to other investigators for study, but some species are so dangerous they cannot allow them to leave their hands. For example, the Bacillus tulaurens was so virulent that no ordinary bacteriologist could be trusted to handle it. In fact, its culture was discontinued, though the disease it causes, a sort of blood poisoning, is seldom fatal to man." "Pop," said Pep, "didn't you once tell me that if a needle were dipped into the blood of a diseased tissue, it would hold on its point millions of microbes of different species?" "I did." "Then how in the world can you separate them and pick out the one microbe you want out of the bunch? Suppose there are 1,000 different species and 1,000 germs of each kind. How can you possibly fish out the one you want?" Dr. Hackensaw smiled. "The problem was by no means an easy one to solve," he explained. It was a far more difficult task than the one set to the princesses in the old fairy tales. If you remember, the wicked stepmother spills on the ground a bushel of millet and rapeseed well mixed together, and requires the princess to separate them. The young lady always succeeds, but she has to get the help of the ants. Even the ants would be powerless to help the bacteriologist, for a microbe is infinitely smaller than a rapeseed.
But how does he manage? Persisted Pep.
Well, a modern businessman would find no difficulty in separating rape from millet seeds. He would either use sieves or a blast of air to blow the lighter grain away from the heavier one, or centrifugal power, or something similar. But the biologist has no such resource. He holds on the point of his needle some millions of invisible germs of different species, and he is required to separate from the invisible cluster one single microbe, let us say the germ of malaria, from which he wishes to obtain a pure culture.
The job seems hopeless, remarked Pep.
Yes, and yet in reality it is very simple when you know how to set about it. The bacteriologist has but to take a quantity of distilled water, heat it to make sure that every germ it contains is killed, and then with proper precautions introduce his drop of blood. He now shakes the flask until the microbes in the drop of blood are well scattered through the liquid. Each drop of the water will now contain only about 1 million microbes. He then takes on a clean needle a single drop of this water and introduces it into another flask of distilled water. After shaking the flask, each drop of water will now contain, let us say, only 1,000 germs. By continuing the process, a point is at last reached when only 1 drop of water in 100 contains any germ at all, and then usually only a single microbe, occasionally 2 or 3 that cling together. The biologist's task is now almost over. He lays out a large sheet of sterilized blotting paper, and in sterilized air he lets the water fall on the paper, drop by drop, each drop some distance from its neighbors. What happens? The drops that contain no microbes remain unchanged. Those that contain only 1 microbe will grow and form a pure culture of that species. In those drops that contain 2 or 3 microbes, the culture will be impure and must be discarded. This, of course, is only a broad outline of the process followed, but you will understand that the experimenter has no trouble in picking out his culture of pure malarial germs from the others on the paper.
Say, that's great, cried Pep. And yet so simple after all. Well, I'll go and get ready. Shall I take any money along? A lot of money?
Yes, said Dr. Hackensaw. In fact, judging from past experience, I would advise you to take more than that. Chapter 2. Well, Pep, what do you think of the land of Egypt? Asked Dr. Hackensaw some days later as he surveyed the pyramids from his biological laboratory, for his assistants had hired a house for him in Cairo. And he found the establishment in full swing when he arrived with Pep in his aeroplane.
Gee, it's fierce, replied Pep. There's not a single handsome young fellow at the hotel, not even a homely single young man. They're all married. I hope you'll finish your microbe hunt soon so we can get home again.
My assistants here have found a number of new species already, but come and look at my mummies. The guide assures me that some of those I have just bought are among the oldest ever found here. I've just been examining them, and I have seen evidences that people 5,000 years ago suffered from many of the same diseases we have now, for their bones and tissues still show traces of the disease. Chronic arthritis, which is a rheumatic disease of the joints, existed then, as did also some infectious diseases of the teeth and tubercular disease of the spine. I wish some of the old-time bacteria had survived, so I could compare them with the modern ones. It is no easy job to examine the hard and brittle mummified tissues and organs, but the late Sir Mark Armand Ruffer proved, by the microscope, that bacteria existed in ancient times and that the old Egyptians were subject to kidney disease. All the evidence goes to show that pneumonia, plague, malaria, and possibly even smallpox existed 3,000 or more years ago. The mummies had been removed from their wrappings and were stretched on a table in the center of the room. Several of the tissues had been cut off and were soaking in a solution to soften them for examination.
By the way, Doctor, exclaimed the young assistant, we found a strange thing wrapped up with one of the mummies. A small, highly decorated earthenware jar, but hermetically sealed. Here it is. What do you suppose it can contain?
Dr. Hackensaw picked up the object with interest. It was a small vase, and was decorated with taste. It, moreover, bore some hieroglyphics which, however, conveyed no meaning to the doctor. I've read, Pep, said he, that seeds found in Egyptian mummies were so well preserved that they have germinated after several thousand years. I never put any faith in the stories, though there is no inherent reason why the thing should be impossible. For a microbe to retain its life so long, however, would seem an impossibility, for even in the spore stage, few microbes retain their vitality long. I wonder what we shall find in here. Something interesting, no doubt.
Why don't you open it and see?
Asked Pep, prosaically. A very good idea, assented the doctor, and with great precaution he dug out the resinous substance that closed the mouth of the bottle and disclosed a dried-up human heart. Nothing very interesting here, said the doctor. Probably the heart of a king or some other high personage. I wonder if the resin that formed the stopper may not be more interesting. I have a great mind to examine it to see if, by any possibility, it might contain some living spore from bygone days. It will do no harm to try. And leaving Pep to flirt with the young assistant, the doctor took the piece of amber-like substance into the laboratory and proceeded to cut a small piece from the center and dissolve it slowly in a suitable liquid. For 2 or 3 weeks he continued the work, then one day triumphantly called to Pep. "Eureka!" he cried. "I have found it! I have found a prehistoric microbe unlike anything that has been found so far. The species must be extinct, but some of the spores became embedded in this resin and have retained their life for 3,000 or 4,000 years. If you will look at my cultures under the microscope, you will see that the species is somewhat triangular, but with the points blunt, making the figure really six-sided. My assistants have succeeded wonderfully, and I have now an amount of the culture sufficient to begin my new experiments. I call my new microbe the Bacillus tentagelis. I named it after Miggs for the reason that with a boy, as with a microbe, you never know what's going to happen. I inoculated some of the germs into a dog this morning, but unfortunately the dog ran away after the operation. I sincerely hope that if my microbe does produce disease, the disease will not prove a contagious one, or all the dogs of Cairo may fall victims to it. Unfortunately, the disease was contagious, and contagious to an extraordinary degree. Before a week had passed, there was an outbreak of distemper among the Egyptian dogs. Peculiar eruptions appeared on their bodies, accompanied by a violent fever. Worse still, the plague soon spread to human beings, and men, women, and children fell victims to it. Luckily, it was not fatal, but it brought them down to death's door, and the convalescence was very slow. By a miracle, Dr. Hackensaw escaped, although he toiled night and day with the new microbe, studying its life history and its effects on man and animals. The epidemic spread far and wide, and its ravages resembled those of the plagues of ancient days. Pep was constantly at the doctor's side, ready to run his errands for him, and to her he unbosomed himself. "There must exist some remedy for this disease," said he, "and it's my job to find it, since I am the author of the mischief. But I seem to have tried every method known to science for fighting disease, and none seems to answer. Drugs seem powerless. Of course, antiseptics such as carbolic acid, bichloride of mercury, etc. will kill the isolated germ, just as they will any other disease germ, but they do not seem able to reach the microbic spores when they are snugly embedded in the tissues."
"Why not try inoculation?" asked Pep.
"I have. Of course, it would be dangerous to inoculate living germs, but scientists have found that the inoculation of dead microbes will often answer. A living germ grows and spreads, and so gives the very disease it is desired to avoid. Jenner, with his cowpox, used a milder germ than that of the smallpox he fought. Pasteur weakened his germs by exposing them to the air. He found that in rabies, which is the scientific name for hydrophobia, if the diseased spinal cords are hung up in the air for a day or two, the germs will become weak, and only a mild attack of hydrophobia will result when they are inoculated. By beginning with these weak germs and gradually using stronger and stronger ones, he could make a rabbit or dog immune even to the most virulent germs. In fact, he found means of increasing the normal virulence of the germs, for he found that when he passed the disease from one dog to another, the microbe was more virulent in the second dog than in the first one. You must know, Pep, that when a microbe attacks a healthy person, the body fights might and main to protect itself. It puts forth all its efforts to localize the disease. Pimples and other such eruptions are prisons which nature has provided for microbes that she has no other means of getting rid of. Then there are the phagocytes, or white corpuscles of the blood, which attack the invading microbes and eat them up. The phagocytes are helped by the opsins, which soften the microbes and make them easier to absorb, and also by the agglutinins, which glue the microbes into bunches and so hinder their free passage in the blood vessels. Then there are also the antitoxins, whose business it is to destroy the poisons excreted by the microbes. Now, microbes are comparatively new to science. Practically nothing was known about them before Pasteur's experiments on hydrophobia. but nature knew about them hundreds of thousands of years ago, and has used her antitoxins, etc., against them from time immemorial. In fact, nature must know many similar things which we shall not learn of for thousands of years to come. From all this, you will readily understand that when a microbe enters the body, the alarm is at once given, and all the arsenal of antibodies attack the intruder. Now it has been found that even a dead microbe introduced into the body produces these reactions, from which we may safely infer that the action is mechanical or chemical, probably the latter. These dead germs are therefore excellent for inoculation purposes, and perfectly safe, for they can cause no disease. But in this new plague they seem of no use. The body has been so long free from this particular species of germ that it no longer reacts to them in the early stages, and the disease therefore spreads through all the tissues unhindered. I have only one last hope left, that is... The doctor paused. There was a great shouting outside, for a mob of Arabs had gathered in front of the building. They had learned in some way that the doctor was responsible for the present outbreak, and the mob was now stoning the windows and clamoring for vengeance. "We must get out of this, Pep, at once," cried Dr. Hackensaw. "Quick, borrow your maid's Arab dress and her heaviest veil, and I will get an Arab costume from my valet. We've got to get out the back way and get to the hangar. Once in our aeroplane, the Hoochie, we can get to some quiet spot where I can continue my researches. Luckily, the Arab dress is ample enough to conceal almost anything. I can carry my flask and test tubes with me, and no one will be any the wiser for it." "Gee," cried Pep, "won't that be great? I'll go barefoot and wear those heavy Arab anklets I bought. I can easily color my legs brown. This will be the first real fun of the trip." Dr. Hackensaw hesitated a moment as to whether to disguise himself as an Arab woman or man. The heavy veil would of course be a protection, but to go as a woman would necessitate sacrificing his beard, so he finally decided to go as a man. "If you carry a basket of green figs on your head, Pep, and I take a water jug in my hands, I can stop and hide my face by appearing to take a drink if I see any danger of being recognized. Under the fig and in the jug I can pack some of my paraphernalia." The pair managed to slip out by the back way unnoticed, and once in the street, mingled with the throng, there was little fear of detection. It would have taken a keen observer to detect that they were not real Arabs. They reached the hangar without trouble, and as the Hoochie was in readiness for flight, they were soon miles away from the howling mob. It was not until Malta was reached that the doctor halted. Here he hired rooms and continued his researches with unabated zeal. For years he had experimented, seeking to produce artificial antitoxins and other antibodies chemically, by imitating the natural products found in the human body. All such efforts had so far proved unsuccessful, and there was no time now to prosecute such researches. "Even a serum is out of the question, Pep," he explained to her one day. "What's a serum?" "A serum is what you might call a vaccination made to an animal instead of to yourself. You do not run any of the danger, and yet you profit by the result. The animal is inoculated with the disease and at once begins manufacturing antitoxins, etc. The antibodies appear in the serum of its blood, and by injecting the serum into your body, you profit by it just as though you had manufactured it yourself. The only disadvantage is that the supply does not continue. You have to keep on injecting new serum. On the other hand, you run no risks." "Then why not try to make a serum?" "I have tried it, but the animals won't react to this microbe any more than man does. I have only one hope left. This terrible microbe existed on the Earth thousands of years ago and yet became extinct. What destroyed it? Evidently some enemy. Almost certainly some other species of microbe. If so, the probabilities are great that the sealed jar still contains some specimens of the enemy form. I must hunt for them." This clue was too promising a one to be overlooked, so the doctor began making cultures of every species of microbe he could find in the old jar, and each species in turn he placed with some living specimens of the Bacillus tentagelis, and finally he was successful. "Pep!" he shouted. "I've got it! I found the antidote to the disease! I found the microbe that put the tentagelis out of existence some thousands of years ago! Victory! I can now undo all the harm I've caused! My, but it was a close shave. It shows again how one man can easily do more harm in the world than 1,000 men can repair. Even a scientist, with the best of intentions, may let loose a power for evil. I can sympathize now with the old-time monarch. I think it was Alfred the Great when he rebuked a chemist who offered him an explosive more powerful than gunpowder and paid the fellow to keep the discovery secret." For the next week or two, Dr. Hackensaw was a busy man, for he had to propagate the Bacillus papita, as he called the new microbe, on a gigantic scale. Luckily, microbes, like yeast, propagate with tremendous rapidity, and under favorable conditions could cover the Earth in a few weeks. Large quantities of the new species were shipped to Egypt, where their presence at once made itself felt. As if by magic, the epidemic was checked, and then those who had suffered from the strange disease began rapidly to recover. The bacillus pepita had again vanquished the plague as it had once before in prehistoric days. "Pep, my dear girl," said Dr. Hackensaw, "I can't tell you how pleased I am at the turn things have taken. The experience shows, though, how necessary it is that we should at once begin the thorough classification and study of the different species of microbes. Unfortunately, while our governments find billions for war, they grudge the few millions necessary for such scientific research work. Of course, the study of the bacteria will, curiously enough, lead to the invention of new diseases, for doubtless many species of disease germs are harmless today because conditions are not favorable for their spread. Nevertheless, we must run the risks, for the microbes are the one dangerous enemy left for mankind to conquer. No large animal now in existence, no lion, tiger, or other wild beast has any chance of ever supplanting man. But almost any species of microbe, under favorable conditions, could multiply in such numbers as to destroy man's food or kill off the last man alive by some dread epidemic worse than any that has ever yet appeared on Earth. Our only safety lies in knowledge. An army of militia would be powerless. What we need is an army of competent bacteriologists." End of section 34.
Section 35 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rucker. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandi. A Journey to the Year 3000. Author's note: it would be a wise man who could tell in advance all that he will do in the next 24 hours. How much more difficult to predict the condition of the world 1,000 years hence, except in broad general lines. "Pep," said Dr. Hackensaw, "do you want to take a little trip with me?" "Sure I do, Pop," replied Pep enthusiastically. "I'm always dying to be on the go. Where are you bound this time?" "I'm going on a little journey to the year 3000, and I thought you might like to come along." "Quit your kidding, Pop, and tell me what you mean." "I'm not joking, Pep. I'm in dead earnest. You know my dream machine?" "Yep, you're a machine for making people dream whatever you want them to." "Precisely. Well, you and I are going to visit the year 3000 in a dream." Pep's face fell. "Aw, that won't be any fun," she said. "Won't it? Well, you just try it and see. The dream will last only an hour anyway, so you won't lose much. Besides, you'd be doing me a great favor. I've been experimenting lately in making two people dream the same thing at the same time. That is to say, combining both in the same dream. It is by no means an easy trick, for our individual brains differ so much that the same word will suggest an entirely different train of thought to each. For example, I am experimenting now with two lovers who have been separated for the summer. I try to give them both the same dream every night by means of the same suggestive words on a phonograph record. For example, the words like lake, moonlight, canoe, upset, save her will certainly make both the lovers dream at the same time of a canoe ride ending in an upset, which he saves her from drowning. The details may and certainly will differ, but I can elaborate these as far as I think desirable, so that when the pair write to each other, they will be convinced they have indeed met in dreamland. The experiment has been so successful that I now wish to try to take you along with me in a dream. "All right," said Pep resignedly. "If it will give you any pleasure, I am willing to spare you an hour." "Thank you. I don't think you'll regret it. I have the phonograph records all ready, So if you will step into the glass chamber, I will set the temperature, air blast, and other attachments so they will work automatically by clockwork, according to the graphs I have prepared. I shall then join you, and we can start at once. Please lie on the couch near the wall, and I will lie on the other couch. That's right. Are you ready? So am I. Then I'll press the button for the start. 1, 2, 3, go! And at the word, the doctor pressed the button that was to hurl them 1,000 years into the future. As he did so, a soporific gas stole gradually into the closed glass chamber and soon caused the pair lying on the couches to fall into a deep slumber. Then an air blast swept out these gases, and nothing was heard but the phonograph, which had already begun and which kept on repeating in a mournful drone the words meant to reach the sleeping senses of the dreamers and make them dream of the year 3000 with all its inventions and improvements. Chapter 2. Here we are, Pep, cried Dr. Hackensaw. We must be in the year 3000, and I suppose we are still in New York City, though I don't see any houses or any people. Ah, here comes someone. I'm here with you, Pop, cried Pep. But what a funny guy that is. Why, he hasn't got any hair on his head. He's as bald as a billiard ball. Say, Rube, she called out tauntingly, what made you shave your head? The cows won't know you when you get home. The person addressed turned around and looked at them in amazement, and with a special wonder at their hair, and at Dr. Hackensaw's beard. Why, who are you? What are you? Cried the newcomer in great surprise. We're strangers and we've come to visit you. What's your number? My number's 82Y325. What does that mean? Asked Pep. It means that I was born in the year 2892 in New York City, and that my birth was the 325th recorded in New York that year. The odd number shows that I am a girl. The even numbers are given to boys. When we marry, we add an M to the number. You don't mean to say you're a girl, cried Pep. A girl without any hair? That's terrible. No one in New York has any hair. You are the first people I ever saw with hair on the face or on the heads. But I've heard of the hairy savages that lived 1,000 years ago. Hairy savages, cried Pep, drawing herself up proudly. Are you speaking of us? Certainly, but I'm forgetting that I ought to put you in touch with the newspaper. For an ordinary news item, they only pay $100, but you ought to be worth from $500 to $1,000. Wait till I see first if you've already been signaled. So saying, she took from her pocket a gold ring attached to the pocket by a long thread and slipped the ring on her finger. Hurrah! She cried after a moment of intent listening. Your presence here isn't known to the paper yet. It's a scoop for me. Just listen and you can hear the account yourself. Here's a ring for each of you and a microphone to slip into your ear. Dr. Hackensaw and Pep obediently placed the rings on their fingers and the microphones in their ears, and then waited to see what would happen. Nothing happened for a minute or two, and then suddenly they heard a shout. 2 hairy creatures of ancient times visit New York. One a man and one a woman. They wear outlandish garments and speak an almost unintelligible Old English. This was followed by a picture of themselves, which in some unaccountable manner they found in their mind's eye, evidently through vibrations of the microphone carried through the auditory nerve to some central ganglion, and from there transmitted to the optic nerve. A pause ensued, and then came a different voice addressed directly to them. New York Daily Broadcaster will pay you $100,000 for a full account of yourselves. Start at once. Dr. Hackensaw hesitated, but Pep, to whom $100,000 was a fortune, began at once giving a rapid summary of their lives. At the conclusion of her speech, the voice said, "Thank you. The $100,000 has been placed to your credit at the store." "You're in luck," cried the 30th century maid. $1 means 1 day's food and lodging and clothing of the simplest sort. So $100,000 means you can live all your life long in luxury without doing any work. My name is Electra, and I received $1,000 for reporting you because you're a scoop." "That's good, Miss Electra," said Dr. Hackensaw, "but I must ask for some explanations. In the first place, where can I get a newspaper?" "What do you mean? You just got the news. In fact, you were the news." "But haven't you any printed newspaper?" "Yes, a few thousand copies are printed to keep on file in the libraries and for the use of deaf people. But you'd have to order a copy in advance if you want one. But what use would it be to you?" "I could read it." "What's the use of that?" "That was all very well in the year 1900 when the Indian chief Tammany ruled New York. But nowadays—" "What?" cried Dr. Hackensaw, interrupting her. "Oh, I see. I'm afraid your historians have got their facts about old New York slightly twisted. However, it doesn't matter." "But nowadays," continued Electra, "we carry our telephoto phones with us in our pockets and get the latest news direct from the newspaper. When you listen in, you hear all the important happenings since the last time you used the instrument. The newspaper will also furnish you old news if you ask for it. For books, you would have to apply to the library. Tell them what you want, and one of the readers will read you the most up-to-date facts on the subject and send on the illustrations as well. They will also read you a few chapters from any novel you choose." "But haven't people any books at home?" "Oh yes, there are microscopic books, but they are not much used, as you can hear from the library quicker than you can pick up your book." "What are microscopic books?" "They are books photographed down to a very small size and can only be read by the use of a microscope. 1,000 years ago, people had enormous books 4 to 6 inches long and almost as wide. A small library of 100,000 volumes would fill a house, and the books were awkward to handle. 1,000,000 of our books would not occupy more space than 1,000 of the old ones. The pictures are in natural colors, photographed from nature, and the book can be either read or listened to on the phonograph. A great advantage when there is dialect or music mentioned in the book. Each page has the phonographic record as well as the print, the amplifier and microphotoscope for hearing and reading. The book occupies small compass and are carried in the pocket." "How is it you haven't any hair on your head?" asked Dr. Hackensaw. "Hair is unsanitary. It is a breeding place for germs of all sorts. Besides, people were growing bald earlier and earlier in life, so the physicians finally decided to do away with hair altogether. It is no longer of any use to mankind. It is just a relic of the days when we were wild animals and required hair to protect us from the weather. So nowadays, whenever a child is born, all the hairs are destroyed at the roots, and we therefore no longer have hair of any kind, neither hair nor beards. Our teeth, too, are destroyed at birth in the bud before they begin to plague us. You cannot imagine how strange it seemed to me to see both of you with teeth. Not stranger than it did to us to see that you had no teeth. The lack of teeth makes a person look awful," cried Pep. "Does it? Well, if you listen to the newspaper account, you'll see that the thing that struck the public as most frightful about you was not your hairiness, but your ferocious-looking teeth that make you look like cannibals. We destroy them, not only to avoid future pain, but because teeth furnish breeding places for microbes. Our gums become somewhat hardened, and as we use only soft food and it is pre-digested, we no longer need teeth. Only animals that tear or chew their food require teeth. But excuse me a minute, there's a man I should like you to meet." She left then, but returned a couple minutes later. "It's all right," she said. "I've invited him to take an air ride with me this afternoon." "He's a friend of yours?" asked Pep. "No, I never met him before, but I liked his appearance, so I looked at his identification button to see his number, and I telephoned to the newspaper and got full particulars about him. As they were satisfactory, I went up to him and invited him. He telephoned to the paper for particulars about me, and they must have been okay, or he wouldn't have accepted my invitation." "Gee," cried Pep, "I wish I had the nerve to go up to every handsome man I see and ask him to take me on a joyride." I knew there was no fear of his refusing. My father is head of the microbe factory. "What?" "Yes, he manufactures microbes by the ton and ships them to every part of the world. Of course, only a small proportion of these are health microbes for fighting disease. Most of them are for industrial purposes. Agricultural microbes for securing the proper fertilization of the soil. Chemical microbes for aiding the different chemical processes. Dairy microbes for butter and cheese making. Fermentation microbes for producing alcohol, etc., etc. He manufactures thousands of varieties and immense quantities of each. His factory is on Manhattan Isle, all that is left of what once was the whole of New York City." "Why, what happened to Manhattan Island?" "It has gradually sunk and been covered by the sea. It is now a part of New York Bay." "Excuse me for changing the subject," said Pep, "but what must we do to get the $100,000 the Daily Broadcaster promised us?" "It has already been placed to your credit at the store. We don't use money anymore. Everything is done by credit. Money was filthy and served to carry around disease germs. Besides, money led to theft. Credit is much safer. If a store has reason to doubt your solvency, it telephones to the central store to know if your credit is good for the amount. Your thumbprint is your signature. It cannot be counterfeited, for it is made in the presence of the clerk. Nor can your credit be counterfeited. One thing that strikes me as peculiar," said Dr. Hackensaw, "is that I see no advertisements. I expected to see advertisements everywhere, recommending Pitt's Pills or Susie's Soap." "Advertising isn't allowed," replied Electra, "or at least it is restricted within certain very narrow limits. At one time, about the year 2000, advertising had become an unendurable nuisance. The walls of the houses, the streets, the pavements, the vehicles, and even the sky were covered at all times with glaring and changeable advertisements. At nighttime it was even worse than in the daytime, for the signs consisted of myriads of constantly changing electric lights of different colors. Even the X-rays were used and advertisements projected through the walls of your house into your very bedroom. As if that were not enough, loudspeakers constantly dinned into your ears the merits of Birch's buttons or Peter's pants, till people were driven wild, and stringent laws were passed to regulate advertising, confining it to books and periodicals. All publications were given away free to the public, the advertisers paying all expenses. You could choose a library of whatever books you wanted, and they would be sent you free, with thanks for accepting them. And the publishers were very particular about the advertising they accepted, for they found that the more particular they were to publish only advertising of the first class, the more eager the advertisers were in applying for space, even though they paid all the expenses of publication. And then the end of all advertising came about in the very simplest way, by the formation of the General Purchasing Agency, which does all our buying for us. If you want anything from a pin to a house, from a rhinoceros to a wife, a postage stamp or a theater ticket, you stop in at the company's nearest office. They have one on every block, and place your orders. You are sure of getting the object best suited for your purpose, that can be obtained anywhere for the price you are willing to pay. They sell cheap qualities, but no shoddy, and they even deal in second-hand goods, taking any objects you wish to get rid of at fair valuation. That killed advertising. It was no longer necessary for men to persuade you that Pinch's pills were the best by dinning it into your ears or flashing it into your eyes by brilliant lights or moving pictures thrown on the clouds. In the year 1900, advertising was a highly useful form of education, for it was necessary to hypnotize the people by constant reiteration to impress a fact on their minds and teach them about new products. But it was most expensive and annoying, and was getting so bad something had to be done to stop it. A man would have to pay nearly double the price for goods if we had to go back to the old system. The agency will hunt up for us any article we wish, or will manufacture one for us if unable to find it. If you let them know what things you are interested in, what kinds of plays or books you like, they will send you full information about anything new that comes up in that line. They make a specialty of preparing individual programs of entertainments for home enjoyment, sending you by telephote portions of the best acts on the boards at the time, selecting them to suit your taste, which they soon learn to know. You thus see the very best of the novelties and don't have to sit through any chasers. How long Electra would have continued in this strain it is difficult to say, but she suddenly interrupted herself with a cry. "Good gracious," she cried, "there's the police plane coming for us." "The police plane?" cried Pep. "What do they want with us?" "I suppose they only want to disinfect you, nothing more. You are almost certain to carry microbes in that long hair of yours, and you might easily start an epidemic in the city." As she spoke, a small airplane with no one on board descended gracefully out of the heavens and alighted at their feet with scarcely a flutter. "You must get on board," said Electra, "and the plane will automatically take you to the police station. There's really very little danger of an epidemic, because in entering or leaving a house, we have to pass through a disinfecting chamber that squirts gaseous ozonol into our clothing and kills all the germs we may have about us. But you will have to see the health officer." "Won't you come with us?" asked Pep. "I can't. I have to go get my stomach that I left last week to be repaired and overhauled." "What?" "Yes, my stomach pained me and didn't work well, so I had it cut out and sent to the hospital to be cleaned up and fixed, and I had another stomach put in to use in the meantime, but I prefer my own. I'm used to it, so I'm going to get it today. My liver too needs attention, but I'll wait till next month before I leave that to be cleaned." Thanking Electra for her kindness, the pair stepped into the police plane and pressed the starting button. Instantly the machine rose from the ground, and soon they were flying over the roofs of the beautiful city that looked like a fairy garden beneath them, for the roofs were all on the same level and covered with growing flowers and shrubs. "Gee," cried Pep, "this is fine. Since we've got to go to the police station, I'm going to have a little fun on the way and learn to steer this machine. It looks easier to guide than any machine I ever piloted." In vain Dr. Hackensaw begged her not to meddle with the levers. The willful girl who had chosen the pilot seat seized the steering level and was delighted to find that the machine obeyed her slightest motion. It was both wonderful and exhilarating. And the inevitable happened. Not knowing the laws of the road, Pep got into the wrong lane, and when a squadron of 100 airplanes suddenly crossed her path, she lost her head, swerved her machine quickly, and ran headlong into one of the planes whose presence she hadn't noticed. Both planes were badly disabled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, neither the doctor nor Pep were injured, but the occupant of the other plane was not so fortunate, for his arm was broken by the fall. Dr. Hackensaw was examining the poor fellow when a Boy Scout came up to him and said, "You are wanted at once at police headquarters, sir," and stepping into the police plane he motioned them to follow. Dr. Hackensaw hesitated, but he saw the boy was evidently an official, so he and Pep took their places, and a few minutes later the pair were ushered into the presence of the justice of the peace, to whom Pep at once began a voluble explanation of what had happened. "Wait a minute," said the judge. Before you begin, as the room is somewhat chilly, I must ask the attendant to put another pebble in the crucible. We used atomic heat in those days, obtained by the disintegration of the atoms of stones into lighter elements. As for you, he continued, turning to Pep, you must take your seat in the chair of truth. So saying, he pressed a button, and as he did so, a peculiar-looking armchair came walking into the room on its own four legs, automatically moved by some invisible mechanism. All kinds of thermometers, dials, and instruments of every sort were attached to the chair. "Sit there," said the judge. "Let your hands rest on the arms of the chair, and tell me how the accident happened. If you prevaricate, exaggerate, or hold anything back, or tell an untruth, I shall know it immediately. For along with the phonographic record of your statement will be the graph of your every heartbeat, and the dilation and contraction of your blood vessels, and the nervous twitches induced in you by the various emotions of anger, fear, etc., that govern you while you speak. In a word, I shall read your mind and know exactly how much confidence I can place in your statements." Pep, somewhat frightened, sat down as she was bid and began her story again. But she had not spoken a dozen sentences before the magistrate interrupted her. "It is no use going on," said he. "The electric light has turned green, and the heart dial marks 33 degrees by Chubb's gauge. You may not think you are lying, but you are prevaricating at a great rate. Now begin over again and tell the full truth, or I shall have to hypnotize you and get the full confession while you are in the hypnotic trance." Thus admonished, Pep began over again, and this time she gave the exact facts. When she had finished, the judge merely remarked, "Guilty, and sentenced to pay the penalty." "But," sobbed poor Pep, "I didn't mean to do any harm." "No, but you were reckless, and your recklessness caused the damage. You must make it good." Here Dr. Hackensaw interposed. "I will pay for the broken arm," he said. "We have a credit of $100,000 here." "Money cannot pay for the suffering of a broken arm," returned the judge. "If the girl had been a thief and had merely stolen money, we should allow her to make restitution, with an added fine to pay police expenses, and to add to the fund from which restitution is made to robbed persons when the thief cannot be caught. In the present case, the girl must make restitution." "How can we make restitution for a broken arm?" asked Dr. Hackensaw, puzzled. "You don't mean that Miss Pepita's arm must be broken because she was unfortunate enough to break this man's arm?" "No, indeed. That would be as foolish as to condemn a murderer to death because he has killed a man. We force the murderer to make restitution to society for the life he has taken, and as he cannot resuscitate his victim, we condemn him to save 100 lives in place of the one he has taken." "You mean make him a lifesaver on the coast?" asked Dr. Hackensaw, more and more puzzled. "No, there is no trouble in hiring all the lifesavers we want. Besides, few of them can hope to save 100 persons from drowning. No, the murderer must not only risk his life, but risk suffering and disease as well. In a word, we require him to submit to undergo experiments by competent medical men who are studying cures for various diseases. He must allow himself to be inoculated with disease germs, or in some manner aid in the progress of science. In this way, and in this way only, can he pay his debt to society. For while he saves only 100 lives of the present generation, the experiment may be the means of saving countless lives in future generations. Of course, it is impossible to evaluate how many lives are saved by any one experiment, but our physicians are generous in making the estimate, especially when the experiment entails considerable suffering. The patient, as a rule, is glad to feel that he is making a real restitution that will rehabilitate him. We always give him the option of being put to sleep for 50 or 100 years instead of submitting to the operation, but only in 1 or 2 cases has the alternative been accepted. Now, this young lady, through her recklessness, has broken a man's arm. She must pay him money damages, but at the same time she must submit to have some mild pathological experiments tried upon her by our physicians. "But, Judge," began Pep. "There is no appeal from the sentence. The operating room adjoins this one, and your sentence can be carried out at once." And the terrified girl was pushed into the next room, where half a dozen physicians and nurses were waiting for her. She was forced into a chair and was held down while one of the men sterilized a lancet and proceeded to make an incision in her arm, and then she awoke. "Gee," she cried, "I woke up just in time. Another minute and they would have shot me full of germs. Wake up, Pop," she called out, shaking Dr. Hackensaw by the arm. The doctor slowly opened his eyes. "Pep," said he, "you had a narrow escape, but let this be a lesson to you. Whenever you are tempted to drive recklessly in your auto, think what it would mean if you had to make good whatever damage you caused. To give a leg for one of your victim's legs, an arm for an arm, or your life for his." End of section 35.
Section 36 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Pierpont, Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Mystery of the Z-Ray Spectacles. In Dr. Hackensaw's employ, there was a bright boy of 15 named Tintagelies Smith. The name is pronounced Tintagelies, but as most people would not take the trouble to pronounce it correctly, they called him Miggs for short. One night, Tintagelies had an adventure. Dr. Hackensaw had given him a ticket for the theater, and at the end of the performance, the boy had started off to walk home when a high-class automobile drew up to the sidewalk alongside of him, and a beautiful young lady in evening dress and glittering with diamonds leaned forth from the car and beckoned to him. "Jump in," she said. "I want to speak to you." Tintagelies turned around to see whom she was addressing, but there was no one else near. "It's you I want," insisted the lady. "Jump in." Our young hero was convinced that the lady was mistaking him for someone else, but he was always ready for an adventure, so he jumped in and took his seat beside his fair interlocutor. "My name," said the lady, "is Miss Muriel Gold. You may possibly have read about me in the society notes of the papers. Your name, if I am not mistaken, is Tintagelies Smith." To say that Miggs was surprised to find that he was really the person wanted, and that the young lady even knew his name, would be to put the matter mildly. He was flabbergasted, but he managed to answer, "Yes, that's my name, but my friends all call me Miggs." "Very well, Miggs," returned the young lady, smiling. "I understand that you work in Dr. Hackensaw's laboratory?" "Yes, ma'am." "And I am told that you have the makings of a fine detective in you?" Tintagelies blushed. This was taking him on his weakest side. From boyhood up, he had hesitated as to whether he would be President of the United States or a detective, but finally, the fascination of a detective's life carried the day. The lady's words accordingly touched him in a tender spot. "I have so much faith in your abilities as a detective," continued the lady, "that I have decided to make use of you in unraveling a most difficult case. But first, let me ask you something. I am informed that Dr. Hackensaw has invented a wonderful pair of spectacles, X-ray spectacles, I believe they are called, by means of which the wearer can see right through people, or even see through the walls of a house what is going on inside. Is that true?" "Yes, ma'am, only he calls them Z-ray spectacles because it is not the X-ray that he uses." "Have you ever worn the spectacles? Do you know how they work?" "No, ma'am, but I heard the doctor say that they were so simple that anyone could use them." "Do you think the doctor would lend you a pair for a few weeks? I don't want him to know that they are for me, You must ask them for yourself." "I think I could get a pair," replied Miggs noncommittally. "Very well. Now here's what I should like you to do, and remember, there is a handsome reward offered. In fact, I will give you $1,000 in case of success." Miggs' eyes gleamed. "All right," said he. "I'll succeed. What is it you want me to do?" The lady glanced at her watch. "It's a long story," she said, "and I haven't time to go into particulars tonight, but come to this spot tomorrow night at 10 o'clock and bring the spectacles with you. I shall be here with the auto and bring you home with me, and then I'll give you full details. Au revoir till then." Chapter 2. "No, Miggs," said Dr. Hackensaw. "I can't lend you a pair of my magic spectacles. Haven't made the invention public yet, because I don't dare to let these spectacles go out of my possession. I'm afraid they might be used for mischievous purposes. But I have no objection to letting you look through them. Here is a pair. The spectacles, of course, fit over your eyes. As you see, the wires that connect with the earpieces that support the spectacles pass down under the back of your coat, and then through a hole in the pocket to the radium battery and audions, which are contained in a small case that fits in your pocket. The adjusting screws are on the outside of this case. The large knob controls the distance to which the ray goes before it is reflected. Here, put the spectacles on your eyes and the case in your pocket. Now take off your coat while I make the connections. All ready. Put on your coat again. Connect the spectacles with the wire and look at the wall." "Good gracious!" cried Miggs. "I can see right through the wall into the office where the clerks are." "Yes," assented Dr. Hackensaw dryly. "I sometimes look at them myself, and I must say I don't often see you working, Miggs. Perhaps it's on account of some trouble with the spectacles. Now, if you want to see what you look like, just turn the adjusting screw to the left and look at yourself. You can get a pretty good view of your ribs, your heart, lungs, stomach, and other organs. These spectacles are invaluable to a physician in diagnosing the condition of each organ of his patient. In fact, there are 1,000 uses to which they may be put." "What is the principle on which they work?" asked Tintagiles. "Their construction cost me many a sleepless night," replied the doctor. "Yet the problem seemed simple, since I had the penetrating X-ray to start with. But the progress of invention is always very slow. Man must have been familiar with his own shadow long before he noticed his reflection in a pool of water, and water was his only mirror until a few hundred years ago he succeeded in making metal mirrors and then glass mirrors. The use of lenses to refract light came long after the use of mirrors. Finally came the X-ray, which is still in its primitive stage, the stage in which it can merely throw a shadow. Attempts to reflect and refract these rays were only partially successful. Then I took the matter in hand. The analogy of the X-ray to the heat and light rays is so great that I knew there must be some way of utilizing them for the spectacles I dreamed of. Spectacles that would enable us to look either through or into solid bodies at will. My starting point was the discovery made by Frederick Laue in 1912, that X-rays could be reflected by special crystalline surfaces. In a mixed fascicle of X-rays of different wavelengths, he found that the surface would reflect those rays whose wavelengths correspond with its own molecular structure. So far, however, this discovery has only been used in an attempt to determine the real arrangement of atoms in space. Finding myself unable to make any headway with the X-rays, I turned my attention to some of the other rays. To begin with, Miggs, I must tell you that there are a large number of different kinds of rays. Radium, for instance, throws off 3 kinds of rays, known as the alpha, beta, and gamma ray, respectively. The X-ray, which is analogous to the alpha ray, travels only 8,000 to 16,000 kilometers per second. The beta rays vary from half the speed of light rays to approximately the speed of light rays, some particles traveling slowly and some fast. For both the alpha and beta rays are corpuscular and can be deviated by means of a magnet. The gamma rays, however, do not seem to be influenced by magnets. In my experiments, I chanced to discover a new ray, which I called the Z-ray. and which, like ordinary light rays, and like the X-ray and the beta ray, has a wide variation in wavelength. My problem was to separate this ray into a number of homogeneous rays of a uniform wavelength. To accomplish this, I used crystalline surfaces like those used by lava. I found that the rays with different wavelengths penetrated to different depths into the body viewed before the light was reflected. By using one length of wave, I would get a reflection of a flat surface inside of the body, a sectional view. An adjusting screw enabled me to view a section at any desired depth in the body. A flexible diaphragm that can be made to assume any curvature at will enables me to view a curved surface, such, for example, as the outer surface of the heart instead of a plane section through the heart. With a very little practice, anyone can adjust this diaphragm and the distance micrometer screw so as to see any portion of a man's organs that he wishes to examine. I have also a special attachment which enables me to read the letters in a man's pocket. Put on the spectacles again, Miggs, and see if you can read the address on the letter I have in my coat pocket. Miggs adjusted the spectacles once more and then gave a cry of astonishment. "Gee!" he exclaimed. "Why, I can look right into your insides, and I can see your skeleton and your heart and stomach and everything. And all in natural colors, not in black and white like an X-ray picture. And I can see all you've got in your pockets, too. I can see the bills and coins in your pocketbook, and I can read what's on your railroad ticket. Say, Doctor, can't you lend me a pair of these spectacles only for 1 week?" "No, indeed," replied the doctor. "Think what harm might arise if a bad use were made of them. They would be invaluable to a pickpocket, for instance. He could see at a glance how much money each man was carrying in his pocketbook, and could know which ones were worth robbing." The doctor remained obdurate, but alas, the locks in the office were of the most primitive kind. With the aid of a button hook, Miggs was able to pick the lock of the closet, and that night at 10 o'clock he was at the appointed trysting place, and a pair of the magic spectacles were in his pocket. Chapter 3. Miss Muriel Gold was the tool of a gang of professional yeggmen. Poor girl, she was not innately wicked, but she had succumbed to the wiles of a professional burglar, and after he had ruined her and taken her from her home, he had gradually forced her to help him and his pals in their nefarious schemes. The gang was well organized and very successful, with spies everywhere to report where good hauls were to be made. One of these spies was in Dr. Hackensaw's employ. In some way this fellow had heard of the Z-ray spectacles, and the chief of the yeggmen, on learning of the existence of this wonderful device, resolved to obtain a pair of the spectacles at any cost. Evidently the simplest way was to use Muriel Gold as a lure, and she, much as she disliked the task, dared not refuse. She was wholly in the power of the gang. Hence it was that she had waited for Miggs at the theater, and hence it was that she met him the second time to bring him in her auto to one of the lairs of the gang. Miggs did not have long to wait for her. Scarcely had he stationed himself in front of the theater when the young lady made her appearance in her auto. "Have you got the spectacles, Miggs?" she asked eagerly. For an answer, Miggs slapped his bulging pocket. "Then jump in quickly and come to my house, and I will explain to you what I wish you to do. It will be the chance of your lifetime to make your name as a detective." A half-hour's ride brought the pair to a house in an unfrequented part of the city. Here the young lady descended and, followed by Miggs, entered the house. Muriel conducted him into a parlor and was delighted with the spectacles whose operation Miggs carefully explained to her. "Now, Miggs," said the young lady, "I will explain what I wish you to do, but as I shall need you for a couple of weeks, you'd better write a word to Dr. Hackensaw to tell him you are called to the bedside of a dying relative in Chicago, and that you will be gone for some time. Then we shall have lunch, and you can start on your career as a detective immediately afterwards." Miggs cheerfully wrote the letter, and then refreshments were served. But the drink served to our hero was drugged, and it was not long before he felt a drowsiness steal over him, and was soon sound asleep. It was hours before he awoke again, and when he did, he found himself a prisoner in a small but comfortable cell, but with iron bars on the windows, and the magic spectacles had disappeared. Chapter 4. From that day on, New York City was startled by a series of astonishing safe robberies. How the burglars obtained their information was a marvel, for their robberies were timed to occur on the very night when there happened to be important sums in the safes. It seemed certain that there must be collusion between the burglars and some trusted employees. but in many cases the employee had served faithfully for years. The thing was apparently inexplicable, yet the explanation was simple. Muriel Gold could have thrown considerable light on the matter, for it was usually she who visited the different banks or business houses, and by means of the magic spectacles looked through the walls of the safes to see if they contained anything worth taking. She also, when visiting her friends in the fashionable world, looked through the spectacles into their bureau drawers to see if there were any pearl necklaces or other jewels worth stealing. No hiding place was secure against her piercing eyes, and for many a rich haul was the gang indebted to these Z-ray spectacles. Meanwhile, Dr. Hackensaw had not missed the spectacles. He had received Mig's note, so was not worried about the boy. But it so happened that the doctor was asked to rewrite a magazine article about the value of these new Z-ray spectacles. He had accordingly begun by setting forth their value to the police. A detective equipped with these spectacles could spot at once a revolver in a man's hip pocket, a razor concealed in his boot, or a set of burglar tools in his valise. They could look through the walls of a counterfeiter's den and see the men at work. They could secure evidence against gambling houses in the same way, and could detect loaded dice or faked roulette wheels at a glance. The smuggling of hooch would be a thing of the past, when a single look through these spectacles would reveal its hiding place in an automobile or coffin. Custom house officials would no longer need to turn the contents of travelers' trunks topsy-turvy. A glance into the closed trunk through the Z-ray spectacles would reveal smuggled goods without trouble. Passengers would be saved the indignity of a personal search, as the spectacles would reveal at once any forbidden goods concealed on their persons. Prisoners could no longer hope to bring concealed files or saws with them into their cells. To physicians, the spectacles would be invaluable. It would enable them to watch the working of every organ inside their patients. The slightest derangement would be manifest. Chemists could detect adulterations in their drugs, and manufacturers detect flaws in their castings. Mechanics could perceive internal crystallizations in their machines at a glance. A chauffeur could locate his troubles without having to take his car apart. In a word, the uses of these spectacles were manifold. There was scarcely a branch of art or science which they would not materially benefit. As he wrote, the doctor bethought him that he wished to locate some trouble he had with one of his new machines, so putting down his pen, he sought in his desk for the Z-ray spectacles he had shown Miggs. They were gone. Instantly there flashed into his mind the boy's request for a loan of the spectacles. The inference was obvious. Miggs must have taken them without leave. "What a lad!" exclaimed the doctor. "I'll bet he's up to some mischief." And then subconsciously there arose in his mind the series of safe robberies that had taken place in the last 2 weeks, and the connection between the two events struck him forcibly. "Some gang of burglars have got hold of the spectacles," he cried. "That explains the whole thing. That explains how they are able to tell which safes contain money. I must get those spectacles back at any cost. Luckily, I can locate them easily. There are no other Z-rays in existence but those that I have produced. My special detector can locate them if they're anywhere within 1,000 miles of here. In 5 minutes I shall know exactly where they are." It was but a moment's work to switch on the detector, and after carefully insulating his other Z-ray spectacles, he watched the indicating compass needle as it swung quivering around on the dial. "The needle points almost due north," he soliloquized, "and the strength of the Z-waves indicates a distance of about 5 miles. The spectacles must, at the present moment, be somewhere in Van Cortlandt." "Pep!" he called aloud. "Do you want a chance to distinguish yourself by catching a gang of burglars?" Pepita Perkins stopped her typewriting with a jerk. "What?" she cried aghast. "If you want to make a little pocket money, Pep, there are big rewards offered for the capture of this gang of yeggmen and the recovery of the stolen goods. I'll send Spaghetti Joe with you and 2 or 3 other stout men to help him, while you can go along with another pair of my magic spectacles and boss the whole affair." The preparations took but a very few minutes. Spaghetti Joe was a reformed safe-breaker whom Dr. Hackensaw had taken into his employ. A full set of burglar tools was put into an automobile, for it might be necessary to break into a house or open a safe, and Joe was the man who knew how to do it. The men were also provided with special gas throwers designed to throw a soporific gas that would overpower the burglars and render them incapable of resistance. The detector was also taken along to guide them to the exact spot. The 5 miles to Van Cortlandt were covered in no time, and the automobile soon brought them near a lonely house not far from Van Cortlandt Park. Here they descended from the machine and circled around the house, and to their gratification, the needle of the indicating compass turned so as to point always directly toward the house. There was no doubting the evidence. The Z-ray spectacles must be somewhere within that building. Pep therefore took her second pair of spectacles out of its insulated case, and creeping quietly up to the house, peered through the walls. In one room she saw a dozen men smoking, drinking, and playing cards, evidently the gang. In another room, a beautiful young lady was lying on a couch reading. This was Muriel. In still another room was a boy, locked in and vainly seeking some means of escape. Pep's heart gave a jump as she recognized Miggs. Without a word, Pep handed the spectacles to Spaghetti Joe, who had followed her.
"It's too dead easy,"
cried Joe.
"They're all bunched in one room and half drunk. We can get them without any trouble."
To open a window and climb into the house was the work of an instant. Pep, Joe, and the 3 men put on their gas masks, and then placing the nozzle of the gas-throwing instrument into the keyhole of the room where the villains were assembled, shot the odorless but powerful soporific gas into the room. A minute later, every member of the gang was unconscious, and before they recovered their senses, they were strongly handcuffed. One of the villains, who was not in the room at the time, gave them a little trouble, but Spaghetti Joe dexterously tripped him up and held him while Pep adjusted the handcuffs. As for Muriel, she made no resistance. Miggs was delighted at regaining his freedom, and taking the stolen spectacles, he and Pep explored the house thoroughly for the hidden booty. It was concealed in several ingenious hiding places, some in panels in the wall, others in secret recesses in chairs and cupboards, but the greater portion was buried under the ash heap in the cellar. There were watches and jewelry of all kinds, heaps of banknotes and negotiable securities. In all, there were over $500,000 worth of valuables that the thieves could have cashed. No hiding place, however, was secure against the magic spectacles. The Z-rays penetrated through the walls or through the floor and revealed the treasure beneath. It was more work to secure the valuables than to discover them, but at last all were loaded in the automobile, and with the fettered burglars piled in, the car started on its homeward trip, but it was past midnight when Dr. Hackensaw's house was reached. The burglars all received long terms of imprisonment, but Dr. Hackensaw would not allow Muriel to be even arrested. She was only a tool. The kind-hearted doctor gave her a position in his office, and she proved worthy of the trust he placed in her. A handsome reward was paid for the recovery of the stolen property, and Pep was delighted by the receipt of $2,000 in cash and a beautiful pearl necklace as her share. Even Miggs received $1,000 and a fine gold watch. But Dr. Hackensaw thereafter kept his Z-ray spectacles locked up in one of his strongest safes.
"Every great invention," said he, "is a power, and a power may be used either for good purposes or for bad ones. These magic spectacles are too dangerous to be put into the hands of the general public."
End of section 36.
Section 37 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. Number 37. The Mystery of the Walking Skeleton. Dr. I. Hackensaw was, first of all, an inventor. And an inventor is a man who, when absorbed in some great idea, is utterly oblivious to the external world. It is related that Sir Isaac Newton once started to boil an egg, but boiled his watch instead, holding the egg in his hand for a timepiece. Dr. Hackensaw, however, could have given Sir Isaac a double discount. One day that he had cooked himself an omelette in his laboratory, he was seen to throw the omelette into the stove, mistaking it for a shovelful of coal. On another occasion, his newspaper not having come one morning, he hastily dressed and went to the corner newsstand for a copy. He noticed that people stared at him, but it was not until he was safely home again that he discovered he had forgotten a somewhat necessary article of his wearing apparel, namely his trousers. As this was in New York City, the omission might have led to unpleasant consequences had a policeman chanced to see him. Dr. Hackensaw was wealthy, for while not a businessman, he had made so many inventions of worldwide application and had increased the wealth of the country by so many billions of dollars that a few millions couldn't help clinging to him. The consequence was that the doctor had a number of laboratories for his research work and employed several hundred assistants. Among these assistants was an 18-year-old young lady called Pepita Perkins, or more familiarly, Pep Perkins. Dr. Hackensaw looked upon her as an adopted daughter, and she reciprocated by calling him Pop. It was one night when Miss Pepita Perkins was returning home at midnight from a fancy dress ball that she first saw the walking skeleton. Now Pep was a brave girl. On many a previous occasion she had showed that she by no means lacked courage, but the sight of a ghostly form walking the earth at midnight is enough to strike terror in the bravest heart, and Pep might well be excused for losing her head. The trouble all began with a stalled automobile. The gentleman who was taking Pep home in his car chanced to stall when within a few rods of Dr. Hackensaw's summer cottage in New Jersey. Pep, too impatient to wait, left her escort tinkering with his machine while she took a shortcut home through the country graveyard. Not the slightest fear did she experience, and it was without a tremor that she passed through the churchyard without even deigning to cast a look behind her. Dr. Hackensaw's grounds lay just beyond, and were surrounded by a long, high stone wall, for the worthy doctor had always many inventions in hand that he was not yet ready to make known to the general public. Bitter experience had taught him the inadvisability of taking the public into his confidence until an invention was completed and thoroughly tested. Pep Perkins reached the massive gates that gave entrance to the grounds, was admitted by the lodgekeeper, and was walking briskly toward the house when, at a sudden turn in the road, she saw it. It appeared suddenly, apparently coming out of nowhere. It appeared first as a greenish light, without any definite form. But as she gazed at it, startled, it slowly assumed the figure of the skeleton of a man, every bone glowing with a strange fire. Nor was the skeleton standing still. It was slowly walking directly toward her. Pep's heart jumped into her throat, and when the skeleton opened its bony jaws and with clattering teeth gave vent to a sepulchral laugh, and then in mournful tones droned out the words, "Hallo, hallo, hallo," the poor girl almost fainted from terror. With one wild shriek, however, she tore past the ghostly vision and rushed for the house, where with fumbling hands she had difficulty in opening the door with her latchkey. To her relief, the light was still burning in Dr. Hackensaw's library, showing that he had not yet gone to bed, so she rushed in, wild-eyed and breathless. "Pop," she cried, "do you believe in ghosts?" "Scarcely, Pep, though I must humbly confess that, as in all men, however much advanced, there lingers something in the back of my mind, some hereditary influence from our remote ancestors that produces a slight nervousness, occasionally in the dark. But I am always ready and even anxious to investigate any ghostly phenomena that come to my notice." "Then your wish is granted," retorted Pep. "If you will go to the gate, you will find a walking skeleton that chased me home because I was foolish enough to pass through the graveyard at midnight." Dr. Hackensaw leaned back in his chair and laughed heartily. "I'm afraid I'm the guilty one, Pep," said he, "and I must ask your pardon if I frightened you. I wasn't expecting you home so soon, as you usually don't return from a dance until the wee small hours of the morning. It was really my skeleton you saw." "Your skeleton?" "Well, the words are ambiguous, I know, but you will understand the whole affair if you will listen to me." "All right, start your explanation. As I won't get a wink of sleep tonight, I'll keep you up as long as I can, talking to me and reassuring me. I was never so upset in my life. I've got the creeps in the very marrow of my bones." "To begin with," said Dr. Hackensaw, "I must inform you that the existence of this walking skeleton is a profound secret. You are not to speak of it to anyone. I cannot even tell you the purpose for which it is intended, as I have promised absolute secrecy, but I will tell you what I can. To begin with, do you know anything about radium?" "Yes, I know that a pinch of it costs a fortune, and that it is continually shooting off particles and changing into lead." "Precisely. The half period of radium, that is to say, the time required for half a given weight of radium to disintegrate, has been calculated as about 1,690 years. In other words, unless new radium is forming, there must have been twice as much radium on Earth 1,690 years ago as there is at present, 4 times as much as 3,380 years ago, and so on. By making the calculation, we find that 100,000 years ago or less, the whole Earth must have been one solid mass of radium. This, of course, is an impossibility, for our geologists have proved that 100,000 years ago the Earth was pretty much as it is now. Consequently, the inference is that the new radium must be produced continually to replace the old one that is used up. Scientists argued that if radium was being produced at present, the substance from which it was produced must be found close to the radium in every locality where radium was found, and always in the same proportion. Such a substance is uranium. Uranium is much more common than radium, and always exists with it, and the proportion present is constant. In all radium ores, there is about 3 million times as much uranium as radium. Hence, it is evident that uranium is disintegrating into lead, though no direct proof of the fact has yet been had. The fact is that the half-period of uranium is 5 billion years, and consequently many years must elapse before a perceptible amount of product can be obtained. Professor Soddy tried the experiment some years ago. The uranium itself is soon decomposed. It throws off helium gas, 1 atom of helium being given off by each atom of uranium. The product is called uranium X, and although Dr. Soddy started the experiment in 1912, 7 years later in 1919 he was unable to detect the formation of any radium. Just think of it. 7 years of experimenting. Yet the experiment continues, and the triumph of science will be great on the day that the presence of radium in his tube shows that the actual transformation of uranium into radium shall be made manifest. Dr. Soddy calculated that if he continues the experiment 60,000 years, he will produce about 1 cent's worth of radium. Not a very satisfactory financial result, but scientists are seldom good financiers. Pep Perkins yawned and wished that she had remained at the ball. This lecture on radium was as bad in its way as the sight of the phosphorescent walking skeleton, and she determined to make a diversion. "Pop," said she, "it's too late tonight for all that josh about radium. All I want to know is what that skeleton was that I saw near the park gate." "Well, that was just what I was explaining to you," returned Dr. Hackensaw patiently. "Uranium is the heaviest metal known, having an atomic weight of 238. It is continually disintegrating very slowly into other substances, finally producing uranium X with an atomic weight of 234. This is really uranium with a helium atom, atomic weight 4, thrown off. This uranium X doesn't live 2 minutes, but also disintegrates, finally producing ionium, and this in turn produces radium whose atomic weight is 226, thus showing that radium is nothing but uranium with 3 atoms of helium expelled from each atom of radium. Now the radium itself disintegrates. It begins by, "Good night," cried Pep, stamping her foot impatiently. "Do you think I'm going to stand here at 1 o'clock in the morning listening to a lecture? I'm going to bed." "All right, Pep," assented the doctor mildly. "And by the by, if you want more particulars about the walking skeleton, you can get them if you come with me tomorrow. I'm starting tomorrow for a month's trip to Africa, and Sam, which is the name I have given the skeleton, comes along with me." Chapter 2. "Isn't this glorious?" cried Dr. Hackensaw as his express plane, the Arrow, skimmed gracefully through the azure sky while the deeper blue billowing waves of the Atlantic played below them. "Yes, it's dandy," echoed Pep. "And now that we're on our way, perhaps you will condescend to give me some explanation as to where we are going and what we are going to do, and what Skeleton Sam, as you call him, has to do in the matter." "All right, Pep, there's no reason why I should keep the matter secret any longer. Did you ever hear of Robert Houdin?" "Yes, he was a famous conjurer, wasn't he?" "Precisely. Well, though he has been dead many years, he is responsible for the fix in which I find myself today. You must know that Robert Houdin in his memoirs tells about a trip he made to Algeria on behalf of the French government. There was a plot on foot for an uprising of the natives, and the French decided wisely to send a prestidigitator like Robert Houdin to the affected provinces. Would impress them far more than the finest army they could organize. The course of events showed the wisdom of their act. Houdin's feats of magic convinced the natives that the whites were powerful magicians, and all idea of revolt was nipped in the bud. To see Robert Houdin allow one of their chiefs to load a pistol with a marked bullet and shoot at him, and then see Houdin catch the marked bullet in his teeth, convinced them that the French were invulnerable. Note: to perform this trick, Robert Houdin used a special ramrod. In the gun was a loose tube into which the powder and marked bullet were rammed. The ramrod fitted tightly into this tube, so when Houdin pulled out the ramrod, the bullet came with it, and he was able to place it in his mouth unperceived. And when Robert Houdin shot the same bullet at a white wall and drew blood from the wall, a wax bullet filled with blood was used, their astonishment knew no bounds. Then, to cap the climax, Houdin asked that the strongest man in the audience should come forth, and offered to take away all his strength and leave him weaker than a woman. The challenge was accepted by a husky fellow who had a well-earned reputation for strength. He came forward smiling, and when Robert Houdin asked him if he could lift a 50-pound iron chest, the fellow scornfully put out his left hand and lifted the box with ease. "Very well," said Houdin, "now I'm going to take all your strength away from you and leave you weaker than a woman." He made a few passes with his hands before the man's face, and then said, "Now try to lift that box." The fellow, with still greater scorn than before, put forth a hand, but the box resisted. Amazed, the man clasped the box with both hands and, bracing himself, exerted every particle of strength of which he was capable. His muscles stood out from his body like sinewy cords, and the perspiration dripped in streams from his body. But he was unable to budge the box an inch. Then the poor fellow fell on his knees and begged Houdin to give him back his strength, and of course the clever Frenchman did so. A few reverse passes, and the man was again able to lift the box with ease. "That was clever," said Pep. "How was the trick managed?" "Simple enough. The iron casket rested on a powerful electromagnet. When there was no current, the box was easy to lift. When the current was turned on, however, the powerful current caused the box to adhere to the floor so firmly that it was very difficult to move." "Well, Miss Pep, you may perhaps know that there has been a recent uprising in the African possessions of one of the European powers. I chanced to meet the ambassador of this power, and remembering Robert Houdin's success, I thoughtlessly boasted that I could put down the revolt alone, and without any bloodshed. He took me up at once, and the result is that you and I, Pep, are now traveling together to Africa, and that we too are expected to nip in the bud this uprising of thousands of Arabs and Negroes." "Gee," exclaimed Pep, much impressed. "You didn't tell me I was going to war. You'll have to appoint me General-in-Chief. Well, I'm ready now to hear about the radium. I suppose you're going to use that walking skeleton to frighten the natives." "Precisely. The figure is really solid, not a skeleton at all, but the metal surface is so brightly polished that it is practically invisible except the ribs and other bones, which are painted with a composition of my own invention. I could have used phosphorescent paint, but I concluded I could get better results with radium emanation. I suppose you know what radium emanation is?" "Not exactly." "If you dissolve some radium chloride in water, the radium will be found to have lost most of its radioactivity and will not regain it for a month, the time required to produce a new stock of emanation. The emanation is really in the water and can be obtained in the form of a gas. It is this gas, this radium emanation, and not the radium itself, that produces the principal effects attributed to radium. The life of this emanation is short, however, for in 4 days it has lost half its activity. For my purpose, however, this shortness of life is of no consequence. My skeleton, as you have probably surmised, is an automatic figure which I can control from a distance by radio. Different lengths of waves will cause different portions of the figure to move. I can make it walk, dance, gesticulate, and even talk by means of a phonograph inside. As you probably know, radium emanations to become phosphorescent must be thrown on a screen. Originally, it was a platinocyanide of barium that was used for the fluorescent screen. But I used a special powder of my own, which I mix with the gas, that is, the radium emanation, and I blow the two together through suitable openings in the body of the skeleton, utilizing the force of the compressed gas for the jet. This enables me to make the skeleton luminous or dark at will, so that the skeleton seems to vanish and reappear. By using different powders with the emanation, I can produce fluorescence of different colors. But what is the use of explaining? Tomorrow night you will get a practical demonstration. Chapter 3. In the rebel camp there was great activity, for the morrow was to see the first real battle between the Arab and Negro troops and the enemy's soldiery. General Blank, at the head of the government army, had received orders to try conciliation, and under no circumstances to commence or provoke hostilities. But he realized full well that the rebels were massing their forces, and that the morrow would see the first real hostilities. He had only scorn for Dr. Hackensaw's project of frightening the natives, but he placed all facilities at the doctor's disposal. And that night about midnight, the walking skeleton made its first appearance in front of the rebel camp. The sentinels suddenly saw appear before them a giant skeleton with luminous bones shining with a baleful greenish fire. The skeleton uplifted its hands and came forward, its jaws working, as by means of an amplifying device it thundered forth the words, Baalek, 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 the Arabic equivalent of beware, beware, beware. The sentinels shot at the figure and it suddenly vanished from their sight with a loud mocking laugh, and then reappeared some distance away and repeated its cry again. The whole camp was now up in alarm, and they all saw with terror the figure appear a third time. Then it vanished and was seen no more that night.
"That was a clever performance of yours last night, Dr. Hackensaw," remarked General Blank next morning. "But, as I told you, it has no effect. The rebels are continuing their preparations. My spies tell me, however, that there is some demoralization among the troops. The exhibition may have been of some use."
"I'll give them a second dose tonight," said Dr. Hackensaw. Accordingly, sharp at midnight, the skeleton appeared again. This time, however, it was mounted on a skeleton horse with wings, and this time the luminous emanation shot forth from all parts of the figure in jets of colored fire, like the coronal streamers of the sun, and this time the phonograph sent forth peals of reverberating thunder, while lightning flashed at intervals from the figure. And as it circled over the rebel camp, it discharged upon them gases with a fearful stench. A combination of asafoetida, skunk fluid, and Limburger cheese would have been like attar of roses compared to the horrible smell emitted by the figure, while the words, Maut, 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 came from the skeleton's moving jaws, the Arabic equivalent of death, death, death. The natives in terror all fell upon their knees and at once sent messengers to General Blank tendering their submission. As a result, the following night there appeared a flying cherub over their camp, and scattered fragrant jessamines among the natives, a flower of which the Arabs are very fond. The uprising was at an end. Dr. Hackensaw, in 2 days, at a trifling expense, had accomplished without bloodshed results such as a large army could not have accomplished in months, and then only at the expense of many thousands of lives and millions upon millions of dollars. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Faisandier. The Mystery of the Radio Cipher Machine. Is this Dr. Hackensaw? That's my name. What can I do for you today, sir? My name is Julius McMasher, and I am head clerk in the Constantinople office of a large New York electrical firm. Dr. Hackensaw glanced at the handsome young man who stood before him. In spite of a slight touch of effeminacy, the young fellow, with his black mustache and dashing air, looked like a veritable Don Juan, and the doctor mentally decided that the young man was appropriately named. He, however, said nothing, and McMasher continued. I have spent 10 years in Constantinople and speak Turkish like a native, but as affairs over there seem to be looking pretty squally at present, I wish to take some precaution. I especially wish to be able to communicate secretly by wireless with friends I have in Athens and in Malta. I was told that you had invented a device that was not very expensive and that could be attached to any wireless set and would absolutely ensure the secrecy of any message sent. Yes, that is true, replied the doctor. I was also told that the device was such that it could be used with 100 or more different correspondents, and yet that each of them could only catch the messages intended for him, but was utterly powerless to read the messages sent to the other correspondents. The thing doesn't seem possible, but that's what I heard. The thing is true, nevertheless. My instrument is so constructed that no one can receive the message unless you wish him to. And yet he can switch in at a moment's notice when you wish him to, at least if he's provided with my device. May I see the machine? I will show it to you with pleasure. Walk this way, please. So saying, the doctor led the young fellow into an adjoining room, devoted exclusively to wireless apparatus, and taking from a stand a small wheel, he exhibited it to his visitor. The device consists of a broad-rimmed wheel revolving vertically. On the broad rim of the wheel are 20 rows of 10 keys in each row. Each key, when pressed down, pushes down a brush similar to the brushes used on dynamos. The operator, when sending a message, uses 10 different wavelengths. The idea is to rapidly change the wavelength used 20 times at each revolution of the wheel. To accomplish this, the operator presses down one key in each of the 20 rows. As the wheel revolves, each brush pressed down comes in turn in contact with one of 10 contacts, connected each with a separate wire, each of the 10 wires leading from different points of the transmitting coil, so as to send its own wavelength. Your correspondent has a similar wheel, which revolves synchronously with yours. If he presses down the same 20 keys that you do, his wavelength will change exactly as yours does, being always in tune, while no outsider can possibly catch the message. "There!" cried Dr. Hackensaw, pointing triumphantly to the machine. "Did you ever see anything neater or more compact? It can be switched on or off to the wireless set in an instant, and will send a message that my correspondent can hear with the greatest ease, but that's absolutely inaudible for anyone else." "How does it work?" asked young McMasher, interested. "As you will see, the device consists of a wheel with a broad rim. Through suitable holes in the rim there pass 20 rows of 10 keys each, the keys in each row bearing the numbers 1 to 10. My sending set is arranged to send any one of 10 different wavelengths, and the pressing down of the proper keys decides which wavelength will be transmitted. The idea of the machine is to rapidly change my wavelength as I am sending the message, thus making it impossible for anyone to listen in unless he has a wheel just like this one and revolving synchronously with it, and unless he has the same key pressed down in each row. Let us suppose, for instance, that you and I have decided on the following 20 numbers: 9, 2, 7, 3, 4, 0, 6, 5, 8, 1, 2, 5, 8, 3, 4, 0, 7, 9, 6, 1. I press down key 9 in the first row, key 2 in the second row, key 7 in the third row, and so on, until I have all 20 rows properly placed. You do the same on your wheel, and we start both wheels turning together at the same speed. Then I start sending and speak my message into the instrument. The wavelength keeps changing, but as your wavelength is always the same as mine, you hear every word easily, while an outsider finds it impossible to tune in. He hears nothing at all, but occasionally meaningless sounds. Why can't he try different combinations until he gets the right one?" Dr. Hackensaw smiled. With 20 rows of keys and 10 keys in each row, he would have to try 10 to the 20th different combinations before he struck the right one, or in other words, 100 million billion different combinations. Now, to try these 100 quadrillion different combinations would take him more than one lifetime. Besides, I recommend changing the combination each time just before sending the message. You and your correspondent can have a code word for each number, so by telephoning 20 words he can change his keys in a minute, and the order of the wavelength will be completely changed. As you see, the apparatus is simplicity itself. I've furnished it to several broadcast stations who wish to charge for their entertainments. Only their customers are provided with the code numbers, and hence no one else can listen in to their program. This may seem rather hard on the general public, but will really improve the quality of the broadcasting, for the entertainers who receive pay for their productions can afford to give their customers first-class performances. There would be the same difference as between a free show and a good theatrical performance that you have to pay for. "Doctor, it's great!" cried the young man enthusiastically. "I'll take a dozen of these instruments right away, and you can count on some big orders from me if they work all right in practice." "They'll work all right, never fear," replied Dr. Hackensaw confidently. Chapter 2. Julius McMasher was back in Constantinople and was busily engaged setting up a wireless set when the door of the showroom opened and a richly dressed, though heavily veiled Turkish lady, accompanied by an attendant, came in and asked to see the various styles of wireless apparatus. "Here, Julius," cried the manager, "this lady looks like one of the big bugs. As you're the handsomest man here, I'll let you try to make the sale. She's certainly one of the 500. Julius, all bows and smiles, stepped forward to meet the lady, and understanding that she wished a wireless set, he showed her all the latest models and explained the method of working them. Then, seeing that her glance had fallen on one of Dr. Hackensaw's wireless cipher machines, he explained to her how this device could be used to send secret messages. As he spoke, the young woman became intensely excited and threw back her veil in order to get a better view of the apparatus. Julius looked up at her and was amazed to perceive one of the most beautiful women he'd ever set eyes on. For a moment their glances met, and then the young lady carefully readjusted her veil again. But she had smiled at him, and Julius saw the smile with a thrill of pleasure. He took the greatest pains to explain to her in detail the working of the cipher machine, and as she ordered 2 sets, he gave her a practical lesson then and there, making her change the combinations and work the set herself so as to be sure that she understood his directions. She made one stipulation. It was that Julius should call her up every day at noon and speak a few words to her in order to ensure that the apparatus was working properly. It is needless to say that young McMasher, always ready for an adventure, readily gave the required promise. He had explained to her about the tuning in. In Dr. Hackensaw's first experiment, it was necessary, before sending a message, to tune in each of the 10 different wavelengths separately in order to be sure that each wavelength of the receiving set would correspond exactly with the corresponding wavelength of the sending set. In his improved apparatus, however, the machines were so accurately made that one single tuning sufficed to bring all 10 wavelengths in perfect accord with the 10 of the other set. For a week or so, regularly, every day at noon, Julius exchanged secret messages with this beautiful client. At first the messages related principally to the working of the apparatus, but it soon drifted into conversations on general topics. It must be confessed that Julius flirted outrageously with the lady, yet she didn't seem to mind, but answered his lone messages with peals of silvery laughter. And then one day came a message that made Julian's heart beat high. She told him her set was not working very well, and she would like him to come and fix it. As men were not allowed to come into the harem, he was to meet her attendant at the mosque of St. Sophia, and the attendant would see to conducting him to the lady's palace and smuggling him in. Above all things, be very prudent, she said, and then she switched off while he vainly tried to obtain further particulars. Sharp at the appointed time, young McMasher found himself at the door of the mosque. The attendant was waiting, yet appeared not to notice him, but as she walked past him she whispered, "Follow me quietly, at a distance." The affair was beginning to assume all the appearance of the regulation Oriental intrigue, but Julius was ripe for any adventure. He waited until the messenger had gone some distance, and then followed her unobtrusively. It was not a very long journey. Julius saw his guide enter the door of a very fine mansion, and as the door was left open, he followed in, and found the attendant waiting for him. She led him through one apartment after another, furnished with true Oriental splendor, and at last introduced him into the chamber where the wireless apparatus was installed. "Your Excellency," said the servant, "here is the gentleman." Evidently Julius's fair customer was a lady of the highest rank. This time she was unveiled, and as she rose from the divan to greet him, Julius perceived that she was even more beautiful than he'd imagined. Never before had he seen such a houri. To avoid showing his embarrassment, Julius approached the wireless set to examine it, but she hastily plucked him by the sleeve and drew him back. "Hush," she said. "You must not make any noise, or my father may hear you. He has returned unexpectedly and is in his room. Perhaps, however, you can discover the trouble without switching on the current. If not, you must return tomorrow." Julius leaned over and examined the instrument, but everything appeared in perfect condition. The young lady stood beside him watching him, and insensibly Julius's arm began stealing gently around her waist. She did not appear to notice it, so Julius, growing bolder, pressed her to him. Their eyes met, and she yielded gracefully. Her lips and his met in one long, sweet kiss, and then she allowed her head to sink upon his shoulder. They were disturbed by a sudden noise, and looking up, Aisa, for that was the young lady's name, or Ayesha as it is usually anglicized, perceived her father, glaring at her with a glare of 110 Othello power voltage. "Ha!" cried he. So, my fine young fellow, do you imagine you can come into a man's house like this and make love to his daughter, and then escape scot-free? Not if I know myself. Hey, guards, come here. Seize me this dog of an unbeliever, and I'll make an example of him." "Quick, Julius," cried the girl. "I will try to hold my father while you escape by the other door. He won't hurt me, but he would kill you if he got hold of you now." There was no time to lose, so Julius with a bound flung open the rear door and scrambled downstairs. He heard voices behind him, and his pursuers were so close upon him that in his hurry he went down one flight too many and found himself in the cellars. There was no possibility of repairing the error, and it seemed hopeless to seek a hiding place here. Nevertheless, it was his only hope, so he entered one of the cellars, and perceiving a trapdoor in the floor, he lifted it up and was delighted to see a sheet of water a few feet below him. "The Bosphorus!" he cried gleefully. "I'm saved." For he understood at once that this must be the famous sheet of water that washes the walls of the residences of many of the wealthy inhabitants of Constantinople. Julius was a good swimmer, and escape seemed now assured, for it would be mere child's play to swim in the dark to some boat or to some deserted part of the city. Without a moment's hesitation, therefore, he plunged into the water, pulling down the trapdoor behind him. He then started out swimming, but had not gone 10 feet when he came to an obstruction, a row of piles planted close together so as to form a wall. Nothing daunted, Julius swam along this wall, but imagine his consternation when he found himself back at his starting point without having found a single opening in the wall. He was, in fact, in a submerged prison, and strange tales came back to his mind, tales of gay wives of sultans who would lure their sweethearts to visit them in their palace, and when tired of them would guard against indiscretions by throwing the unfortunate men into just such a flooded prison as this one. When drowned, the bodies could be thrown into the Bosphorus, and the men would appear to have met a natural death by drowning. A second tour of the chamber convinced Julius of the fact that there was no outlet, and by diving he found the depth of the water to be between 10 and 15 feet. On the other hand, it was impossible to reach the trapdoor to open it again. He tried several times to spring up from the water, but the trapdoor was far beyond his reach. He seemed destined to drown here like a rat in a trap. He could swim around for a few hours, but after that, he shuddered as he thought of the eventuality. Just as he'd given up all hope, the trapdoor was stealthily opened and a face appeared through. "Julius, is that you?" came the sweet voice of Aisa in a whisper. "Yes, darling," he cried, overjoyed. "Can you get a piece of rope to help me out?" "There's no time," she replied, "but take hold of the end of my hike. It is very strong and will do as well as a rope." With the words she took off the garment, and letting down one end so Julius could grasp it, she passed the other end round the hinge of the trapdoor for support. Julius, with this aid, was easily able to lift himself far enough to grasp the sides of the trapdoor opening. So busily were the pair engaged that they neither of them noticed that the girl's father had appeared in the doorway and was eagerly watching the scene. Just at the critical moment, however, when Julius was trying to swing himself up, the young folks were startled by a cry of fierce rage. Aisa shrieked and turned to fall on her knees before her stern parent, but with an oath he caught her by the hair and hurled her down the hole, right on top of her lover. Then he slammed the trapdoor down, and the sound of a key turning in the lock informed Julius that the trapdoor was padlocked and that all hope of escape in this direction was cut off. Julius, thrown back into the water, had some difficulty in disengaging himself from the girl, who had clung to him in a fright. Luckily, her hike was still hanging from the trap door, so Julius made her cling to it while he made a third tour of exploration round his prison. For the first time in his life, Julius wished he'd never seen a wireless apparatus, and he cursed himself for a fool for ever having tried to send secret messages by wireless. But his was not a nature to give up tamely. Perhaps some outlet existed under the water? This, however, proved a vain hope, but as Julius felt inch by inch around the walls of his prison, he came to a corner where one of the wooden piles appeared to have rotted at the top. Young McMasher was a muscular fellow, and clearing away the rotten wood with his fingers and aiding himself with his jackknife, he, with considerable trouble, succeeded in making an opening large enough to barely allow the passage of his body. Then he returned for Aisa, who was pretty nearly exhausted. By great good luck, the passage led into the open Bosphorus, and Julius had no trouble in swimming with the girl to a safe spot for landing. It would take too long to recount how Julius smuggled the girl on board an ocean liner, but when the steamer sailed that afternoon, it carried with it a pair of loving hearts, thankful for having escaped from all the many dangers that menaced them. But neither Julius nor his charming wife has ever made use of the wireless cipher machine since. End of section 38. Read by Sandra.
Section 39 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jen Broda. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Mystery of Atomic Energy. Extract from Frederick Soddy's book, Interpretation of Radium. The discovery of radium has led to new conceptions of our ideas of matter. The old philosophers had already conceived the idea that atoms of a body formed planetary systems of their own, but the knowledge that a cobblestone contains sufficient energy to blow up an entire city is a modern concept. Physicists now are endeavoring to find means of utilizing this latent energy. Let us hope they will not find it until mankind can be trusted to make proper use of the tremendous powers stored up all around us. "Pep!" cried Dr. Hackensaw jubilantly. "I have found it." "What have you found now?" asked Miss Pepita Perkins, lazily looking up from the novel she was reading. "I've just made one of the greatest inventions that has ever been made." "It seems to me I've heard you say that before. Every one of your inventions seems to be the greatest ever made." Dr. Hackensaw laughed. "Yes," he assented. "I suppose it's the same with any inventor as with a mother. Her last baby always seems to be the finest." "Well, what is it that you've invented this time?" "I've discovered the means of releasing atomic energy." Pep looked blank. "What's that?" she asked. "Good gracious! Haven't you ever heard of atomic energy? Then perhaps I'd better explain from the beginning so that you will understand things clearly. To begin with, it has long been known that certain substances possessed a store of latent energy which they could release under given conditions. A lump of coal, for instance, seems inert, yet when we set fire to it, it can give forth power enough to run our railroads and our steamships. But it was only with the discovery of radium that we began to understand that every substance possesses a tremendous amount of this latent power. If only we knew how, we could get far more work out of the cobblestone than we can at present out of a lump of coal of the same size. Both seem equally inert and harmless, but the power resides there just the same. Uranium disintegrates very slowly into radium, and radium disintegrates into lead, and in the transformation a large amount of energy is set free. Here, the disintegration occurs naturally. We know of no means of hastening or retarding it. Now, scientists are certain that any element in disintegrating into a lower one must likewise give out energy, and it is believed that the disintegration, like that of uranium, is very slow, so slow as to be imperceptible. The thing to find was means to hasten it. If a log of wood is allowed to decay, it gives out as much heat in the process as it would if burnt, but the decomposition requires years instead of hours. To get the heat or energy immediately, we must set fire to the log. In the same way, to get the energy from the coal, we must start the disintegration by setting fire to the coal. Once lighted, a coal fire can keep itself up indefinitely. It needs merely to be started. The same must be true in getting atomic energy from stone. All we need is to find means of starting the disintegration, of kindling the atomic fire, so to speak. Once started, the disintegration itself will release enough heat to continue the process. It is this that I have discovered, the means of starting the molecules and atomic disintegration in stones, or more properly speaking, in sand. For I found the stones were too large and too dangerous to handle. Sand is much easier to work with and can easily be obtained anywhere. "Whew!" exclaimed Pep. For a long time I hesitated as to whether to make my discovery public or not. Mankind's moral progress is so slow compared to his scientific progress that it is dangerous to put too much power in his hands. Our new inventions, the steamship, automobile, and airplane, are all utilized as war machines for killing off other men, and all new explosives are used as much for war purposes as for digging canals and other useful work. To give mankind the secret of atomic energy, by means of which a wheelbarrow full of sand would suffice to blow up all New York City, would be like putting a razor or a bombshell in the hands of a 2-year-old baby. He would be almost certain to kill himself, and would very likely do great damage to others. Hence, I have kept my invention very quiet so far, but meanwhile, I have quietly made arrangements for utilizing their energy for a number of different purposes that I think will result in immense benefit to mankind. I have chosen men whom I knew I could trust to act as my agents, and to none of them have I confided the real secret, the method of starting the disintegration, nor the equally important method of stopping it, or rather of limiting its ravages. For so far, I have no means of stopping it. I can only isolate the portion that is burning and let it go out of itself when the disintegration is complete. I use the term burning, you understand, because it is convenient, though the process has little analogy to real combustion, save that it releases energy, and this energy may be turned into heat, light, sound, or electricity, the same as any other form of energy. "How do you isolate it?" asked Pep. Ah, my lass, that was a hard problem to solve, but it had to be solved at the very start. Otherwise, if I once started the disintegrating, a small amount of earth, if I may call it so, would spread to the surrounding earth, and stones, rocks and all, would begin to disintegrate in their turn, and the whole terrestrial globe would be consumed. It would be as if the earth were a ball of coal, and a coal fire were started anywhere on its surface. The fire would spread and spread until the layer of ashes was thick enough to keep away the air and prevent further combustion. There are coal fires in mines that have gone on for years. But enough of this talk. I start tomorrow by airplane to visit some of my atomic energy enterprises, and if you wish to come along, I shall be glad to take you. Our first stop will be at my plantations at the South Pole. Here I started the sand burning some 3 months ago, so we ought to find some tangible results. Chapter 2. Polar Regions Made Tropical. "Here we are, Pep," cried Dr. Hackensaw gaily as he steered his airplane down near a grove of tall palm trees. "What do you think of my success in growing palm trees in the polar region?" Pep could scarcely believe her eyes. Here was a real tropical landscape, with dates, bananas, oranges, and coconuts growing, with prairies of grass and vegetables, and flowers of many varieties in full bloom. And yet, circling it all, not 5 miles away, was the interminable field of polar ice. "Gee!" she cried. "How did you ever do it, Doc?" "Simply enough. All that is needed to change the poles into tropics is heat, and any form of energy can be transformed into heat. We are here on the Antarctic continent, and of course there is earth enough to furnish me all the atomic energy needed for thousands of years to come. Of course I brought with me a small amount of pulverized sand with which to start operations, for I had first to melt the field of ice to get down to the solid earth. After that, I could pulverize and screen the earth itself for my fuel. I use the word screen just as I use the word fuel, because the proper word does not yet exist. No screen made would powder my earth to the necessary degree of fineness. It is an almost impalpable dust that I need in order to keep my atomic energy under control, and even this dust I must dilute with a great deal of inert gas, or I would blow my engines to pieces." "But didn't you tell me that you only started work here 3 months ago?" "Yes. Yet here you have palm trees over 50 years old, growing and bearing fruit." "Yes, Pep, I thought you knew that full-grown trees are nowadays transplanted as easily as small ones. Some genius discovered that successful transplantation depended on the number of roots preserved. So, horticulturists nowadays spend years in preparing trees for transplanting. They cut back the roots of the growing tree, forcing new roots to sprout close to the tree. In a few years, all the roots are in one clump close to the trunk instead of spreading out some 200 feet in all directions. The full-grown tree, with all its roots, can be transplanted with ease, and a millionaire who builds himself a house in a desert can surround his mansion with a grove of secular trees in the course of a month instead of having to wait 50 years for them to grow. I found these trees ready prepared and had a special airplane truck constructed to bring them here as soon as my ground was ready to receive them. How do you like my Antarctic farm? I have here all the productions of the tropics, of the temperature climes, and the poles. I can have torrid summer weather here, and a 5-mile ride will bring me to perpetual ice and snow, where I can skate or sleigh ride or hunt polar bears and seals at pleasure. My air here at present almost free from germs, though of course it will not long continue so. When you have admired everything enough, just jump into the plane again, and I will take you to the desert of Sahara and show you what I have accomplished there by means of this same atomic energy. You will begin to realize the value of my invention when you see how it enables me to make every portion of our planet habitable by man. Chapter 3. A Canal Through Desert of Sahara. Here we are at Tunis, Pep. And here you will see the beginning of my canal through the desert of Sahara. The canal extends all the way across the desert to Timbuktu. Some job, let me tell you, to dig this ditch through hundreds of miles of desert and let in the waters of the Mediterranean. Even with the aid of atomic energy, it was no light task. You see, in this case, it was explosive energy and not mere heat that I needed. And there were 2 drawbacks to using the explosive force of grains of sand. The first was that the explosions would destroy the insulators, and thus the disintegration would spread unchecked to the whole desert. And the second was that each explosion would throw the neighboring grains of sand to a distance, and so stop the work until a new start could be made. By using my sand and a very fine powder, I was able to guard against the first danger, for while the powder disintegrated readily, it did not produce energy enough to start disintegration in an ordinary grain of sand. I thus need not bother about insulators. All I needed to do was to reduce the explosion to such a degree that I could use a suitable instrument carried in an automobile, and by means of a hose, feed the dust slowly in a stream of inert gas, the dust exploding as it touched the ground. This was slow work, but the only alternative was to change the energy into heat and utilize the heat to run a dredging machine to dig the canal. This would have been even slower yet. Now, shall we fly along the banks of the canal to Timbuktu? You can already see for yourself the advantages of this new stream in the desert. For all along its course there are Arab encampments, and at the places where I have created small lakes, whole villages have sprung up. But, objected Pep, I thought the water of the Mediterranean was salt. So it is, but by distillation it can easily be rendered fit for drinking purposes. In fact, driven wells will furnish enough fresh water. This salt water is all right for irrigation, as the salt can be filtered out as the water percolates through the soil. Dr. Hackensaw's joy was great to perceive that several vessels were already in the canal making their preliminary trip. "It won't be long," said he, "before a railroad, too, follows the line of the canal." Timbuktu was reached in the course of about 4 hours of flying, and the night was spent there. "And now," said Dr. Hackensaw to the young girl, "I am going to show you another of the conquests which the mastery of atomic energy has permitted. You saw at the South Pole how easy it will be to reclaim the Arctic regions. Here you see how I can reclaim this immense desert, larger in area than the whole United States. Next, I shall show you how I can conquer the ocean itself, a transcendental discovery, because the surface of the Earth contains several times as great an area of water as of land. We are now about to start for what will soon be a new continent, for in the very midst of the Pacific Ocean, I have started creating a new land. What? Yes, Pep. There will soon be a new Pacific continent to add to the map. You are probably aware that at intervals in the past, new lands have emerged and all continents have been submerged through the agency of earthquakes. The idea occurred to me that I might create an artificial earthquake by means of atomic energy, and so produce a new continent for my own use. Columbus discovered America, but I shall go him one better. I shall create my Pacific continent. I have already started work. I chose an elevated portion of the sea bottom, probably a spot where a continent existed at some remote age, and after long planning, by means of special submarine boats adapted to descend to great depths, I started releasing atomic energy under the bed of the ocean so as to upheave it quietly, as it is sometimes upheaved slowly by natural causes. To save work, I have upheaved this land in a circle so that my island is really a ring with a central lagoon. Then I can elevate the center and so complete my island. Up to date, I have only raised one small island as an experiment. To this, I shall add others and finally join them all together into one land. To Pep, the airplane trip to the new island was very tedious, though she relieved the monotony of the journey somewhat by taking an occasional trick at the steering wheel. And when they did at last sight the island, it was a disappointment, being nothing but a kind of mud bank with no vegetation except some dead and offensive seaweeds, and fish and marine monsters in various stages of decomposition. "Oh, don't let's land here," she cried. "The place is too horrible." "All right," assented Dr. Hackensaw, whose nostrils, too, were offended. "I'll wait till it's been cleared off and planted, and I'll wager that then you'll be delighted to come with me. And mark my words, it won't be long before I have a whole large continent here. Then I shall build an isthmus to connect it to China on the one hand and to the United States on the other, so that we can have a trans-Pacific railroad. And on my new continent, I shall manufacture atomic energy and sell it in the form of light, heat, and power to all the nations of the world to run their boats, their trains, their factories, and all of their machinery. And now, for home." Chapter 4, A Rival Inventor. "Say, Pop," cried Pep Perkins, "you're not the only man who has invented atomic energy. Here's another one." And with the words, she handed the doctor a newspaper and pointed to an advertisement in the personal columns. Atomic energy. "The undersigned hereby informs the governments of the whole world that he has discovered the secret of atomic energy and the means of utilizing it. In other words, he has discovered a force which will enable any nation to easily annihilate its enemies. I offer my secret to the government that makes the highest bid, all bids to be made in this personal column. As a sample of the power of this atomic energy, I shall, on Saturday next at 5 p.m., blow up the land on which the carousel in Central Park now stands. The authorities are asked to take proper precautions to prevent the loss of life. I.N. Venter." Dr. Hackensaw read the announcement with a frown. Philanthropist as he was, it was a blow to his pride to think that another inventor had stolen a march on him. Then an idea struck him, and with a roar he jumped for the safe where he had stored some of his prepared tapes. For convenience and safety in handling his explosive, he had prepared long rolls of tape similar to that used for telegraphing stock quotations. On this roll, the finely pulverized dust he obtained by crushing grains of sand was glued with certain chemical substances between the particles. In this way, he was able to control the atomic energy released. "Pep!" he cried, half joyfully, half sorrowfully. "That fellow is a villain. He hasn't invented anything. He has only stolen a lot of my prepared tapes. And yes, he has stolen one of my radio machines to start the disintegration. I must look into this at once, because there is no knowing what damage the fellow will do handling this stuff that he doesn't know anything about." Chapter 5. Saturday had come, and the neighborhood of the Carousel in Central Park was thronged with spectators eager to see what was going to happen. At 4:45, a small boy wormed his way through the crowd and handed the head of police a slip of paper bearing these words: "On account of the crowd, I shall blow up the rocks on the ball ground instead of the carousel. I.N. Venter." A loudspeaker had been installed for the occasion, and through this, the chief of police made the announcement of the change in program. All eyes now turned toward these rocks, well known to every New Yorker. Generations of children had slidden down those rocks, and if you had asked what caused the polished surface of the rock, the large majority would have answered that it was caused by the seats of the trousers of the boys who had slid down. As a matter of fact, this polish was hundreds of thousands of years old, and like the scratches on the surface of the rock, were due to glacial action at the time when the ice was digging the chain of Great Lakes and the smaller lakes that honeycombed the states of Maine and New York. At the stroke of 5, there was a perceptible tremor of the earth. This gradually increased, and a number of people were thrown down. Then, the enormous mass of rocks at the southern extremity of the ball field was seen to slowly rise in the air. There were a series of loud cracking sounds as the huge rock broke into fragments, and then, with one terrific explosion, large masses were hurled in all directions. For 5 minutes, the disturbance continued, though what was happening could not be seen because of the cloud of dust that enveloped everything and covered the spectators themselves. The performance was over. Chapter 6. "It's all right, Pep," cried Dr. Hackensaw the next day. "The rogue has met with his deserts, and the country is saved." "How did it happen? Was he blown up in the explosion?" "No. He met a more prosaic end. He had come to the park in an automobile. In this way, his radio apparatus for starting the explosion could be completely concealed. But he was in such a hurry to get away that he collided with another auto, and as luck would have it, he was killed instantaneously. I read of the account in the papers, and the description of the radio apparatus and the rolls of purple tape found in the damaged auto told me the tale at once. The police imagine it was just an everyday auto accident, so I had no trouble in getting possession of my tapes again. And in future I shall keep these powerful engines of destruction safely stored in the strongest vaults of some safe deposit company. They are too dangerous to leave exposed to ordinary sneak thieves. As a matter of fact, I begin to fear that I may have to give up all my schemes for the utilization of this atomic energy. I am beginning to see the wisdom of a well-known English king. I think it was Alfred the Great. A chemist came to him one day and explained that he had discovered a new explosive far more powerful than gunpowder. King Alfred rewarded him generously, but on the express condition that he would keep his discovery secret, as men already possessed sufficient means of destroying each other. It is the same today, Pep. the world is not far enough advanced yet to make proper use of atomic energy. Our wars and our strikes would become far more destructive than they are at present, and humanity, in its foolishness, might wipe itself completely from the face of the earth. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezande. A Journey to the Center of the Earth, Part 1. Chapter 1. "Pep!" cried Dr. Hackensaw. "Do you want to take a trip with me?" "Sure, Pop," answered Miss Pepita Perkins gaily. "Where to?" "To the South Pole first, and from there possibly on to the center of the Earth." "What?" "Yes, Pep. I have decided to penetrate nature's greatest mystery and discover what lies at the center of our Earth. Up to date, nobody has the faintest idea of what is to be found there. For many years, the center of the Earth was supposed to be a liquid mass of white-hot molten matter on the top of which floated the cooled upper crust, about 100 miles in thickness. This belief was strengthened by the fact that in our minds the temperature increases slowly as the depth increases. It would follow that the center must be a white-hot mass. The existence of volcanoes would lend support to the belief. But of late years this view has been gradually abandoned. If the center of the Earth were a liquid sea of fire, this sea would be attracted by the sun and the moon, and our volcanoes would have daily high tides and low tides, the same as our oceans of water. Other circumstances, too, lead to the belief that our Earth is not fluid at the center, but is as rigid as steel. However, nothing really definite was known until I, a few years ago, set about exploring the nature of the center of the Earth by means of radio waves. Radio waves? What do you mean? I mean to say that radio waves in their passage through a medium are modified to a certain extent by the medium through which they are passing. I have accordingly spent a great deal of time in studying just what modifications are produced by passing these waves through different thicknesses of rock, sand, clay, gravel, and various metallic ores. Of course, I was obliged to use directed waves, for if the wave passed around the obstacle instead of through it, it would tell me nothing. After I had carefully tabulated the results of my experiment, I sent out several radio expeditions to test conditions at the center of the Earth. These expeditions were in pairs. Each pair was at opposite poles or points on the Earth's surface, thence to send and receive radio waves of prearranged strengths and frequencies, directed right through the center of the Earth. The vessels carrying the radio apparatus were, of course, timed to be at the same moment at opposite points. Following the same great circle of the Earth in the same direction, they were always opposite each other, and could arrange to stop every 100 miles on their course and exchange new waves. By comparing the result from all these expeditions and eliminating all the differences, I could tell just what resistance was offered by the central portion of the Earth, and could thus form some idea as to whether it were a mass of molten matter or solid rock. This was supplemented by the work of some other expeditions, which instead of following a great circle followed small circles of latitude or longitude. In this case, the radio waves exchanged did not pass through the center of the Earth, but through the chord of a sliced-off portion in this diagram. Dr. Hackensaw here showed Pep a simple sketch of a section of the Earth. This work served to control the other observations, because in this case the wave did not pass through the center of the Earth. "Well, did you find what the Earth is made of?" asked Pep. Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. "The results are most puzzling, and I don't dare to publish them. They are so wild, and so much at variance with the current scientific theories. Consequently, I am determined to make an attempt to penetrate the center of the Earth, in order to verify or disprove my theories." "Gee," cried Pep, "that's some job you're undertaking. How are you going to dig your way down?" "I'm going to make use of atomic energy to dig the tunnel. You were with me when we watched the blowing up of the rock in Central Park, so you have some faint idea of what my atomic force can do. Well, I have invented a digging machine for digging deep shafts into the Earth, by means of this same energy. I understand, said Pep. But what's your idea in starting from the South Pole? Why not start from here? There are several reasons, replied the doctor. In the first place, we should be tormented here by reporters and curiosity seekers. But my main reason is that, as the Earth is flattened at the poles, I shall save several miles of digging. Besides, I have just received word from the agent of my colony at the South Pole that he has now discovered a pit, or extinct crater that seems to be about 5 miles deep. Of course, 5 miles is very little on a total of 4,000 miles, yet every little bit helps. But I am wasting time. Now that you know my plans, are you still willing to come along with me? Sure, Pop. I wouldn't miss it for a circus. Chapter 2. Here we are, exactly at the South Pole, Pep. And I bet you can't tell me in what direction we are flying. I bet I can. We're going due south. We haven't changed our direction. Dr. Hackensaw's eyes twinkled. You're wrong, Pep, said he. We're going due north. A person standing exactly at the South Pole can travel neither east nor west nor south. No matter in what direction he goes, he will be traveling due north. Similarly, to a person at the North Pole, all directions are due south. How is it that the compass isn't vertical here? Asked Pep. For the reason that the magnetic poles do not coincide with the poles of the Earth. Scientists are not yet agreed as to the cause of the Earth's magnetism, but it is believed to be due to electric currents that circulate around the surface of the Earth. It is not the Earth itself that attracts the compass, but the needle is acted on by these electric currents. And the currents are probably caused by the heat of the sun striking the Earth further and further to the west, as the sun apparently travels from east to west between sunrise and sunset. Here we are over my polar plantations that we visited once before. We shall not stop there today, but push right on for our goal, 50 miles further on. A few minutes brought the airplane to the spot, and the doctor and Pep alighted to confer with the doctor's agent, who had received orders to make all necessary preparations for starting work. By means of atomic energy, the snow and ice had been cleared away from most of the territory, with the exception of a collection of ice huts, which had previously been constructed by a very rapid method, having been made in a mold into which water had been poured and allowed to freeze. On upending the mold, the ice house slid out, all ready for occupation. Mr. Sam, the agent, was delighted to see our travelers, and was especially interested in the doctor's electric aeroplane, the Dart. Where are the storage batteries? Queried Mr. Sam. There are no batteries, replied the doctor. I thought you said it was electrical. So it is, at least as much as storage batteries are electrical. A storage battery, of course, does not really store up electricity. It stores up chemical energy. Electricity is no more stored than it would be if we used the current to decompose water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then burned the gases and used the heat to run a dynamo and produce new electricity. In my airplane, it is atomic energy that is converted into electricity and runs the propellers. But we have no time to lose. Have you cleared out the bottom of the pit so we can begin our digging? Everything is ready for the start, said Mr. Sam. The pit is cleared out and the diamond drill has started. How does the diamond drill work? Asked the doctor. First rate, but it seems a pity to use those immense diamonds worth hundreds of thousands of dollars for the purpose of digging through rocks. Don't let that worry you, replied the doctor. I have found the means of producing large diamonds as cheaply as we can produce graphite. They are nothing but charcoal in another form, but their hardness makes them ideal for drilling work like this. If you'll just jump aboard the Dart, I'll take you down to the bottom of the pit so we can see how things are progressing. By the way, observed Mr. Sam, I am convinced that this pit must continue much further down. It seemed to be blocked up by a fault in the geological strata. This fault completely closes the bottom of the pit. But unless I am very much mistaken, when we dig a little deeper we shall find that the pit extends considerably further. In that case, remarked Dr. Hackensaw, there would be danger of the drilling tool and the workmen dropping right through into the hole below. I have guarded against that, explained Mr. Sam modestly. I have placed the workmen and the drill on a movable platform, and this platform is supported by chains securely fastened above. In fact, I have gone even further. I have enclosed the entire platform hermetically in a kind of large metal bell, closed at the bottom, the drill projecting through a stuffing box. What was your object in doing that? I had two reasons. In the first place, I wish to protect the workmen in case carbon monoxide or other poisonous gases should be present. And secondly, to avoid danger in case there should be a partial vacuum below that might suck down the men. You acted very wisely, said Dr. Hackensaw, who made a careful examination of the machinery. All right, said he. Everything seems okay, Mr. Sam, and you can start the drill going again. Mr. Sam pressed a switch, and the enormous diamond-pointed auger began cutting its way down through the hard rock as though it had been cheese. Chapter 3. Did you say this pit was 5 miles deep? Asked Dr. Hackensaw of his agent. Yes, replied Mr. Sam. That is the approximate depth. I didn't measure it exactly. I merely let a bomb fall into the pit from above, and I found that 60 seconds elapsed from the time the bomb left my hand to the time I heard the explosion. Hence, this pit must be nearly 5 miles deep. How do you figure that? Asked Pep. Dr. Hackensaw explained. You see, Pep, said he, a body near the surface of the earth falls 16 feet the first second, 48 feet the second, 18 feet the third, and so on. As a physicist would say, the total distance fallen equals g times t squared divided by 2, in which g stands for the attraction of gravitation. In other words, the acceleration of 32 feet per second of a body near the Earth's surface. If the distance fallen were great, this figure would be too large, as the portion of the Earth passed through would pull the body backwards. It is sufficiently accurate, however, for the present purpose. To fall 5 miles, therefore, the body would take 16 t squared seconds. As a mile contains 5,280 feet, t squared equals 5 times 5,280 divided by 16, or 1,650 seconds. Therefore, the time is the square root of 1650, or a trifle over 40 seconds for the bomb to fall the 5 miles. But, objected Pep, he said it took the bomb 60 seconds to fall. No, he said that it was 60 seconds before he heard the noise of the explosion. It takes sound a trifle over 4 seconds to travel a mile. So it would take 20 seconds for the sound of the explosion to travel the 5 miles. In other words, it took the sound 1/3 as long to travel back as it took the stone to fall. Had the pit been a little deeper, the stone would have traveled faster than the sound. But as you see, 40 seconds to fall and 20 seconds for the sound to travel back show that the pit is just 5 miles deep. This will save us quite a little digging. How long will it take for the drill to go a mile? Asked Pep. I hope we won't have to wait an age here. We'd have to wait pretty long if I had only the diamond drill to depend on. But I am using that just to get a start. Tomorrow I shall take out the diamond drill and put my atomic drill in its place. Will the atomic drill go faster? A great deal faster. In fact, there is no comparison between the two. Atomic energy is a wonderful power, and I have fortunately succeeded in harnessing it up in such a way as to avoid all danger. How does the atomic drill work? Well, it's not exactly a drill. I call it that merely for convenience. It is in reality more in the nature of a torch. There is the machine ready to be put in its place. To understand its working, you need only think of a gasoline torch melting a hole through the ice on a skating pond. Swing the torch around in a circle, and it will soon dig deep into the ice. My atomic energy torch acts in much the same way. Instead of gasoline, my fuel, if I may call it so, consists of finely pulverized sand, which I place in the reservoir of the drill or torch. By means of the ignition device, as I call it, that you see near the torch, I am enabled to obtain undreamt of voltage, and am thus enabled to start the disintegration of this dust. As the pulverized sand disintegrates, the liberated energy not only accomplishes work, but causes the disintegration of more of the sand. By feeding the dust slowly to the tip of the torch, or the burner as I call it, the disintegration will continue as long as any sand is left in the reservoir. The heat generated in the process is enormous and melts the rocks and earth as if they were so much light snow. How is it that the rocks and the earth do not disintegrate? Asked Pep. For 2 reasons. First, they are not so finely pulverized as the dust I use, and secondly, I am careful not to bring my torch too near. I keep it far enough away so it will melt the rocks without getting them to disintegrate, if I may use the expression. How do you get rid of the molten rocks? The molten material is carried up by endless chains of buckets. The work will be done automatically, so there will be no risk of the workmen being injured. How is it that your torch and your buckets do not melt? They are kept cool by electricity. I haven't time to explain the process now, but it has long been known that the electric current can be used for cooling as well as heating. Electricity is a wonderful power. There is almost nothing that it is unable to accomplish if properly directed. But enough of this lecture. The men are stopping the diamond drill now, and will soon disconnect it and set up the atomic torch in its place. Then you will see the sparks fly. I have arranged an X-ray machine so that we can witness the effect of the atomic torch as it digs its way downward through the rocks. Several hours were required to make the change, but Dr. Hackensaw and Pep waited to see the torch well set up in place and started in operation. It was interesting to see the rapidity with which the rock melted under the impact of the white-hot ionized particles, and the stream of fluid lava was blown into buckets by a stream of helium gas. Luckily, it was not necessary to carry the molten lava to the surface of the earth. There was a deep side channel a short distance up the pit, and into this the molten rock was poured. The buckets, the drill, and the closed chamber in which the operator stood were all protected from the heat by electrical refrigerating devices. A supply of air in the workroom was furnished from tanks, as the noxious gases generated by the heat would have been irrespirable. A microphone of special construction with a series of amplifying devices carried to the doctor and his assistants the faintest sounds. It was provided with a sort of tuning device which enabled them to listen at will either to the sound of the revolving torch, to that of the seething lava, or cutting both of these out, it enabled them to listen to whatever other fainter sounds there might be. This precaution was necessary, as the doctor had no idea how deep the fault might extend, and to cut completely through into the pit below would have been exceedingly dangerous. That cavity existed below was certain. There was a hollow, cavernous sound produced by the reverberations of the rock through which they were cutting, sounds analogous to those of a drum when rubbed. Down, deeper down went the torch into the earth's entrails, until finally the reverberations became so great that Dr. Hackensaw gave orders to halt the atomic energy torch. "It sounds as if there couldn't be more than a foot of solid rock below," said he, "and then we shall strike the open pit again. We'd better install the diamond drill once more, or rather a 2-inch drill, so as to cut a small hole into the pit." No sooner said than the work started. The torch was disconnected, and after cooling the rock, the small diamond drill began boring down through the last few inches of the fault. The work progressed rapidly when suddenly there was a tremendous suction of air, and with a whistling sound the drill was sucked right into the opening it was making, and was only held back by the chuck. "Good gracious!" cried Dr. Hackensaw. "There's a partial vacuum down below there. Before we can do anything more, we must make an airlock outside of this working chamber. Then, by exhausting the air in the airlock, it will be possible to draw out the drill and drop a bomb down into the pit to ascertain its depth." This work occupied several days, but finally all was in readiness. The drill was withdrawn, and at a sign from the doctor, Pep touched a button that allowed a small bomb to drop into the hole. They all waited anxiously. 1 whole minute passed, then another, then a third, and the minutes slowly succeeded each other, until finally, just as the doctor was about to remark that the bomb must have failed to ignite, the sound of the explosion was plainly heard through the loud talker. "Good gracious!" exclaimed the doctor again. "Allowing for the time it took that sound to travel back to us, it is certain that the pit below us is over 100 miles deep." To be continued. End of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, Part 1. End of Section 40.